some stable players, ELEAGUE and Nitro and Hiko, but I mean, Kusta and Adren, I feel you've got to wonder how well are they going to be playing in any given match. Stilo, though, he actually had some tough games yesterday. There were a lot of matches where he wasn't doing all that well. I really want to see him do a little bit better here, and I think he had like an early team kill in one of those games as well. Maybe that put him off a little bit here. I think he's going to be ready a little bit more here on day 2. He certainly got the bomb, and he's got 30 seconds left, and as you can tell on the minimap in that corner, which obviously Stilo can't see, so he has no idea where the other players are, and that's why he's checking all these corners. But he has a timing window here to go and see if he can actually put down this bomb, and if he does, 2v1 is perfectly possible once the bomb is down.
He's really using a lot of this time, though. 10 seconds left here, Stillo. You need to get onto that site immediately and get that bomb planted, and it's just going to happen in the nick of time. He needs about 4 seconds to get that bomb down. Incendiary's going to force him out into the open, right into Nitro's waiting arms. Beautifully played there by Nitro, and they don't care that Renegades got the bomb plant. That's fine. They're concerned with picking up that round, getting a 4th one on the board here for Liquid. But what I wanted to say, I mean, Adren was in the correct position here, and he actually stepped up big. Him just getting the 1 kill would have been fine, but getting 2 just wrecks everything for Renegades. But, you know, in case you're wondering why Kusta decided to go back for more versus Yam, is that there wasn't actually anybody, it looks like, in mid to support him, to allow him to get back into connector out from underpass. And so he's in this situation. That's why I'm not a huge fan of the underpass push sometimes, unless you have like that support group there in mid to make sure you have an exit. If you're on your own, then you're just like, you're stuck. You can't go back out mid because Renegades is sitting there waiting for you, and then there might be somebody up in B apartments. So he just decided, I actually have to just try and fight my way out here. And there's likelihood of there being only one player at up in B halls, rather. You know, I'll take that fight instead of running back into mid in the firing squad.
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. So we're still round 1 for Liquid and Renegades. They are going to be able to buy. That bomb plant at least allowed them to do that, but it's not a great buy right now. They have very little utility to try and see if they can make it work. 4 smokes left, not a single flashbang. So they're going to have to use almost all of these smokes to even get onto a bomb site, which means once the bomb is down, Liquid can play
Sponge messed up his smoke.
Yeah, that's true. That's not a good point. Not a good way to start off. And Azza going to be going down there, refrag from Ustilo, and a 4-on-4 now.
Yeah, there's still a man alive in ladder room as well. JKS lurking over in Palace. He's going to find that kill on Adren, but Nitro in ladder catches out Sponge. Ustilo looking for the pinch onto the A site, and JKS is going to capitalize on that. Good play there. But this is just so back and forth. It's chaotic when they're getting onto these sites. Renegades, they're just trading effectively, yes, but Liquid, they're also doing a very good job of just bringing it back, constantly getting a kill to keep Renegades under pressure.
Nitro a little bit low in this retake. Hiko, though, with a great spray through the box as well to take down Yam. And now JKS, who is a bit of a star on this team, gonna have to do this 1 versus 2. He's in a decent position, and they don't have any smokes or any molotovs to block him out here. So he's gonna have a clean shot once they come through. Already making a bit of noise on the other side. Nitro is 1 bullet away from death, and there it is now. Hiko has got a really tough task on his hands. Gonna go for the defuse once here, just testing it out for a bit. JKS, they don't even know where he is. They didn't get that information, but Hiko with a quick flick, but not gonna be in time. He gets the triple and still loses the round. He does not have enough time for the defuse. And that will be Renegades picking up their first round.
Is there an op for him to save? No AWP. Unfortunate there. Yeah, but Hiko just doing work, and of course, Hiko coming through in the clutch. No surprise. Triple kill at the end of the round for him. He is the linchpin, but, well, it's JKS just keeping him off that bomb just long enough for it to go off. So that's the first round on the board here for Renegades. But because it was a 1v1, they still don't have a whole lot of money to work with. 2 Galils, 3 AKs, very light on the nades once again. This is the make or break round for Renegades. If they lose this one, they're back to 1,400 starting money, and, well, Liquid have a chance to just completely run away with this first half. So there's a lot of pressure on the Australians now to come through. And you can see, yeah, he's being so patient because Kusta went underpass that 1 round. Now he's like, all right, I'm just going to sit and wait. If you're going to push me, I'll be ready this time. You're not going to get away with it.
Yeah, right now, Sponge has only killed 1 person. Az has killed nobody yet. He's actually 0-0-5 right now. So, I mean, a lot of Renegades members are still not really in the game. In fact, it's JKS with 6 kills. He's got more than his entire team combined at the moment. And we're just now starting the 6th round. So, you know, this could be obviously a very bad sign if none of them are ever going to get in the game. It could also be that Renegades are sort of, you know, being a little bit weaker right now than they will be a couple of rounds from now. So I would I'd caution a little bit here and just say, let's see how Renegades sort of start to get back into it. But you're right, this is an important round. We've got the double up set up on the Liquid side as well, so a pretty heavy investment for them as well, which could backfire. They don't have that much money.
Yeah, they aren't messing around. Oh, this could actually work, although where is that second AWP? It's on Nitro, and he's actually holding in B apartment, so it's going to be Azza and Yam who will be running into him, while Sponge is still on JKS, try and split, 1-for-1 trade, but they weren't expecting a second man in this. Oh, up in ladder room, and Adren, he can't capitalize on it. Nitro will find a kill, however, in B apartments, and that leaves Yam now. The last man alive, but not for long. Beautiful flick there from Nitro to shut him down. And Liquid, they survive with both AWPs, 3 players alive. Renegades, no bomb plant. And when you get back into it, you'll see they just have no money to work with in this next round.
Well, that's definitely going to be a problem, isn't it? And Renegades, how do they recover from that? It actually seems like they're going to go for the force-up. So they didn't quite do enough damage, I would say, to warrant the force-up here. Normally, you would do this if you killed, you know, everyone but one member, and you thought, all right, their economy's so low, maybe we can sneak around in here and we'll be back in the game. This is a bit of a risk, and Kusta missing a bit of a shot there, in fact, but he's got some backup here from ELEAGUE, and a good crossfire setup between the two players. It's going to kind of eliminate Renegades from this particular round.
He's like, jump again. I dare ya. I double dog dare ya. Good night, Sponge. It's over. You don't have to worry about anything. You can actually just try and, you know, backseat in-game lead at this point. Let JKS go to work. Nice shot there from JKS. Headshot on Adren at least, so 1 kill. But that is it. 6-1 the score. Liquid continue to extend their lead, and Renegades, they don't even get close to a bomb site. They get completely shut down in mid, and that's really going to throw them for a loop here, because if Liquid are going to be putting up a fight like this in mid, round after round, Renegades, they know that they're in for a fight. It's not going to be easy, so I'm curious to see if they just go back to extremities. When they have the rifles, if they're just going to try and go for that B push through apartments again, try and really, you know, get a turn of speed in there, or go for a straight smoke execute, just try and ignore mid. Because every time they go there right now, they're just getting picked off.
Well, we'll find out what the plan is. Azza pulling a bit of a 007 here, in fact, now, which is obviously the dreaded scoreline that nobody wants. A little bit of action here, but without the armor or anything, ELEAGUE is going to have a field day here, picking up a quad kill. It's got to feel good at this point in time, and a 7-1 lead now for Team Liquid, who are off to a very good start. But you know what? Anyone who's a Team Liquid fan will know it's too soon to celebrate. In fact, it is always too soon to celebrate.
It ain't till the game is chuck over that you're allowed to actually start feeling a little bit hopeful. I mean, Moses, he's probably feeling hopeful right about now. But, you know, we'll hang back a little bit. Take our time. We'll see what Renegades can develop. And they are going towards the extremities.
Someone could put together a little video of people waking up in bed, even after the 16 rounds at home, and he's waking up in
I think it's just cold sweats, you know, he's just waking out. He's like twisted in his sheets, right? He's been rolling. It's like, no, 15 rounds, 15 rounds. I think he'll get there eventually.
And it's going to be painful. And it's going to be the back of their minds as well. This is why it's so dangerous, because once it starts to happen again, it almost becomes sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy. You know, you're realizing, oh no, it's this time again.
Oh, Astralis in the semifinals, Na'Vi in the finals. These teams are having to deal with this, getting over this mental block that they've developed where they should be winning, and they aren't quite capable of figuring out how to close the games. Seems like Liquid are in the same situation here, and Liquid are 0-4 so far in the group phase, so there's a lot of pressure on them to at least come up with 2 wins here to give them a shot at dodging that 4th seed going into the playoff bracket.
Very true. A good early kill in the beginning of this round from Nitro, not only giving them a man lead, but it also seems to really slow down Renegades. They spent a lot of time sort of maneuvering around the map, and there's the second kill coming through. Nitro playing the vent position, and not maybe the most common spot for an AWP to be holding, but pretty good job anyway. 3 versus 5 right now, and they're running into a bomb site where there is already a 3-man stack, which is 1 more than you normally would have. They don't have any Molotov to clear out the sandwich, which is where ELEAGUE is holding, and he's going to get an easy frag there on Sponge, following it up with a headshot on Yam, and that'll be the round. Nobody dying on Liquid.
You guys can hear it. I'm like trying to, you know, it's like when you're at the opera or something. Bravo, bravo. You're blowing kisses at the stage. If I had roses, I would throw them at Liquid right now, because this was a beautiful CT hold. I mean, Renegades are failing to adapt to the fact that Liquid want to have somebody in ladder room. They're constantly having this presence in window or ladder room. And so they just keep losing people to the player. Either Adren, Kusta, now Nitro. They're all showing up there, and Renegades, they keep getting picked off. And then B, Liquid, they had a totally different setup on A site this time. ELEAGUE and Sandwich, that completely caught the guy off guard who was trying to push out from Palace. And it's like little details like that. Liquid are just becoming so difficult to predict in one aspect, but then on the other, they're still showing that they've got some depth to their play.
But this is interesting. This is Liquid actually changing up their defense to being very aggressive in the middle. They're sort of pushing up terrorist side of middle here and covering underpass, so no one's going to be able to flank them. ELEAGUE seems to have a very good idea that you still might be down there, but either way, this is really annoying for Renegades, right? Because they're obviously round for round trying to figure out how are we going to break through the defense, and then the defense actually changes before anything even happens, right? That's just a hard thing to try and overcome.
That was the best that JKS and Usolo could hope for there. At least I mean, in the fundamentals, they're working well here, Renegades. At least in those sorts of situations, they peak together, they step out together as one unit. So they at least, again, they're like getting kills. They're getting like 1 kill per round. That really isn't going to cut it. And actually, I would really like to see Renegades go for the tactical timeout. You get 1 tactical timeout per map. And right about now would be the sweet spot to go for it, Renegades, because 9-1, if you were able to just start turning it around, get up to 9-6, you know, win out the rest of the half and get up to 9-6, that's still fine. If you let it get much further than this, though, you're going to be so far behind.
Give some of your players a chance to get back in this game as well. Sponge going to go down, you steal it with a refrag, and Nitro, easy kill for him, so still a 3-on-3. And again, Azza is 0 for 10 right now. Give him a chance to get mentally back in the game, give him a bit of a break, and then see if he can't actually show something here. That's a good headshot there on Nitro. And just as we're talking about him, he does deliver. Now it's all on Hiko trying to get through the hole, and he actually wins that fight against Azza, which is very uncommon. Normally, if you crouch through there and there's someone waiting on the side, you are going to be dead. Hiko gonna have to respect the Molotov. He doesn't have enough health to challenge it.
All right, did I hear that right? Do we have a secret agent in the server right now? Or we had a secret agent? Is he 0 for...
He was 007 for a while.
Okay, he was 007.
Yeah,
he was a James Bond.
In this round, he was 010, but did make it out.
This is what I've actually heard of this in the past, right? As Nitro is going, or Hiko rather, is going to attempt to clutch this 1v2. Not a whole lot of HP, so it's not looking too hot for him. But I have heard this in the past that Azza personally has that kind of mental block where if he's beating an opponent, he will just dominate that opponent. But if he's lost to that opponent in recent times, he has this like mental block where he's like, he actually doesn't play up to his level. He seems to struggle versus opponents that he's lost to in recent times, right? So I'm wondering if he's still trying to, you know, figure out how to make that work, because obviously he showed us what he's capable of on Cobblestone yesterday versus Luminosity, where he was just going man for man with Cold.
Yeah.
But then the complete and utter, you know, opposite happened in the following maps, and it seems like we're seeing more of that today. He hasn't really found himself.
Finally around for Renegades, and they need more. I think that, I mean, the best case scenario right now is they win a couple of rounds in a row and force an eco on Liquid, and then maybe they could sort of end up at like a 10-5 scoreline, but this is really tough.
Look at ELEAGUE.
Yeah.
18-1-4 right now. I mean, yeah, sure, some of those have been anti-eco frags, right? But you know, that's a pretty solid scoreline. That's going to build some confidence. Now, well, Renegades with the bye round. See if they can actually chain something together here. 2 rounds on the board for Renegades, 9 for Liquid. And Renegades, they finally break the streak. Once again, going for that mid control. So this is clearly the game plan for Renegades, despite the fact that they've struggled a little bit so far at the beginning of the half getting mid control. They're clearly set on, we need to get this part of the map so that we can start looking for the splits onto the different sites. And the fact that you have a man lurking up in apartments right now, up in Palace, does make me think that they want to wind up on A.
Yeah, but I actually think once Renegades make it into Connector, which is where Azza's just thrown a grenade, I think actually Liquid don't handle it that well. They handle it better taking the fight right here in middle. Yeah. But once they start to run up the stairwell, it seems like Liquid just get a little bit confused. So if I was Renegades, I might try and push that more, but I would do it quickly. I would smoke the window, I would smoke Catwalk in towards the B-bomb side, and then I would try and play around with it like that. So yeah.
Look at the setup, though, for Adren and Kusta. If they have faith in their setup right now, if they believe this is the strat, they're going to go for a smoke execute. They're going to try and work their way out onto A. They're in such a brutal spot. This crossfire sort of setup. Kusta will bait them in, basically. He'll be the first line of contact, and then Adren is there to just completely blindside Renegades as they try and punish Kusta. Kusta misses that shot. He couldn't get better. Adren, what is that weapon switch? Adren, what are you doing?
I can't believe it. Nitro and Hiko are left. But you're right, that could have just cost him a valuable, even just half a second, where he could have got the instant kill on Sponge there. And I'm actually almost a bit shocked that no one from Renegades checked that corner, because it is that's such a dead giveaway. If you're holding there with the AWP, there must be someone else there with the rifle.
Show me Adren's perspective, please, when we come back into the freeze time. Was he swapping to a nade, or was he going for his knife to rifle? Because if he was going to his knife to rifle, I'm going to drop kick him after this map.
Just gotta do it. Oh god.
Incendiary. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. The timing wasn't off. But I mean, dude, you're already there with the rifle. He's shaking his head because he knows it. Because it's just like he wanted to get fancy with the incendiary. He wanted to, but you're just sitting there with the rifle. The whole point is put the crosshair on them and gun them down, because they're all going to be staring at Kusta.
Yeah, that's the core of the setup. The setup is obviously not... If the setup was, I take the shot, you throw the incendiary, then you just have the incendiary in his hand from the beginning, right? So it is a diversion from the original plan anyway, and it's not a good idea. So 9-3, and a double-up setup here for Liquid. I mean, again, heavy investment, which it could come back to haunt them a little bit. Renegades have a legitimate shot at getting back into this first half.
Now they've got a shot at it. You're right. 3 rounds on the board. Starting to feel it a little bit. Yam opening up. He takes out Nitro to begin. So they have an entry to work with now, or at least an initial frag on the map. That's going to force Liquid to start having to cover more ground with less players. Always tricky on that CT side. And Sponge goes straight into ladder room, looking for the fight with Hiko, but he loses the wallbang. And Hiko gets the follow-up on Astillo. Not good enough, Renegades. You really need to trade 1 for 1 in that situation.
That was a truly ludicrous fight just to take it through the scaffolding in there for no reason.
3 HP as well.
Oh god, well, they are only just 1 man up here, Liquid, and it's Hiko with very little HP, but this nice boost here from ELEAGUE. Actually, they do sort of see it coming there. Yam seems to be on point. But now that Azza has snuck his way into the window room, you could see the counter rotation coming out of Renegades. They know they have a lot of control. The only position they don't know about is where Kusta is. They don't. Yeah, they do actually have a smoke on JKS, so this is perfect. They can smoke out Kusta. Azza's covering the window. They can get the bomb down, and they have a very good shot of winning this round, as long as they don't drop anyone to Kusta. That's the one thing they can't control apart from the smoke.
This is why that CT smoke is always a gamble, because if Kusta's quick, he could get up on Toll Booth very rapidly. But yeah, okay, Yam's in position now to catch that out, and Kusta not quite spotting it, but it is still a 1 for 1.
But the bomb went down. That has to be the crucial thing here now. Are they going to try and challenge Azza? Adren is on the other side of that window where it's so dangerous to crouch through. Hiko going to be here, checking the corner with the Molotov in hand. It's now a 2-on-3, and that bomb has been ticking for a little while already. Hiko setting up a smoke so he can defuse inside it, and that's going to be a lot of pressure on Renegades if anyone passes through here. Azza with a good headshot. Yam looking for the kill with the AWP. Great teamwork coming out of the Australian team right now, and Hiko, he's just going to hold it in here. He's inside the smoke, but Azza going to make it work. And look, he's not been doing well in this game, but those 2 kills, they really matter. Those are... Oh, wow, we didn't see that on the camera. That is a mad shot from Yam.
And Hiko, man, he just owned them in ladder room. That was sick. But yeah, that Yam shot, what was that?
You know, this is something that I was covering in that Mirage video I did like 6 months ago or something. I've always wondered why people don't do that more, because
just the wall bang straight.
Yeah, because the bottom of that wall is exactly going to be a headshot. But it's such a risk, right? Because you do sort of reveal that you're there anyway, right? You're going to show that you're in that position, so you don't always just want to fire the AWP blindly. Still a very, very decent shot.
Scary little peek there as well from Hiko, jumping into it. Yam misses the flick. It wasn't fast enough this time, and yeah, he's going to try it again. He got lucky last round, so why not? Keep trying to go for the wall bang, see if he can catch somebody. So he's already taught Liquid, however, that is not a safe place to be. And so Hiko, he's taken into that account, obviously, with Nitro. They aren't really holding on the truck. In the meantime, Renegades, once again, focusing on mid, making sure that they get that mid control. And I like it. Liquid now are just starting to focus on the bomb sites themselves, although ELEAGUE is pushing into pit once again to get that information. That's really solid from ELEAGUE. He's getting so much info now, but JKS is still lying in wait. And it's ELEAGUE to win the duel.
Yeah, and even though he falls back, and obviously he could continue and sort of try and backstab even more people, this puts such a lot of doubt in Renegade's minds right now. How far is he pushed up? And they're just running in here. They know we have to go, because otherwise we're going to get shot in the back, and that doesn't necessarily work so well. Great sequence from Hiko. That's a quad kill for him, shutting it down. And could it be that we're going to see like a little bit of a smile, one of those classic Hiko smiles that we all love?
I'm watching. He's got a little bit of the grin going. For a second there, he had the grin. Now he's back to business. Hiko, business face. That's right. That's right. There it is.
Oh, man. He had to look up as well for him to see you doing that.
Well, we were all looking at him, right? So he probably got that out of the corner of his eye. But now it is the 15th round, last round of this first half, and Yam loses the duel. And this is definitely shaping up to be an 11-4 finish now for Liquid at the end of this first half. It's all on Renegades. They do recover the AWP, obviously. Sponge is going to be able to take that into the fight. But it's still Azza sitting on a Tech 9, so probably throwing himself in there, hoping to get some info for his teammates and let the rifles on Astillo and JKS go to work.
They're gonna do a real A execute here, and that's actually, right now would be the perfect timing. Only Adren is on the bomb side. Both ELEAGUE and Kuster are gonna get smoked off, so look how well timed this is from Renegades, but they still need to win the first fight, and they forgot one smoke, which means there's a huge gap right now in this offense, and I'm not sure if they had enough smokes for it. That's gonna cost them the round. There's supposed to be a second smoke. One lands at the top of the stairwell, and one lands on the main floor of the A bomb side. And if you don't get that second smoke in, then that's it. You can't do anything.
They are using an old variation of the strat, right? Because it's been phased out of the meta to smoke CT. Instead, you do, if you have two smokes, you block jungle and you block stairs, and then you focus on CT and on Shadow, where Dren was playing from. And so they kind of just, they left everything open, actually. They just smoked off top stairs and CT, and that just perfect crossfire. Team Liquid gonna jump on that, and we'll see if they jump on closing out this first map after the break.
Well, the second half is coming up here. It's Liquid and Renegades. First map of day 2 of ELEAGUE, and we have an 11-4 lead right now for Team Liquid. Surely similar. That means they're gonna make it.
Well, if we go off the stats and the Liquid collapse, I'm not feeling it too much right now. You know, I'm not sold until I see 16 rounds on the board for Liquid. I still think Renegades have a shot at it, especially now that Renegades swap over to the CT side. It's not a catastrophe like 12-3 or worse, you know, 13-2. 11-4, you still might stand a chance if you get that pistol round on the CT side.
You know who's determined to win this game for Liquid? It's gonna be ELEAGUE right now. Look at this nonsense. 21 kills in the first half of the game.
Yeah.
If you finish the map with this scoreline, you'd be like, that's a pretty good scoreline. You know, you're doing pretty well right now.
Dude, he is a monster. There's no doubt about it. Like, would be curious to see what the average damage is as well per round, just to see what kind of an impact he is having. But so far, he's looking real crisp. He's been hitting all of his shots. Some of those kills have been, you know, anti-eco sorts of situations, but he's also been getting the impact frags in the rifle rounds, and that's what matters. You get that healthy balance, and he's just so confident now. Whereas over on Renegade's side, it's really just JKS who seems to be hitting his shots, and the rest of them have been kind of quiet.
Yeah,
so
they had 4 out of 5 members have a dead cold start on Renegades, right? So now they got to come back into this, and the best way to do it is obviously to win the pistol round. That gives you some breathing space. You can actually do something, relax a little bit. Maybe some of your sort of less active members right now are going to get some kills in, and it can work out all right. 2 smokes being picked up here from Liquid means they're not just going to go for sort of a straight rush here. They're gonna get a real execute in, and right now the bomb is all the way back there, which is always a strong indication that they're just setting up, right? They're not going to execute anything just yet. Someone's going to pick up the bomb, so they're just waiting and seeing if Renegades have anything crazy in store for them.
I do believe Kusta spotted the man in underpass as well. And so that's a little bit of information there to work with for Liquid. The fact that, okay, Renegades, they have that presence in mid. They have committed some players there, and that's why... Let me see who is that. ELEAGUE is holding so passively at the top of mid. He's waiting for that push. Just because Kusta, he's like, wait, there's somebody at underpass. It means that they could go aggressive. They could try to rush you. And that's why ELEAGUE is kind of just shoulder peeking here. Doesn't want to be an easy target in case Renegades do decide to go ultra aggressive. I do like this consolidation here from Liquid. But now, I mean, 59 seconds left. Renegades, they'd have to be really crazy to hang around that long in mid without seeing anybody. And so Liquid are deciding it's time to go. Let's get the push going here.
Wow, and they're getting really far into the bomb site before they even meet anyone. Look at this, Hiko charging on through, but Sponge is there. Great headshot and a follow-up. Beautiful play here from the captain of Renegades, and now it will be a 3-on-4 right now, and Liquid, they weren't planning on this. They've got the bomb, but Kusta, he's sort of snuggling it in through the window room right now. This is a long trek to go, and they still don't have control of the bomb site. They don't even know it. Stilo has only now shown himself, so Liquid, they probably thought they had that. Now they're in a lot of trouble here. Kusta trying to take the fight for the Glock. Hiko sneaking through. Kusta going to be going down, and now it's a 1-on-3 here. He's got 18 seconds and not the bomb. My God, Renegades, this is a great round for them.
Yeah, and a great off angle there being held as well. So now he just can't really run up there for free. More time ticking off this clock. 8 seconds, 7 seconds. It's just, he doesn't care about the time anymore, Hiko, he said. So Renegades, they will pick up the pistol, but yeah, it's all off the Sponge right here. Just completely shutting down half of that push on short. That's where Liquid really wanted to throw the curveball if they wanted to try and sneak their way up onto B, hopefully catching somebody from Renegades rotating over towards A when those smokes went down. That's the whole point, is for Liquid to catch somebody out of position and capitalize on that. Sponge, though, came through big for his team there.
Captain Australia.
Captain Australia. And, okay, we won't go as far as I did yesterday, but, right, looks like he has an octopus on his head. We'll put it that way. His hair. Tentacles.
I see what you're doing. Let's see where this is going. I'm going to stop it right here. Oh, going to get the good kill on ELEAGUE. Kusta and Adren there. A couple of annoying refrags here for Renegades. They want to make it out of this round without really losing anyone else. And this is great for Liquid right now. 2 kills and a bomb plant, and they still have armor. Even an MP9 there on Adren. So they got to be careful and make sure they don't give up this round.
That's good enough, except that they need to communicate properly to each other. The fact that they were both watching that same angle there was a little bit worrisome, but now Adren holding the line. Pre-fire attempt comes through. Hiko's going to be able to pick up the one. Yam will roast Adren, and the pre-fire from Yam around the corner shuts down Hiko. Hiko with that Tech 9 as well. He's always so scary. So that was such a key shot coming in from Yam. Triple kill for him at the end of the round. Survives with 3 HP. But so long as Hiko is alive, there's a hope. There's a chance. And if he's in the close quarters on a B site like that with that Tech 9, he's got every shot of just winning that 1v2.
But I mean, he's actually catching up with JKS right now. Yam, he seems to be on point. He was winning some of the duels in the first half against Nitro as well. So right now they're both at 11 kills, and that's obviously very important here. So 11-6 right now.
I'm just very happy right now to be seeing JKS perform, at least. As yesterday he showed us something, but JKS, he's always been the key, the point man, I think, for Renegades. So for him to be hitting shots, that's a bit of a feel-good moment. Now they just need to lock down, continue with the defense here. 6 rounds on the board for Renegades, 11 for Liquid, and this is still an anti-eco situation. Liquid will be buying in the 19th round.
They're going to try and see if they get the bomb down, and the reason we know that is they have the 1 smoke on Hiko. So that's the sign to let someone run into the smoke and put that bomb down, and Hiko going to actually put it up towards CT spawn. So I'd almost rather they throw that smoke in front of the bomb site so that they can get a little bit further. I think that's going to be too far in. I don't think they will actually make it that far in this setup, but it's still a decent idea, and Nitro trying to see if he can lead it in. He is inside the smoke, and it works way better than it should have. Renegades, I think, being a little bit too scared with that kind of defense there, because they must have known as soon as they saw the smoke exactly what was coming down. They're going to win the round, no problem. They only lose Sponge, so it's not a big deal, but as soon as you see that smoke, you know exactly what's coming, right? So I think they should have been able to stop Nitro doing that. Really good job on Liquid, though. That's all you want from a round like that. Again, for anyone who is new to the game, even if you get the bomb down and you lose the round, just planting the bomb will secure everyone on that team an $800 bonus, and that could be plenty of money to buy. Even in this round, you can see it makes a difference.
It's 3 nades. 3 nades that you wouldn't have had otherwise if you were in a bit of a tight spot financially, right? Getting that bonus $800, it's 300 per HE, 200 per flash, 300 per smoke. Boom, you got 3 nades that you can use to work with in the next round. So that's really solid of them. And there's the flick from Kusta, but he's not going to connect on that shot. Aggressive hopping from him, hoping to catch somebody out there for Renegades, but he misses the opportunity. Adren, however, with the spray, and it's JKS who wins the duel naturally.
Well, that's got to be really important here, because if he dies early in that B-bomb side, it puts such a lot of pressure on Renegades. They're going to be a bit upset about that one. I mean, look at the Renegades economy. They've won the pistol, they've done everything. They don't have that big of a bank. Their equipment in this round, not even that great. We got the P90 in place, we got the Scout, the FAMAS. I mean, this is not sort of an overwhelming CT buy. I'm almost a bit shocked they haven't tried to upgrade a bit more. Maybe get Yam that AWP instead of the Scout.
They're skimping, definitely. But then at the same time, if they win this round, their economy is going to be just soaring. or they will be in a pretty good place. So
Yeah.
it is a little bit of a gamble on Renegade's side. Sometimes you have to cut corners, you have to take risks because they're still trailing behind 11-7. Liquid, pretty solid lead. As soon as Liquid win that one round, it can turn everything on its head here for Renegades. But so far, Renegades, again, that initial kill is forcing Liquid to run down this clock, and with 40 seconds left here for Liquid, things are about to get a little tricky here. They are no closer to getting onto a bomb site. 35 seconds. It should be wrapping around towards A. They have a man in mid to put some pressure, maybe hope to catch that man out in connector. And while they're now, they have to see if they can get the man in Palace in a position to catch somebody out here.
Oh, that's a bit of a missed Molotov. I'm very confused right now. This seems like indecision right now for Liquid. Going to be bouncing down here. Nitro going to lose the fight to Steelo, who actually picks up 2 with the P90. And at this point, it doesn't matter much what Kusa does. He's not going to be able to win the round. Instead, Sponge coming up with a good double kill of his own. And it's all good and well to leave it to sort of the last second if you want to do something, but you got to have like a real plan, and it didn't seem like Liquid really did. I think that they were just saying, if we win the fight at A with 20 seconds left, then Hiko's going to be good to have in middle.
Yeah.
But how do you do that? You know, you're playing a 4v5 already, and I don't know. That not enough of a plan, I think.
I like this. Now, the replay as well coming in from JKS. His perspective with that duel versus Adren and B Apartments at the start of the round. But we will now exactly get that solid buy coming in here for Renegades. They certainly picked up Yakusta's AWP, so yeah, he's going to be jumping for joy there. But everybody else with the rifles, full nades across the board. Liquid, they will actually have enough for 4 rifles, though. And it looks like this time around, it's going to be much more straightforward. Setting up for the straight B take. They want to just go crashing onto that site, move in as a unit, as a group. You can see them setting up for the smokes now. It's all about finding that gap, that window between the nades that will be coming in from Renegades.
Yeah, but Renegades don't actually have that many grenades. They don't have a Molotov or anything on the other side. This could be a really big problem right now. They don't even have an HE grenade to slow this down. This could be the perfect time for Liquid to do this. They're trying to see if they could go for it. Charging into the bomb site now, and a bit of a challenge there. JKS takes down 1 and 2. He keeps spraying, and he does some damage to a 3rd member as well. And now Azza's here with from us. Great crossfire being set up right now. And then JKS getting almost all the kills. It's going to be a quad for him at the end, surviving on 3 health. And Liquid should have had way more out of that. I can't understand how they didn't manage to get more in there.
That just made me a little sick to my stomach. It's like, and then they get bogged down, body blocking each other in the smoke as well. Blind. So Liquid, they're like, why aren't we getting out of the smoke? What's happening? We're stuck on the furniture. Somebody's just stopped moving. It all just falls apart for Liquid there. All off of the back of JKS getting 2 big kills and just applying so much pressure with that spray.
But the fact is, in that execute, there's supposed to be a smoke that lands on JKS so that he can't. It's hard to spray that angle if there's a smoke on you. You don't know where you're looking, right? So I'm really confused about that one. Liquid gone for no armor and a bunch of smokes here, just trying to see if they get another bomb plant in. But right now, Renegades are making it back. I hate to say it, but it's true. Nitro going to be charging through. That's a great jump. Great map control here from Nitro, just maneuvering that whole way through the smoke and half flashed as well. Can they get the bomb down? It seems like they're going to be successful, and they have traded kills for now.
They have been very good about getting the bomb plants in on these eco rounds. So Azza will be able to find that kill on Kusta. He's taking a little bit of damage, and Sponge getting caught out in the open. Might come back to hurt him a little bit, but just not going to happen here for Liquid. They get the bomb plant, so they get the money, but Renegades right now, their economy is just starting to boom. They've got so much money in the bank. Yam, at the end of this round, is already sitting, well, he ends it at 1,600. He was sitting on 1,280. So
16,000.
Yes, all right, 16,000. So, I mean, just rolling in cash now. This is as good as it gets for Renegades. They can just take risks, go for expensive buys if they want, because they have a huge bank to fall back on.
I mean, I know you're rich, Semler, but for us common folk, there's a difference between 16,000 and 1,600, I'm just saying.
It's all just, zeros. What, fun coupons? Is that it?
If I'm going to Vegas, win me that 16,000. 10-11 right now, and, the TSD is coming back. Moses is somewhere out in the green room right now watching, thinking, what have I done to myself? Why do I do this? Why?
And this is the thing, man. Mo, he gambles all the time. So, of course you're going to listen to Mo when he decides to change it up. He's going to go with the winning team. Mo does not lose money.
This is what I've heard and even seen, so I'm going to have to stick with Mo here. He's got that down to a T right now. But Liquid, this execute finally works. They get in there quick. The only thing is Justilo's in the back line here, and ELEAGUE not going to see it coming. He did almost get the flick in. That's a pretty quick little rotation there. But now it will be a 4 versus 5. And this retake, I mean, they are kind of boxed in, but it should still be a little bit tricky. There's a good shot coming through. Adren and Nitro getting a kill each.
going to work. Now life just got very difficult here for Renegades. Wallbang shot onto Adren with the follow-up with the rifle. So sick. Adren can't really do much about that, but there's still 3 players alive. Make that 2. Azza taking the fight to him. Kusta with the AWP up close is not long for this world. And Nitro, he's just hoping to pull him off the bomb, but it's not going to happen. Yam in the smoke, just stuck to defuse. And what do we say, Anders? What is it that we always say in those situations?
Pros just don't fake.
That was a big play, and finally that's actually causing Liquid to timeout. So timeout. They're calling for the tactical pause at this point. The timeout, they're allowed 1 per map.
I'm just checking. You saying timeout or tap out?
That's the thing. I was just like, not the shirt brand or anything either, or whatever it is. What is that thing, man? That, like the guys who walk around with the shirts and got like tap out on it. Is that like wrestling?
No.
Where's Thorn when you
MMA.
need him? Really?
How could you not
Jesus,
know that?
I don't know that.
How could you not know that? But I think it's become like a joke that like the people who generally wear them in public are people who sort of wish they were MMA fans.
Exactly, right.
Like if I put out a tap-out shirt,
negative.
it's not going to be that exciting. You're going to think, damn, great. And there's a bit of a fighter, It doesn't really work, Buying the shirt's not enough. I wish it was. It'd be amazing, but you got to actually do the work, right? But yes, that's an MMA thing.
Okay, thanks for clearing that up.
Yeah, we should watch more of that.
I mean, I do watch more of
yeah.
that, but I just don't follow any of the brands. I just follow the big fights. So maybe I should do my homework. My bad.
It's
super
entertaining.
Don't really care at all.
I think it's maybe when we're here in the States, we could go and watch a fight somewhere. That would be interesting.
Is there going to be a fight in Atlanta anytime soon?
I don't know if they. Look, I'm pretending to know a lot about it. I don't know a lot about it.
I'm just kind of like throwing you under the bus
I know, obviously, when we were in Vegas, there was one, but we had no time. So
yeah, that's right, for CES.
Tell me, how do Liquid look? This is what we were talking about. And you brought up Astralis as another sort of a European example of teams that go through this, where now Liquid have to stop themselves from going through the motions of losing this game, right? Like, 'cause they know that this is happening again, right? They feel it. They know, oh no, 16-14, I finish again and again and again. So something has to change here. And I'm wondering, there was the timeout is a good start, right? But how do they follow through?
Well, have you watched the series Billions?
I have not.
Pretty sick series. I highly recommend it, guys. Go watch. But there's that one scene where it's like, the little voice and the big voice. And you got the big voice, it's always telling you you're going to fail right now. And, that big voice right now is whispering at Liquid, it is inevitable. It is inevitable. You will choke. You will lose. And there's nobody here to commit give you the Heimlich maneuver. You're just going to roll around on the ground, and it's going to be a horrible thing. But, Liquid, they need to listen to the little voice right now that's telling them to kick ass and take names. And Renegades right now, Sponge is down, so this is Liquid's moment. They have the man advantage now in the round.
Yeah, very good defensive play from ELEAGUE. They're actually seeing it coming, that maybe Renegades would try and switch it up with a bit of offense in the middle, and he was right about that one. So a very good start, and they have a lot of equipment. Look at all these Molotovs as well. They could really make this one work. Set up right now for Renegades as well, spreading out 2 and B, 2 and A. That seems reasonable. We have 4 people left, but the sacrifice they're making here is mid control. And if Liquid realize that, then either one of the bomb sites is extremely vulnerable. It's so, especially A bomb site, but it's so hard to hold A when you're playing essentially a 2-on-5 in that bomb site, because backup's not going to be there anywhere in time. This mid control is so critical on Mirage.
Liquid are set up for it, so we'll see if they can actually capitalize. It seems like they want to wind up going towards B. They're going to get up on short. Do they have a smoke or anything to actually block off connector? They still have 2 smokes to work with here. And where is Azza's going to find a kill on ELEAGUE? That was actually from ladder room, though. Ustillo not going to be able to actually return that kill. That smoke goes down, blocking off connector. Kusta's there waiting for him. He's going to pick off that kill, but it's JKS alive on the site. And the man, he had such a huge impact in rounds previous to this one, so he's still alive. He's playing it perfectly. This is all he has to do. 15 seconds left. Liquid, they have so little time to work with, and JKS is still here.
Great rotation in from Yam as well. There's the bomb trying to be planted, but not going to happen with 8 seconds left. Hiko going to pick up the 1 kill. He has almost no time. He can't put down the bomb. They're simply run out. And Yam, he saw it coming as well. Just going to make his way out. Renegades, they're going to win the round. In spite of what looked like a really great start for Liquid, it was a great call. It was a really good call. Running into the bomb side, and again, using the fact that they had that mid control. But I gotta give it to Yam. His rotation into the window room was dead on. And he got the kill on the guy carrying the bomb coming in. So really great play on his part too.
And we have to point out as well, right? The players, they don't see the outlines, the yellow and the blue outlines of the players around it. They don't see that. So JKS, he's just going off of intuition, off of experience. Where would Hiko be planting the bomb? And he's shooting blind into that that smoke to deny it. Well, not Hiko, but to deny it, just shooting blind into the smoke. Really sick play from JKS to save the day there for Renegades. They're keeping their streak alive at this point. 12 rounds on the board for Renegades. And Azza, it's all on him, and point blank, he picks up one.
Oh, great shot from Yam there to follow up. I thought that would have been even more for Azza. JKS still in that position where he was doing a lot of work earlier, and they can't really deal with it just yet. Kusta going to be taking down Yustilo, so back in a 3-on-3. The bomb, though, is on Kusta there at the catwalk, so if he somehow goes down, they're going to have to go and retrieve the bomb, and it'll be a real mess, but that's a great shot. Pinpoint accuracy there. Kusta seems to be tuned in right now. JKS is going to be going down to Hiko as well, and Yam coming around the corner again. Those dreaded Molotovs, that's the bomb down. And again, just from trying to throw the Molotov, it's one of those things where you really got to wonder, Yam probably wanting to make the jump into the window room just to try and see if he could fake them out a little bit here, but 2v1, and it is heavily favoring Liquid right now.
Does he plant the bomb for short? Where does he plant the bomb now? Because he has to realize, oh no, he's planning for apartments. And Yam is coming right from apartments as well. This could all backfire. They're expecting him to have made that jump perhaps, or try and wrap around through kitchen. Yam, he's got the perfect drop on them. They're never going to realize. They're actually clearing out kitchen though. Okay, so the timing is working out here. Renegades, it's all on Yam, and it seems like Liquid have figured out that he might be coming from apartments. They're not showing themselves, and so Yam, no free kill for him. Point blank though with the AWP, and he still has a smoke. He still has an HE to work with here, and a couple more seconds before he really has to get onto this bomb. But there it is, the defuse and the bait, and Hiko's gonna be out in the open. And Yam, he's just looking for that shot, and it's not gonna happen. Hiko through the smoke will deny the defuse, and finally Liquid, they tie up the series at 12-12.
Wow, I mean, this is a really good no-scope, isn't it? Now, I do just want to find out a little technical detail there, because when Yam sort of throws that smoke in and then goes to look around the bomb site again, all he's hoping that the sound of the smoke popping is enough to force Hiko out immediately. So let's say Hiko had been on the left-hand side of that bomb site and he had gone for a bit of a look, and Yam gets the kill, he wins the round. So he's just using that as sort of a way to bait Hiko into peeking, right? And once that doesn't happen, and Hiko plays it well enough, I mean, once that doesn't happen, there's not a lot he can do. He knows that if he goes to sort of diffuse inside the smoke again, Hiko will get that kill almost every single time. So, yeah, he tried the best that he could. I think that was still a very good attempt there. ELEAGUE with a good long-range spray. Going to be taking down Azza, and we're tied at 12-12.
I'm really surprised. That looked like a really ugly, long spray battle. And Azza, he forced ELEAGUE out into the open with the incendiaries, so Azza should be winning that duel. A little bit of a mistake there that's going to cost Renegades in this round. They're down a man once again. And so Liquid, I mean, they've been very good about picking up these initial kills. Now, can they actually capitalize? Can they start chaining rounds together? Renegades, how's their economy looking right now? Man, they are scraping the bottom of the barrel as well, so it's not looking too good here for Renegades. If they lose this round, they'll be back on pistols unless Yam wants to get fancy and go for some kind of weird drop. Or the hero op, but...
And I mean, Renegades started this half winning 8 rounds in a row. Just a block of 8 rounds they won. And now Liquid are finally back into it, winning the first round here of the second half. They need to continue right now. It's a very tight game. Yustilo is in a good position, except for the fact that they have so many Molotovs. So this position, if they don't clear it out with a Molotov, I'll be just frankly a little bit upset. There's the Molotov running in. Yustilo is already dead. He just doesn't quite know it yet. He's going to come out. Oh, what? Yustilo, he picks up 2 kills. How is it even possible? Liquid, that's an unforgivable mistake. And now Sponge and JKS are going to be left 2 versus 3 here. They're going to get a bomb plant in as well here on the Liquid side. Nitro picking up a kill, and JKS going to be on his own. Never should that happen.
How much HP did he have? Like 20? He went from 0 to like 100 to 20, and then steps out and catches them off guard. JKS, he's gone for the AK, but yeah, it seems like given the economic situation, he's not really thinking too hard about retaking. He wants to save that AWP.
When we look at the replay, and we definitely will, notice how the whole round was on Yustilo as well. There's no one else that could have taken over. If he goes down, then the bomb side is lost, and I would say 85% of the time Liquid straight win the round. Yep. Oh, sorry, Renegades straight win the round, but this was mad, wasn't it?
This is unreal. Yeah, I hope that we get it again. A little bit of pause, you know, at least contemplating life. But yeah, there it is. I mean, he just steps out wide into the open. Hiko was not in position to actually stop him from just wrecking his teammates.
Yeah,
well, there's a Stillo on your screen.
Liquid end up winning the round regardless, but that is the sort of, I mean, this is the sort of mistake that I think will really often, this is where Liquid start to make those mistakes, right? They throw the Molotov, which is good, then they forget about the fact that someone could still be there, and they lose 2 players. If you do this and you're playing Luminosity, or you're playing Cloud9, or you're playing just, you know, a little bit of a higher tier team, this is going to backfire horribly. That can't be allowed. they did win the round. And as we were pointing out, Renegades, they don't quite have the money. So Yam, AWP in hand, but not really anything else on this team. And he's sneaking up as well, looking for the shot, and it's going to pay off. Dren going down, they could even maybe pick up that rifle, and they will. They will,
yep. And JKS actually has Kevlar, so I'd like to see it get handed over to him so that he can actually take a little bit of a fight, have that impact. Nitro, however, is taking advantage of this to get up into connector. So they are looking to split onto A here, Liquid, but there are two players waiting in pit. Out in the open, Astillo's going to find the headshot on Nitro, and Hiko not able to follow it up. ELEAGUE instead is going to step in, and Hiko catches out Astillo. But now, yes, the rotation has come through from that B site. Yam in CT with the AWP, and they're trying to get fancy. Yeah, they're trying to get fancy and go for the boost.
It's such a good boost. Like it's way underused. So I kind of wish they would stick to it, but they're just giving up on it for the moment here. 2-on-3 right now. Yam looking for the angle in there. They're going to have JKS jump and then Yam take the shot. Just great teamwork coming out here from the Australian side. Booster now in a 1-on-3, trying for the spray on the corner. He's got the help. He's going to pick up the one, and they're going to try and go for it. Yam will pick up the 4th kill of the round for himself on 1 AWP. They win this round, and Liquid, they know it. They know what just happened. They don't have the money right now, at least not on 2 of their players. The other 3 could maybe force something up here, but I don't know what to say. I'm looking at Moses right now from my desk, and I see what looks like a forced smile.
It's actually not a smile, it's a grimace. You know, he's wincing in pain. He's like, yes, Liquid.
Like, Jesus.
Someday. But tied up once again here, 13-13. And this is just a back and forth battle by Renegades. They've really come alive on the CT side. It was not a very strong first half for them whatsoever. And so for them to be back here in this situation and taking the fight to them and losing that fight initially, at least, Sponge is there to trade frag, but Azza not able to get that first kill. So an even situation now between the two teams, and JKS, he's going to get here just in the nick of time to put down that incendiary. Maybe pop a few heads? No, yes, maybe not. And it's just not meant to be.
JKS, a lot of targets here, and they're all peeking at once, so that's going to be a little bit tricky there. Nitro with a stunning shot, taking down Sponge, and Liquid are bringing it back in a round that they shouldn't even have been close to winning, but just the speed, catching Renegades off guard, and some really good entries there, and suddenly it turns back in favor of the North American team here. He's still going to pick up an AWP and just make a run for it, but I think Hiko's hearing it. Yeah, he's going to try and see if they could get that away. And for very good reason, Semler. They don't want them to live with an AWP because they just lost a round to a single one. So,
but there's 8,300 on Yam, 3,600 on JKS, and then below 1,000 for the remaining 3. But because of that 8,300 on Yam, if they can save this up, there might be something possible here for Renegades. They might be in a kind of like force buy situation.
Well, Renegades yesterday did actually, in this particular scenario, they elected to try and fight for overtime rather than try and win. So I'm wondering if they'll replicate that mentality. I mean, Yam does have 9,700 at the beginning of this round, so they're just going to go for it. That's not even a question. There's Moses wondering.
Oh, yeah.
I hope you're feeling good, Moses, right now.
It's heartbreaking, isn't it?
Well,
okay then.
I'm not sure. They are bringing it back, obviously. 14-13 right now. We're in the 28th round, and we're going to get a chance here to see if Liquid can finally follow through on this, or if it's going to end up like it has so many times before. Yam, he's been hitting a lot of shots with this AWP, and he's in the middle looking for a bit of a challenge there. Smoke right now preventing the fight, but Kusta is on the other side. If they lose this round, Liquid, then it could all go south. They don't have a lot of money. Sponge sneaking in, picking up a kill on Nitro. It's a very good start.
Oh, that's the perfect start now. This is going to put a little bit of wind beneath Renegade's wings. They're desperately flapping, trying to stay up in the air here. And while Renegades now, it's all about just falling back and making sure that Liquid can't trade that kill. Bring it back to a 4-on-4. ELEAGUE, he's looking, as you guys can see, working his way up into connector, hoping to be able to catch out Sponge. If Sponge was playing greedy, tried to hold close, ELEAGUE is looking to punish that. The Renegades are doing a very good job right now of holding off. Sponge will be going for the peek, and he drops the bomb carrier. Ustillo from Shadow will find Kusta. And now the 3-man advantage, soon to be 4. Yeah, there it is. JKS with the wrap will take out ELEAGUE, and it's all on Hiko now. 1v5. Renegades, they're here to end all of your hopes and dreams this time around.
14-14 as we go into the 29th round. Renegades hardly losing anybody. It was only the end that Hiko got that shot in. And they had very, very bad equipment, almost no equipment at all. Liquid on the other team here, they are going to go for the force-up, and you can't blame them for that. It won't be a perfect buy in this round, but enough that they can probably win the round anyway. I don't know what to say, Semler.
What I'm thinking is right now, backs to the wall, and Liquid, it's nothing. It's a nightmare. This is nightmare fuel for them, man. Like we were saying, right? You know, Hiko tossing and turning.
Yeah, this is where they do some of their worst work. It's just not good, is it?
No, it's really hard to actually, you know. This is just that painful moment where they're going to have to somehow overcome this, and we'll all be watching. Obviously, we'll all be following to see if Liquid, you know, will be able to eventually make their way back. But for now, right now, they're in a bit of a dark place. And hopefully, Peacemaker will show up with some gasoline and a torch, you know, show them the way out of the cave.
Oh, I was going to take that a different direction.
Yeah, I know. Well, you know, obviously, room on fire, right? We would have lit them all on fire, and then, you know, there you go, right? But
hide a new team.
Show them the light.
It's brutal here. I mean, if they can make it out, you've got to maybe take this away. If they can prevent this from happening again, maybe they'll have found the answer, you know? There's like a chance for redemption here. They could make it back somehow. We have got 50 seconds left, and Liquid have not really moved an inch in the last 20 or so seconds. They are really expecting Renegades to go somewhere, but Renegades on the other side are just standing dead still. So obviously we're looking for, at least for now, what looks like a B push here with Hiko controlling the middle. Adren going to be looking for the early frag right now, but I mean, Renegades win this round, I don't know what will happen. They're already got to a good start here. Adren spotting the guy in the corner, and that's a really nice bit of information there. But JKS getting 2 kills. Kusta with a refrag. Yam is there, and JKS almost with the triple. Now a 2-on-3.
Man, and is this actually happening? Nitro's got the angle now to watch his teammates back as the plant happens. Kusta. This is basically the safe plant trying to play for Nitro. He's going to make the leap across, and now they actually have some room to work with here. With that smoke down, Nitro's making good use of that space. He's going to be able to catch Sponge looking the wrong way. He needs to get the follow-up, though, and it's just not going to happen. Renegades, they're up on map point. They've got more than enough time to defuse, and that was a great retake on their part. Sure, Sponge dies, but that just gives them the info on the setup that Liquid are trying to hold that bomb site with. Nice work from Yam there to catch out Hiko as well. If Hiko could play from short, that would have changed a lot.
I cannot believe what we're watching here. This seems scripted, doesn't it? I think Mo was bringing that point as well. It can't even be real, can it? 30th round is coming up, ladies and gentlemen, and it is only the first game of day 2 of ELEAGUE here, but Liquid just staying true to their core and making sure they bring us all the way, but then just fall flat at the end, you know? It's a good recipe for excitement, but also it must be absolutely soul-destroying at the end of every match that it has to end up like this.
That's the thing, right? Is that Renegades, you know, Renegades just like, yes, this comeback, but it's, I mean, there's almost an equal part of just like Liquid. How are you not able to close out these games right now? You get a fantastic scoreline at the first half, and then it all just slips through your fingers like sand. Or tears, basically your fans' tears, you know? Just
maybe they're actually just a very generous team and they just don't like to see the other team lose. I don't know what's going on at this point in time.
Hiko does not look like he likes sharing, dude. So, I mean, I don't know.
This is very true indeed. We do have 4 Molotovs right now on the Renegades side, and they're not really shooting that many of the grenades. I mean, the previous round, Liquid were very slow, so I could understand if Renegades are not going to be too quick with throwing out too many sort of grenades to try and buy time, right? Rather wait to see what's coming. And it looks like it'll be classic execute again here. They do have a couple of smokes, not as many as they'd like. And again, there could easily be a gap. Sponge is in that same position. They have the Molotov similar. If this happens again, if they Molotov Sponge and forget about it, I'm going to lose my mind.
Oh, it just might happen. Nitro, he's in position to check. He needs to make that play. Sponge will trade 1 for 1, though, so that is fine. But Azza back in the site. Ostillo gets overwhelmed. Azza still in this fight. He actually goes charging in. It's Yam instead to drop the kill. And it's all over the place. But when the dust settles, it's a 2-on-2. And now they actually have time to get that bomb plant. 22 seconds left. Hiko not in position to watch CT, and the deny comes through. Azza, this man, he's just doing so much work. He's come alive in the last round when it's all on the line here for Renegades, and it's all on Hiko now to clutch it. 10 seconds, and they are giving him nothing to work with. He doesn't have a smoke to block off any of these angles either, so he's going to have to stick it. And JKS with the punish. 16-14 win for Renegades over Liquid. And, well, this is reality. It's not a nightmare. They're trying to pinch themselves to come back awake here, man, but...
Yeah, but there has to be a parallel universe somewhere where there's a Liquid team that always wins 16-14. It's just not this one. I don't know what to say. Absolutely unreal. Well, and obviously, at this point,
Hiko just looks disgusted right now, man.
Well, what else? What other kind of emotion would you bring out at this point in time? again, we've seen other teams do this, where every time they push it to the limit, and then the same sort of scenario replays again and again.
What are they doing? They're doing that dance, right? You know, where it's like tap 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 tap, like with the feet, really fast, like 80s style dance. Push it to the limit, and then Liquid, you think, yes, they got it, and then somebody trips and knocks over the whole line of dancers, and it all falls apart.
I cannot believe it. There we see the Liquid collapse, and we'll have a real breakdown of that right after this break.
Well, there you have it. It turns out that Team Liquid are stuck in a recurring nightmare. It just keeps happening. They're ahead against Renegades. They're playing well against Renegades. You think, okay, they've had time to reset overnight. It's going to be good. But no, it just doesn't happen for them. And they somehow conspire to lose and collapse again. 16-14.
This is
there it is.
For TV. It's made for TV. I feel like this is all rigged at this point.
You know,
Mo and I are just, these last rounds are just looking at each other like, how is this? We're just laughing. How is this possible?
We highlighted before. This is the kind of thing they were famous for. They proved it again today. They've already done it in E-League. I mean, and again, it just seems so crazy. You're 9-4 up. I mean, keep in mind, they go to 11-4 at halftime. 11-4. That is a substantial lead on a map like Mirage.
Here's why I think this meltdown is even worse than the others, okay? Because in all the other meltdowns, they lost to a far superior team. They were the underdogs going in. They were in position to win, but then the better team came out and won. Renegades
so
is not
you're actually saying Renegades
team.
are the better team overall?
No, I'm saying this is a difference here. Renegades are not like a top-tier world team that could do this normally. So they're just losing to a team now that just happens to just, you know, go on a roll and start winning.
Which suggests the mistakes are coming
they're
from
getting
within.
worse. Yeah.
It's just this team, when they have these leads, when they get towards the end of this game, they get so, they become just so unconfident. There's no aggression coming out of them. Some of these rounds, one of the rounds they lose, it's that single op and it's 4 pistols, and they use the Yam who gets 4 kills with the op. The next time they lose a round like that, it's Sponge. All 4 of his teammates have rifles. He's got a CZ. He gets 2 kills and like 80 damage onto a third player.
Yep.
How is this happening? Like, how is there just no aggression whatsoever? No one wants to make the mistake that costs them a round, and because of that kind of thought process, they all of them make the mistake.
And look how focused Renegades were. I mean, Sponge left hanging there. These people, they were just in the zone, each and every
Denied.
player. And, yeah,
That's what's happening right now.
Welcome a DE E-Night. But we had Yam. He had just a great performance again. I think he got something like 25 kills. Really stood out. We talked about how important he is to the team's successes.
Yeah, I mean, this is, and also with the AWP as well, you could see some of the aggressive rounds he had with it. That's kind of the kind of style he likes to bring. He likes to get aggressive into choke points. And on Mirage, we saw a couple times pushing into the upper B with the AWP. He's able to get that pick onto a Dren. This was just a dirty shot. Like, how are you going to do that? But just holding the post plant as well. I mean, he just did such a good job in this entire match.
I mean, this was I mean, that no scope is absolutely ridiculous.
And he almost won that.
I'm glad we see him laugh there, because those are the kills.
Yeah,
yeah. All right, I'll take it.
I did say I thought Yam was a top 5 NA op, and I was laughed at earlier. I'm glad that he showed this second half how he was.
You must be used to that by now, bro.
Of course. I will say I'm top 5. I'm in the top 10, I assume, still. But the fact that he had such a rough first half and then was able to just completely ignore it and come into the second half like a whole new game, the whole team should be commended for that.
You know who did that as well? Was ELEAGUE. He had 21 kills in the first half.
He did the complete opposite.
In the first like 6 rounds or 7 rounds of the second half, he only got 1 kill, I think it was, 1 or 2 maybe.
No, and then he ended, I think, at the end maybe like 4 more or something like that. But that's, but he already did his job, I think, like in the beginning. The whole team needs at this point. I don't even want to blame one person for this. The whole team, the core of the team.
Let's just talk a little bit more about Liquid, because one of the things you wanted to do with ELEAGUE was showcase esports to a broader audience. And I guess New York Knicks fans are thinking, hey, let's choose Team Liquid. This works for me. They choke when it matters consistently.
Yeah, they had the 90s.
So yeah, I don't know. Is this really something that's going to tear this team apart now?
At this point, I honestly think it's the core is the problem, and they need to go their separate ways. And that's saying a lot. I understand they're very talented players, but I feel like this core will not work anymore because they have all this bad memories. Their mentality will never work because they'll look to their left and right and say, well, we've been here before and we've lost multiple times. They need new faces around them. They need new styles. They need new everything.
Well, a lot of people were theorizing, Moses, that the in-game leader handover had already happened, that Peacemaker, the coach, was making these calls for them. But again, I saw Adrian seem to be doing, I don't know if it was audibles or... But he seemed to be calling on the fly, and I don't know, again, is this, do we need to give them time? Do we need Peacemaker to step in?
I mean, I don't think you give him time if Adren's the one actually calling, because you gave him time before the major. This was the thing. This is why that bringing him back was so critical, and that was even before we knew he was going to be in-game leading for him again. But that's a role that just doesn't seem to suit him. He can't contribute individually if he's in-game leading. So I just say you brought in this coach, and by all rumors I've heard, the reason why part of the reason him and Tempo Storm parted ways because he wanted to be the 100% in-game leader. You just hand him those reins, and it's only been a couple of weeks with him, but you say go with it.
And the stormy weather on the horizon.
The coach isn't going to teach them to be aggressive and give them that, the feeling they need to close this out. He can't do that. They need, as players, to just show up when it matters. Everyone needs to step up, and it's not the coach that can help them there. Like he said, like the second half looked like a completely different team. That's not because of strategies per se. Yeah, they looked a little rough. They didn't know what they were doing a little bit of the time. That's strategy there. But then there were rounds where they were up in numbers again, and they managed to lose. And one of them, with the 2 rounds, they had the defuses happen to them when they shouldn't have.
Now, we're already talking about the future of Team Liquid. Of course, there's still a series to go here. They're 1 map down. They can still tie it up. I mean, it's already bad for them. They needed a 2-0 Renegades to have any chance of not finishing 4th, I believe. So what happens on Train? Because it's not like Renegades have proven they're world beaters on that particular map.
No, but actually, I mean, they are, in my opinion, from just watching them, at least against North American teams. I wouldn't go against, some of the best teams in the world, but against North American teams, this is a map that Renegades is very competent on. They're still dangerous on this map. They do like to play it in leagues against North American teams, so they're going to come into this feeling confident. And the big thing you got to worry about now is any team that plays Liquid, like, there's no psychological warfare there, right? There's no mindset that, like, these teams are always going to be like, who cares what the first half score is? Like, we can always come back.
Exactly. And that gives the other team a lot of confidence that they shouldn't have, really. Like, you're down 11-4. You should be like, wow, I don't know if we can come back from this. With this team, you're down 11-4. You're like, wow. We have a lot of room to work with here.
Now we've got them where we want them. We've got them exactly where we want them. They've got a healthy lead.
12-3, it's like, okay, cool, let's go for that. And it's crazy that that's an option now.
Well, here's the standings. Confirmation what I'm talking about. 0-5 for Team Liquid at the bottom there. It's
They go
unbelievable.
0-6. That's
We
crazy.
thought-
Yeah,
we
it's
thought these
unbelievable.
Bottom three teams would be like a
Unbelievable.
brawl. We thought it was going to be a battle throughout.
Yeah,
this
and a lot of people, Cloud9, they went under the radar. You see them there in second place. Luminosity, I think we expected them to top out, but
Yeah, we all did, but in between, like, no one expected Liquid to have 0 wins this far into the tournament, to be honest.
yeah.
It's not the results, it's the fashion that we're getting them, which is a little bit surprising, I think.
So back to Train. This is a map that Renegades have played a lot. They like to play this map. They picked this map. But as we said yesterday, they don't have a map pool. They have a map puddle. It's very, very shallow. Can they win out on this against Team Liquid?
Yes, I
Why
believe they
not?
can. I think on.
Oh,
they have-
you changed your tune real fast over
Listen,
here.
it's
You can't flip-flop, Moses.
there's only so many times my heart can shatter, right?
Yeah, but I thought the bald eagle was a symbol
I
of
can't keep putting it back
loyalty and
together.
dedication.
Listen,
all
I'm
great
looking
things
for some
about
loyalty
America.
from some of these teams. If I'm going to keep predicting them to win,
Yeah.
someone's got to show me some love.
It
here.
might be you. It honestly might be you. So at
Yeah, I
this
should
point,
just-
you know, we can flip-flop or whatever, but I'm saying I feel like Renegades is better on this map. I know we saw 16-0, but Moses is right. They felt more comfortable on this map before. They showed that they can play it, especially against North American teams. We saw that how they do it against world tier teams. I would still give the edge to Renegades here, even now seeing even with like a 12-3 half for Liquid apparently.
Yeah.
I think,
Just final thoughts?
I mean, I really do think that there's a decent chance that Liquid can take this map. I just don't think there's any reasonable way to predict them to win it. Just because we've seen them collapse so often, there's nothing that makes you think that they can actually close out these matches right at the moment. So.
All right, well, thanks a lot, gentlemen. Let's go to a break. When we come back, we're going to bring you all of the action. We'll see you real soon. Now, we know you're enjoying watching this at home, but if you want to see ELEAGUE live, we've made additional tickets. We've just put them out there, just been released. So much interest around this. 3 weeks of gameplay, and you can go to e-league.com/attendee. You go there, and you'll be able to get your tickets. And we're looking forward to seeing you in this awesome studio. Right, gentlemen. We haven't got long. They're hot to trot, so I want to get straight into some predictions. I know we talked about a little bit briefly before the break. I know no one's going to back Team Liquid right now, so I almost feel this is a completely superfluous segment. But let's go through the
worst
motions
part is
anyway.
like my heart is like still being like, just do it, just go for it.
Just follow your heart, man.
Yeah, because that's working out for you. I think the worst thing is that this guy, like, he's there. He looks like he's the professor. You know what I mean? He's got the whole egghead thing going on, and then it just comes to like, I just make these emotive
Professor
decisions from the heart. There's absolutely
Look at
no
yourself, Rich.
statistical analysis. Yeah, I look like you've been sleeping homeless for a while. Yeah, I get it. But at least I'm getting my predictions right. So
You've thrown out a prediction yet? I
get them right.
He
I'm
lives
not
through
making
me.
any.
Yeah, right.
He lives through me because we look kind of alike.
Yeah,
so we're
exactly.
just going
Hey,
for
I'm the
that.
halfway house. Like, I think, you know, it's like that. It's like the film. It's like the film The Fly. You know when he goes through the pod and he gets combined? I think I'm what comes out the
You're
end.
both of us. Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So anyway, predictions.
I'm giving this one to Renegades just because, like I said, I feel like they're going to be even better on this team, and they have something to prove now because they just got 16-0'd. So we said it could only go up from here for them. So I'm sticking with Renegades for this one as well.
God bless. Let's go with Liquid.
Yeah. So
One more time, one for the road.
But give me some rough ideas in terms of scoreline, how close this is going to be.
Let's just go with 16-14 because you know there's going to be some kind of a comeback no matter what happens.
No matter what happens, we could beat it at 16-14. One team will win.
All right, then. Well,
God
look,
bless.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll see if we can bring our casters in. Billy Vanders and Semler are ready. Drew, you got any thoughts about this one? You strapped in?
I mean, I personally admire Moses' dedication to failure. I think it's impressive.
Yeah, coming from a Danishman, that's a...
Yeah. Okay, well, look, boys, let's do the map fly through, and then we're going to get these guys live. So take it away, Anders and Semler.
Well, thank you very much. And yes, we are going to be live here with Train and Liquid and Renegades. The second map here, Semler. You want to risk it? You want Liquid?
I can get behind Moses. I think that's some sound reasoning. You know, this will end 16-14. One way or the other.
Oh, all right. So a little bit on the fence. All right.
No, I'm going to side with Renegades. I still think that Renegades are going to be able to carry this through right now. Liquid, it seems like they have this inbuilt mechanism now to slow down when it gets to high-pressure situations. And if they give Renegades the opportunity to just shut them out again, it's going to be real tough. But they are starting on the CT side. Still a CT-sided map, Train. So it's up to Renegades now to turn things around.
And look how quick they are. Yustilo and Asa already out in the courtyard. This is very unusual. And you can see Kusta's not even thinking about it. He's not thinking about the idea that there could be two people right next to him, in fact. And that is actually, this is just brilliant play from Renegades already. They're doing a very good job. Flashbang in to move them even further up here. And now they realize, and is it going to be too late? Yustilo picking up one. Great job from Kusta, getting that follow-up frag. And JKS going to try and sneak in. But Kusta, he is on point. He finally gets taken out. But that's a great double kill, leaving it in a 2-on-3 with no bomb plant here.
And no smoke left. So they really needed that smoke. They needed to be able to push onto the site and get that bomb plant behind it. But now there's a man up in Sniper, up in heaven. That's ELEAGUE. He's going to be watching over any potential nades that come through. Adren already rotated over towards the B site as well to keep an eye there. Because there is enough time here for Renegades to rotate over. They don't fully have to commit to the A site. They could try and make a play for B. But, yeah, it's
I don't understand why they're not why they're letting Hiko stay here. ELEAGUE has got full control of that bomb site. Just put him closer to connector with Adren right now.
Hiko is just holding the back line. I mean, he can rotate over quickly through CT. And it seems like that's the idea now. He's kind of dancing in between the two. Sponge and Yam trying to make up their minds now. When are they going to actually try and make this push? And there we go. They fully commit. Big leap out into the open. And, well, they do actually get that bomb planted. So there's a small success, but they have to take the fight to Liquid now. If they stay posted up on the site, they will eventually get crushed.
That's a lot of damage to Sponge, though. Adren, I mean, he didn't try to cover the bomb side well, but he got the damage into Sponge. And that grenade just going to dunk him out of the round. Yam now alone with a Glock, but they don't have any smokes to block him off. And that's a critical thing to have at the end of a round like this one. Yam trying to see if he can get the peek in here. Spots out one. Person takes a long fight, goes for the actual peek. They don't have a kit picked up. Oh, no. Adren went down with that somewhere in the back line. So now Yam going to finally get the shot in, but ELEAGUE, does he have enough time here?
Oh, it's going to be cutting it real close if he does.
I think he might barely have it. No! Oh no! ELEAGUE.
Where was the kit? Hiko, oh, it was all the way at the back of the ramp? All the way at the back of the site?
No, Adren had it and he went down to Yam. That was the whole point. That is one critical moment. If they'd had the kit, if anybody else had it, or if they could have run back and picked it up, that would have been it.
They don't look like they believe it themselves. They're like, ah. Well, now we cheer, right?
Oh, God. Yeah, these are the small details that really matter, and it's so unpredictable, isn't it? Because it looked good, you know, like really good. Adren did a lot of damage to Sponge, and then the grenade, and then it was 1-on-3. But then the fact that the kit died so far back, that made the round. Now charging into the A courtyard here, and you're still just going to lead with the the P90, but some great grenades coming out, in fact, from Liquid, getting 2 kills already, and a third one being picked up from Renegades here. Now just down to Kuster and ELEAGUE.
Oh, that AG right on. No, it actually clips the box. So Kuster lives to fight another day. Gonna wait for the smoke to clear perhaps, or he might try and cheat his way through it. He is kind of on the edge of it, trying to make up his mind right now. But ELEAGUE is alive with the scout at the back line. He's just looking for a target, but all Renegades have to do is sit and wait at this point. Azza's in a great spot to deal with ELEAGUE when he comes around that corner, or rather Kuster, obviously. And, well, I guess he's looking the wrong way. So, unfortunately for him, now Kuster has a scout.
Scout, but again, no kit currently picked up on them, so I think ELEAGUE just looking for exit frags right now, hoping to do a little bit more damage. Maybe the bomb could take someone with him. Not hitting that shot on Yam for some reason, but that's a double shot that hit both players. And Yam, I don't think he can make it out of this bomb. He's definitely going to go up with it. So ELEAGUE, he still lives with the rifle, and that's a really good job. I mean, they lose the round, but they do a lot of damage to Renegades.
What a terrible round from Renegades, to be frank. That's just bad luck. That,
yeah.
You know, they line up together. But they're still challenging ELEAGUE when all ELEAGUE is looking to do at that point is do economic damage. All of the AKs get dropped, so they have to rebuy all of those guns this round, Renegades, and they aren't messing around. This time they go 4 rifles. They're thinking about the next round, and I think we might see a slower pace from Renegades just to make it sure that they aren't going to throw away any of these guns like in the last one, because, yeah, that last round was definitely ugly. That's not the kind of clean play that Renegades need.
Good run in there from Ustilo, no fear at all. Just going to take that peek early on. They know that there's a scout somewhere, but I don't think, as you can kind of tell, that's not going to slow them down right now. And honestly, the pace that they're putting into this A bomb sign, that's going to present a real challenge for Liquid later on, because they're going to get a little bit paranoid about this happening, which means they're going to be tempted to use a lot of grenades early on, especially in the upcoming 4th round. They won't have that many grenades, because they use all of them early on, and Renegades just play the round slow, which I'm actually anticipating they will. Then there's a real good chance that Liquid could sort of cheat themselves out of having any grenades once you pass the minute mark. So just wait and see if they're going to sort of be pressured by the early rush tendencies of Renegades here. You see what they have is 1 Molotov, 2 HE grenades, and 4 smokes, sorry. And how many of them are going to be put into the A opening there at or the T side? We'll see.
Yeah, it's kind of cutting it close. They need to keep that in mind, though, Liquid. I mean, they are veterans after all, so they should not be really caving on that. But 1 smoke has already been used there by Adren, and it's just fast push once again here from Renegades. They are not wasting any time. This is clearly the game plan. Get Sponge out from A main early to see if he can't find somebody out of position. He's got that Mac-10, and Ustilo in the meantime. Brown hauls towards the B side. He picks off Kuster, so it's all on Hiko, and he gets them to line up. And with the help of Adren, they pick up 2 kills. But then through the smoke, JKS sprays both down.
I need to see that second kill on Adren, because I have a sneaky suspicion it's going to be slightly mind-blowing. I don't know how he transferred that spray on there. That looked ridiculous. Now, ELEAGUE going to be up here on the train, trying to see if he can maybe get a shot on JKS. 2 on 3 for the retake here, and even worse, Yam has a Molotov, and they don't have a smoke to cancel it with. So this is not going to work out very well. Yam, in fact, maybe a little bit too confident there. Going to go and peek, not really necessary. Nitro picking up a second shot there, but Sponge still up there with the AWP, and Nitro going to try and make his way out. Not sure if Sponge, yeah, he's going to let him walk away from this one. Nitro hoping for an exit, but great round for Renegades.
Oh, interesting. Sponge, you're a bit close to the bomb.
He'll be alright.
He should live. No, never mind. He ran right back into the perimeter.
Yeah, he could have, I'm quite sure he could have stayed in the corner and he would have lived.
Well, that's unfortunate. Another expensive round for Renegades, but I suppose as far as Renegades are concerned right now, they've got 4 rounds on the board, T-side train. It's the perfect start for them. Liquid are under pressure, so it's just like, okay, whatever. We're cutting it close, boys. It's not exactly very clean, but we're getting the rounds, and that's what matters at this point, because this is just going to increase that pressure on Liquid. And so Liquid, they hold on to the 1 gun. That's Nitro. He did some good work towards the end of that round, so we'll see if he can carry that over into this round. As we've seen in the past, I mean, Yam on Mirage with that AWP he saved the round for Renegades. Can Liquid do the same here with that single M4?
Hiko close range here with the CSAT 75. This is a great position to use a pistol like this, and we've seen it in the past do a lot of damage, but he has to find the right opening, and Yam not giving it to him. If he'd got the shot on Yam, he could have probably followed up with a kill on the guy trying to put the bomb down, but instead, it's a bit brutal in this round, Semler.
Slaughter comes to mind. That was, yeah, JKS, man, his spray with the AK is on point. We saw him doing good work on Mirage as well. Glad to see that he's maintaining that level moving forward. Anti-eco frag, sure, but in the last round, he's the one who actually did a lot of damage to Liquid at Connector. So good to see that he continues to hit shots, but it's a 5-0 lead now for Renegades. And that's actually a pretty sizable lead on T-side Train. That's very good work. They have so much room now to you know, obviously they could make some mistakes, allow Liquid to pick up some rounds, but anything on top of this is just gravy for Renegades, so they've got to be feeling good. Nitro, however, going to start things off by picking off Sponge, and look at this aggressive position from Kusta. This is some JW kind of style, right up in Pop Dog, waiting for somebody to peek.
I mean, at this point, you just kind of have to try something, right? You need some confidence to get back in a game like this, and taking an early shot like that could definitely be it. A good trade early on here, slightly favoring Renegades, and they are going to try and see if they can make it down. There's only one guy spotting here at the bomb site, but sneaking up from behind now. Kusta's trying to flank this push with an AWP, and that is bordering on madness. If he misses a shot, then he's probably going to be out of the round, and they might actually lose the round. He's sneaking in, and Yam is there. You still are picking up a kill on Hiko, and it's down to Adren and ELEAGUE here, 2 on 4.
And this round is over pretty much. ELEAGUE hoping to get lucky, holding out somebody close, and JKS again! How does he keep doing it round after round? That's right, Hiko just got slapped so hard, he's got to shake it off a little bit, you know? What happened? Ear's still ringing.
You know, there's a guy called Monte Cristo out there watching this game right now who's just got probably a little, you know, a little cheeky smile on his face right now. A bit of a grin, yeah. I could imagine that. 6-0 right now for Renegades, and this is, even if you thought Renegades were going to win, I don't think you could have predicted this. This is a very, very strong setup. And it comes back again. I mean, this is what happens early on when you're on the CT side, because if you lose the pistol, it suddenly comes down to the 4th and then the 6th round. You know, if you lose those critical rounds, then this happens. You could be made to look way worse than you might actually be. So Liquid, they've just lost a couple of really critical rounds, and that has put them in a very deep hole at the moment. I've got to say I'm impressed with Justillo on this map. Look at how he's just charging in everywhere. Yeah, and fearless. They can't even stop him. He's just continuing on, which is exactly what you should be doing on Train once the bomb is down. You don't want to hold on the bomb site, you want to continue.
No, exactly. He's fired up at this point, man. He's fully confident, and that's when the entry fragger is at his most dangerous, his most lethal, because he'll just be able to walk in there and be hungry for the frags, look for those fights, and if he's winning the duels, he'll keep winning them. It's going to take some kind of superhuman effort from Liquid to put a stop to that. So Yam, once again, easy picks for him. He's so good at just holding those angles, as we saw in the last round versus Kusta. You know, you just sit there, hold that angle, and he will hit those easy shots.
Can we talk about the fact as well that Renegades are about to be 7-0 with Azza and Sponge having a combined 4 kills? Yeah. They're practically not even playing the game right now. It's just Justillo, Yam, and JKS doing really solid work. And the other guys don't need to do anything right now. That's even more frightening. I don't know what's happening.
Well, the thing is, like, just to put things in perspective, right? It's not like, oh, well, they suck, you know, they're not hitting their shots. It's just that when your entry fraggers are running in there and just taking over, they're just killing everybody before you're even into the bomb site, right? So in that last round, right, Sponge, he's off lurking towards Pop Dog. He was waiting for a flank. He's not even in the action. It's just Justillo and JKS. These guys are just walking out there and looking for these fights and winning them. And so now 7-0 lead for Renegades. It's another potential blowout here. This is nuts. And Sponge, once again, straight out through A main. They're going back to what's worked in the past, Renegades, showing some variety, you know, B-A between the sites. But when they come back to A, this strategy here has worked in the past. So they just want to see if it'll continue working, obviously.
The fact that they can every time get people this quick into the yard, I'm wondering why Liquid aren't trying to hold closer to that main entrance there, because that would at least deny them a little bit. There's a good shot. Sponge going to go down, still with a good kill there on ELEAGUE, and Nitro falls in return, but a great start for Liquid right now. They need it more than ever. They've got to get back into this first half somehow. The bomb is out of the open, and what a shot from Kusta. Followed up as well. Adren going to pick up that kill, but it would have been Kusta anyway. That was one hell of a kill there from Kusta. I love that.
Please, I want to see that replay. I want to relive the joy that I just experienced watching Kusta hit that running gun shot. What was that sickness?
Oh, and you know, I don't know, I hope Liquid are not making decisions based off what Twitter is saying, but I was seeing a lot of pro players say, why, just between this match and the first one, was saying, why is it Nitro as the second AWPer and not Adren? And this is a discussion I know they were having for Pro League finals, sort of who is the secondary AWPer, right? So I guess that's still a question that's up for debate right now. If I had to pick between Nitro and Adren, I probably would pick Adren, because I think Nitro's a better rifler. I think Adren might be a bigger step back, if that makes sense. But Kusta off to a good start here again, taking out JKS.
And that was often an aggressive push towards Ali. 2 players there as well, both backing each other up. That was Kusta and Nitro actually working as a team, as a unit. And that dropped the bomb, so Renegades now are going to be feeling a little shaky in this round. Justillo has worked his way out through A main once again, so he's hoping for somebody to get aggressive here from Liquid. in case that basically Liquid could try and get close to A main in the hopes that they would be in position to counter Renegades going for a smoke execute onto the A site. They want to be within that smoke perimeter once the smokes start to bloom so they don't get cut off. They're actually right there in Renegades' face when they try and push into the site. But it doesn't look like Renegades want to go towards A for now. It's all going to be action B. And while Hiko, he's the first contact here. He does have the support from Adren, but Hiko's got to stay alive.
Imagine the power of your Stiller's position if they get into this B bomb site. Suddenly, any rotation from A to B is going to be nearly impossible. So we'll see how it goes. Actually, maybe they're going to change their minds. I sort of wish they wouldn't have, but Justillo sneaking out here, and Kusta's no longer covering the angle. ELEAGUE by the electric box, and he's going to take down one. Goes for a second, but a great shot from Yam, and a follow-up as well. Kusta going to be going down. Adren, he can't stop the bomb from going down, and maybe the only chance here is Hiko sneaking up behind and maybe getting a good flank in.
I think that is the one, but there should be a man, already waiting for him in Pop Dog. That's Yam. He's been hitting shots all day long here. And so if Hiko decides to come down those stairs, some steps that might be trying to bait Hiko out, but it seems like Hiko, he's not interested, and they're looking to back off and save the guns that they have here, Liquid. And that makes sense. They don't exactly have a massive bank to fall back on right now. It's going to be awkward enough as it is if they hold on to the two guns. So definitely think about the next round, but this is nightmare fuel. This is the worst case scenario here for Liquid. They're getting hard reset back to 1,400 starting money.
Yeah, this is going to be very hard to deal with. Just even having to make the choice when you're in this situation and to say, all right, I'm going to have to eco. It's just not a lot of fun right now. 8-1 here, favoring Renegades. Yam is just on fire at the moment. It's incredible.
Yeah, he's really hitting shots, and this is the kind of level that we should be seeing from Renegades. 8-1. And there's the timeout, actually. The tactical pause, I do believe it is the tactical pause here for Liquid. And they saved both AWPs. They do have the money for a force buy behind this, so they should be able to get into a pretty decent spot as far as the firepower is concerned. But they really need to figure out how and what they need to adjust to actually stop Renegades A from getting out onto A main very quickly. And I'm curious to see if we're going to start seeing some anti-rush nades go out there from the guys playing in connector. You can chuck those nades in and really try and, if you get them in quick, you might be able to cut a Stillo off, or at least make it expensive for him HP-wise, life-wise, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I actually wish they would go a little bit more aggressive. So I wish they would be holding closer up to main. I wonder if we can switch the screen. I'll try and do a little bit of drawing if it's possible, just because this is what really annoys me right now. They're holding really, really far back on the actual A courtyard, and it's not really working out too well for them.
Well, ELEAGUE was there last round, right? But he only gets the one. He's behind electric box. Yeah, he only gets the one.
And that's kind of good, but I need them to be in between the trains right now, because then they can actually hear what's happening. The electric box position is decent enough, but the problem is still that it's going to be one of those positions. Well, that was from earlier. Yam, it's kind of good. Yeah, we do have. He has been playing well on Mirage as well, so why not? Yeah, to continue on that same form. But that electric box position is still a little bit scary, just because of how many angles you have to hold. If you're holding here, then you've got the main entrance and you've got what's called Pop Dog over here. So you've got two angles to hold. I want someone to be here who only has to worry about this and this, and that's perfectly manageable. And then you could have someone else holding electric, or just use smokes. Use a smoke right here and block that off. But the problem is they keep holding real far back. They're all the way back here in their positions, and that allows Renegades to use this whole area of the map before anything else even happens, and that's a problem.
Yeah, and it is a problem basically, because that actually demands quite a bit of bravery to step up, because it can get hectic very quickly. I've talked to multiple players who have held close to A main like that, and they always feel like it's the worst position on the map. Apart from Ali, they're just like, it can get so chaotic so fast, it almost comes down to dumb luck sometimes where I'm looking, if I'm looking in the right direction, because I can just get shot in the side of the head, I won't even see the guy, and then boom, I'm done, and I haven't really brought anything to the defense.
But I would say that's just up to having a setup where you only have to look the wrong way because a teammate is looking the other way, right? You just gotta have the setup for it. I think maybe they just actually misunderstand how that works. Because there are teams that have made it work really, really well.
Absolutely, but that's off of versus Kerrigan, right? Kerrigan used to play that for Astralis, and he was one of the few guys that could make it work, but it wasn't because out of choice, right? It's like, actually, I'm the only one on the team who will play this position.
Hiko in a good position for a bit of a spray, gonna pick up the first kill there, out with a Molotov as well to buy some time, and Adren with the AWP sniper in the back lines. Hiko doing a really good job in this round, trading right now 1 for 3. And Sponge has snuck around the back here, and they're not gonna see this coming. Now, he could get a kill, but he shouldn't be able to get very much more than that unless Liquid just panic.
Oh, then he gets spotted. Great reaction time from Adren. How the hell did he land that shot fast enough? He had to swap to the AWP. So a bit of a missed opportunity there for Sponge, that's for sure. Yam Yam getting that one kill is also going to be a little frustrating for Hiko, because I'm pretty sure that Hiko was thinking that Kusta had the upper ground. We went to Kusta afterwards, and he was holding that angle. So Hiko, you know, maybe just a little frustrating for him, so thinking, you know, how did I die? Yam shouldn't have been able to shoot me from upper like that. And that again comes down to the angles, you know, trusting your teammates to be watching the angles so that you can focus on yours. Now it is just Yam. He's going to hope to get lucky. He does hit the shot. That was pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, it was pretty much written in the books there in the cards. 1v4 on the B side with the bomb dropped on the site. Not a whole lot of options for him to work with there. So 2-8 Liquid. After the timeout, they actually start getting around. Well, they break the streak at least.
And they immediately invest into the double up setup, which, I mean, they have to clear out all the rest of the rounds in this half. This has to finish 8-7. And then, even then, they would be far behind. But it's not impossible. Maybe they could do like a reverse Liquid.
Now they need to basically drop the temperature down. They become ice. They shatter everything. You know, just gonna drop Renegades.
It's got to be that time now. I mean, I feel like this team has to be under a lot of pressure, and maybe internally too as well. We don't quite know, but seems like there has to be a limit to how much, you know, 5 players can deal with in terms of upsets.
I like it. This is what I was waiting for, right? You have that double op. It doesn't necessarily promote aggressive play, right? Because in general, you'll have the operas just hanging back and holding angles. But I do like that Kusta is up in Brown Halls, because that's what I was going to say. You know, if you're going to get aggressive in A main, your other option, because Renegades have shown that they want to go towards the B site, that is in their playbook, you post somebody up in Brown Halls and put a little pressure there to make sure that Renegades just can't walk in there for free and keep setting up for a B take. Not going to be effective this round for Kusta, unfortunately, but still, food for thought, right? Liquid are actually trying to, you know, show some presence on the map.
But Duran, he's got the angle for it. Look at this. Yam on the other side trying to crouch in. That's a great shot there. Yam going to be going down there, trying to re-peek it right now. And the Dren going to get shot in the back, it seems. Nitro picking up the one shot, but what a great double kill from Yastillo, opening up the bomb side once again. ELEAGUE very low on health, and the spray comes through from Sponge, wall banging that shot. And now all on Kusta. They don't know where he is, and that's the only advantage he has right now, but they're sneaking around. Can they actually run to the B bomb site from this position? I'm not sure there's going to be quite enough time. No, they'd be very, very close to not making it. So Kusta, now he's shown himself, gonna smoke off a little bit there. That's a dangerous play, flashing through the smoke, and now he's out behind Electric. But this bomb plant has already happened, and Molotov there, not gonna force anyone too far out of the open. Still gonna get the frag, 3rd of the round for him, and an overall scoreline of 13. And just, again, he's getting so many of these entries. When you're the entry fragger, you're not supposed to also be the top fragger. That doesn't make any sense.
It's also, he's downloading his opponents right now, because ELEAGUE has shown round after round that he likes to get on upper. He likes to get up into heaven, to sniper, whatever you call it, but basically the room that is above connector, ELEAGUE, that's his go-to spot. And so it seems like Castillo is finally figuring that out, because he didn't waste much time. He was just looking straight up at ELEAGUE when he came around that train corner. So Liquid, I mean, they're showing some variety, but they are also getting figured out a little bit here, and Renegades are just powering through on this C side. 9 rounds on the board now for the Terrorists, 2 on the board from Liquid, and Yastillo just continues to manhandle him, steps out into the open, 2 kills for him. This is an anti-eco, so we gotta keep that in mind. Only pistols here for Liquid, but still, Yastillo showing no fear whatsoever.
Kusta gonna be on his own. Could have obviously got the kill then, but I think he's hoping for some sort of hero play. Pick up the 1 kill and ends up going down to Sponge, which will leave us at a 10-2 scoreline here. Things are really spiraling out of control for Liquid.
16-0-7.
Look at this. Renegades have won 22 out of the last 27 rounds. What do you make of that? Like, how does that happen?
I mean, that happens because finally Renegades are starting to tap into the potential that's always been there. And that I'm really happy to see. Renegades, they've always had the aim and Yam. They've always had JKS. We've seen, you know, those glimpses of like greatness that JKS has in himself. He's a young player as well. And I'm glad to finally see that they're able to deliver here on stage, on land. We've been waiting a long time for this kind of Renegades to show up.
Good shot, Kusta stopping Yastillo, and that's been a while since anyone's been able to do that. Again, 4-man stack for Liquid in the A-bomb side, and this is the first time in a long time they've actually punished that aggressive A main play. Now let's see if that's going to make a difference in the round. They didn't do it quite like I wanted them to do it, but it doesn't matter. They managed to do it. Hiko and also Nitro being rotated into the B-bomb side, so let's see if this can work out. Oh, are they going to go for the boost?
Curious, yeah. I mean, it is an option. Yeah, it's looking like it. JKS, he's in position. Yam gets up.
Oh,
oh it actually worked!
How could this be real?
We never actually see it work. Players go for it all the time, but it's been a while since I've seen it actually work in the end. Unfortunately for Sponge.
I need to see a close-up of Nitro's face right after this. I need to see what that looks like.
Just looking for the pain.
Well, ELEAGUE gonna go for a bit of a shot there. Kusta seems to be really stable in this game so far. I mean, he's trying his very best to keep Liquid relevant in this first half here. Yam in a 1-on-4, so this should be a 1 round. There's almost nothing you could do at this point in time. And maybe especially on Train, just look at how many angles he has to cover here. Liquid would essentially have to make a massive mistake or a massive series of mistakes for this to work out in favor of Yam.
Unfortunately, he's just running out of time. 20 seconds have ticked past. They're getting 16, 15, can't even find a single kill. So that's that double AWP if they want to go back to it. Yeah, Dren will be able to pick it up in time. But yeah, there's the... wow. Nitro is not happy. What can you do but shake your head?
If you look slowly, you could see a little bit of his soul leaking out at that point in time. That's so brutal. But what a great job with the cameras. It is going to be the 14th round, and we have the double-up setup being pulled out here. Kusta is at 9 kills right now, and ELEAGUE at 11. So, I mean, this is not half bad. Hiko and Nitro, they are really core members of the team in terms of getting the kills on the board. They're not doing too much right now. 4 and 5 kills on either one. They need to be more relevant here. This time, look how aggressive they're being. ELEAGUE and Nitro, real close to A main. I love this. Even just because now, look at them pushing in. They don't find anyone, but this is so much information. This is what Liquid have been lacking all along. This has been, it's way too late to do it, but it's a really good job that they've really started doing it.
And Sponge applying pressure on the other side of the map. So Liquid, not right now, they don't know how many people are outside of Alley. They have pushed A main, but they haven't pushed around Pop, and they have no idea how many people are coming through on Alley. There's the peek, and Kusta gets punished. That's the opening kill. It's going to throw things in disarray here for Liquid. You see both players on that A site rotating back to cover Alley, and a third guy getting pulled off the B site. Luckily for Adren, he keeps his cool and doesn't over-rotate. But there was a moment there of chaos in Liquid where they were just wondering, like, what the hell is going on? Where are Renegades coming from?
And I think the fact is that Hiko is about to either sort of save this round for Liquid or he's going to get overrun. Sponge coming out with a great headshot on ELEAGUE. Hiko, they're coming from every which angle. He's down here, they're above him as well. Justillo going to get executed. Adren picking up a kill, and this is actually working out. It's Azza and JK has left, and Hiko doing a fantastic job. And a finish off there from Nitro, so great positional play there from Hiko. That's not easy, and you see him looking above him, and I think his teammate got that kill on the guy who was going to come in and backstab him, so that finally works out.
That's as clean as it gets.
Adren saves him from Yam.
They talk about my one.
See, that's going to be good, isn't it, when we get Scream at some point?
All right, I know, I can't wait, but especially if Scream continues to play at the level that we've seen recently from him on T2. T2 should be here next week as well, so Shoxy and Scream in the house. It's going to be sick, it's going to be sick, but we have to get through this map first, and well, Renegades, they've kind of been stalled out on 10 rounds here. Liquid up to 4 on CT side, and this is the 15th round, last round of this first half, and Renegades, they finally have to go for the force buy with the Tech-9s. Only a single rifle here for Sponge. Rest of his team all rocking the pistols. And it is looking like it's going to be the straight A execute. ELEAGUE, if he were up in his upper, if he was in the upper position, that would actually be pretty solid, but there is Nitro at least up close behind Electric, so we have to see if he can actually capitalize on this.
Great spray from Nitro, good follow-up as well there. ELEAGUE picking up the one, getting another shot in, and again, playing aggressively close to main here. Definitely slightly preferable. JKS picking up the one shot, but that's going to be it. 10-5, heavily favoring Renegades. A much better first half for them, obviously. We'll see if they can continue on this path. I mean, Liquid would have to pull one hell of a comeback to make it back here. We are going to see if that will happen in the second half, right after this break. Well, we have the second half coming up here. It's train between Renegades and Liquid, and it's been one hell of a performance from the Australian team. Yeah. Semler, are you ready for it?
I'm loving it, man. This is so sick. Like I was saying in regular time, right? We're finally starting to see the potential that Renegades have always had when they're them. Really strong first half performance there from Ustillo and JKS both. It seemed like JKS, Yam, Ustillo, they were all doing work, and that's exactly what we were hoping to see here. Not if you're a Liquid fan, but if you're a Renegades fan, you know, they're finally starting to deliver.
Yeah, you may well be right, and if they can just win this pistol round, they will almost cement this victory here. I don't see them sort of failing after that, but it's definitely not destined to be. Kusta and Hiko have a smoke grenade each, everyone else with pistols and armor, and we'll see if they can make it work here. Got to see where they're going to be setting those up from. Kusta, and they're actually both over at B with those smokes, so that's interesting. That means much of what the rest of Liquid are doing right now could be a bit of a fake.
Yeah, they're waiting to see who goes aggressive. Yam, he doesn't know, but there are two people waiting around the corner over at Alley, and Adren is going to be the third man rotating in to support that. It seems like eventually Liquid want to pinch onto this A site, and Yam, oh, he lets him run right past. ELEAGUE will find one kill, but now can he get the second? Yes, he can, Yam, and he's looking for the third, but he gets shut down. The damage is done, though. 3-on-3 retake scenario now as Renegades, as are going to find one kill.
I mean, look at the absolute calm on Yam there. This is just incredible. I'd love to see his face when he does that, just because he looks completely, well, just unfazed. It's going to be a one-on-one down here, but Adren has actually picked up a triple kill, and this is just him and JKS left. No bomb plant. Adren sneaking in up on the train. He's got the angle for it, and he must have seen him walk away. He knows now, and that might give him just a little bit of time. The bomb is right underneath him. He's going to go and pick it up here. Adren with some, just an incredible round, in fact, so far. 3 kills, he gets the information, he knows he can put the bomb down, and JKS is going to have an incredibly tough time right now finding out exactly where Adren is.
Yeah, that's the brutal part here. I mean, Adren with 3 headshots so far in this round. So let's see if he can get a fourth. JKS is feeling a little bit of pressure as well just because of that kit. Where is it dropped? Is he going to be able to pick it up in time? Because he doesn't have one right now. So he's going up to check Sniper, not going to find him there, and this is the nightmare when you're retaking on CT and you don't have any information to go off of. You might actually have to just back off, try and save everything. I mean, there's the kit, and Adren Peekaboo shows up, and it will be the quad headshot for him in the round. Super strong pistol round coming out for Liquid in the end. That's the 6th round on the board. And well, this guy, he's taken a lot of heat over the past several months, but yeah, we have the replay from Yam. This was the real difference maker here. This kept Renegades in the round.
The temptation when you're in that position to just click your mouse, you know, 10 times in a row, just, you know, completely spam it, is so great. It's so hard to keep the focus. It's just very impressive. Those are some of the things you should look for if you're trying to figure out, like, who could potentially be an even better player than they are now, like who has the quality to sort of make it further. I would say that's a good moment, that's a good little measure of it. Grenade does a bit of damage here, but it is Liquid who are off to a good start, and ELEAGUE will pick up the kill there with Mac 10 Truth to follow it up as well. The North American team not out of the game yet.
Yeah, real solid work so far, actually. Renegades taking some damage, but Sponge will find a kill on Hiko. That was over on the B side. Hiko trying to go aggressive. That's exactly what you have to do on the T side. So long as you have that back line set up for you with the brown halls, right? The upper advantage, high ground advantage. You want to try and push forward as a terrorist to try and cut them off as they rotate in from connector, the CTs. So that's what it's all about. Hiko, he gets caught out, but he was doing the right thing. Nitro and Kusta finding some kills, and it's all on Ustillo now. He's bogged down on this A site. Hopefully, I mean, they are pretty low, so maybe he can get a parting shot.
Trying to see if he can make that work, but it's not that he really has a lot to save, but there's no reason to just go down for no reason here. So Ustillo is going to end up being caught by Nitro at the UMP. It makes a difference. A little bit more money for Liquid here. As the 7-10 scoreline rolls around. Renegades going to be saving for the upcoming round, so why not? What I'm wondering is, no, they're not going to try straight for any kind of double AWP. I'm not sure it'd be worth it anyway.
Right off the bat, I mean, they have 3750 on Yam, and then the question is, like, okay, who picks up that second AWP? We've seen Sponge use it in the past. And he is still somewhat capable, but you really want the rest of them on the rifles. So I'm wondering, Renegades, they do have some variety, but for now, it is just still going to be pistols. It's an eco round. They won't be buying until the 19th round. And so, no surprise to see Liquid just charging out here, hungry for frags, looking for a fight. ELEAGUE is the one leading the way with that Mac 10, but it's going to be Nitro starting things off. Finds that kill with the AK. And now, well, everybody here from Renegades in Alley, they have no idea Liquid.
Yeah, they were stacked up there from the beginning. I'm almost a bit sad that Liquid didn't go that way, just because I would love to see how that works out. But
nice one, Nitro.
Yeah, just having a good time.
Well, you know, he just shoots ELEAGUE in the face. Like, ah.
friendly banter. Justillo and Yam left, and not a lot that they could do right now, obviously, but we'll see. It's a promising start to the second half. Are you going to get carried away, Semler? Are you going to start believing?
Don't stop. But no. I'm not Toby. I don't sing on stream. I do attempt to sometimes, but today is not that day. And today is not the day I start believing in Liquid. So it all works out in the end.
I thought you were going to turn it around on me, you know?
No, I said Renegades at the start of the map, man. Come on.
I know one old man who is currently looking at something. That could be a chance, you know. It's Moses out back, just ready and waiting for it.
It's called Moses old?
I just said bald.
Oh, bald. Okay. I was like, old man. Who could he be talking about right here?
I mean, he has admittedly, I think, lost a couple of years playing Clash Royale, but that's just how that works out. Smoke goes out by Electric Box there, and it's a very, very fast execution from Liquid. Maybe they're just giving back a little bit of what Renegades were giving to them earlier. Kusta with a good shot there. ELEAGUE picking up a shot, so trading favorably right now for the terrorist side. Asa, though, in the smoke coming up. Perfect time, he sprays one, and there should have been a second kill. That might have been the round there. Yam alone, and he just had no chance to escape. What a powerful round from Liquid. And you gotta think at this point, right? Renegades, they did this so much in the first half. Surely they know how to defend against it, you know?
You would think you would know how to, you know, you'd have the antidote to your own poison, right? But we're not really seeing that right now. Renegades, Asa cannot miss an opportunity like that for the double spray. Point blank spray transfer, he should be able to do that all day. So unfortunately, that did throw a wrench in things there for Renegades in the retake. But that means that Renegades back to pistols, and they're starting to fall into that pattern now that, well, they established versus Liquid in the first half. They're just not, they're always going to be under pressure when it comes to their money. So it's going to be in the next round, the 21st, when they buy again. For now, just putting up a little bit of a fight out here towards A main, but ELEAGUE with the Max 7, or not the Max 7. The MP7, rather. Just doing some damage.
A lot of damage, in fact. I mean, 3 members of Liquid going down in this round, and that may seem a little bit excessive here, so losing some economy. Scoreline is now tied at 10-10, but we have nearly 10,000 on Adren, a little bit more than 10,000 on Nitro, 9,000 on Kusta at the beginning of that round. So, you know, a lot of money right now for Liquid. It's going to be a little bit tricky for Renegades to break that, but not impossible, I would say. And on the Renegades team, we have the single AWP pickup from Yam. I don't feel like he's had a chance to really do much with it so far in the second half.
Sponge and Asa. Now's going to be the time. I mean, we saw some big rounds from Sponge, but we really need them to start stepping up, backing up their teammates, and there we go. Yam to start, but he's been delivering all map long so far, so Nitro is gone. Justillo takes out ELEAGUE. Finally, they're able to overpower the Australian Opera, but Justillo is still alive with that M4 doing damage. 2 kills for him so far, and it's down to Hiko, and only Hiko as Kusto gets picked, and JKS with a perfectly timed backstab from Popdog. 2 headshots for him, and Renegades, finally, they're in the action.
And that's a really good job. I mean, Yam just with the single kill before he went down, but obviously that does sort of give Renegades the better trade, and that's his incredible position there for Justillo. He's at 19 kills. This is the first time, I think, in ELEAGUE so far that we've seen Justillo have like a real impact on a game.
Yep.
So maybe Train is just his playground, but either way, that's going to feel good for him as well. We do have Liquid back with even more money here as they're trying to see if they can make this work for themselves. They have Kusta with the AWP. Maybe they are going to be playing this round a little bit more slowly, it seems.
Well, Renegades, the adjustment that they've made really is that they have those 4 players out on the A site early on. So if Liquid really choose to go for the ultra aggression, trying to get out of A main early on, Renegades, they want to have a solid defense there to deal with that. And well, you still have the 4 here, and now Nitro's managed to work his way out from Popdog. His teammates are going to follow him, and now the push begins.
Good shot from Nitro. Good way to start it out. ELEAGUE with the follow-up on Asa, and JKS trying his best, and he could have sprayed and took out either one of those players. They're both so low on health, but he's not going to connect with a single one. Grenade actually hits Yam. Just a blind throw through that smoke, and no bomb plant still, and this is the big problem. How do they get the bomb plant? Right now it's a 2-on-2, but as soon as they're planting, essentially it becomes a 2v1 because someone is occupied putting that bomb down. Great Molotov there to cover a little bit of the plant zone. Adren, he is going to risk it and just hold it down, and that is a bit risky, but it works out great. And now, can they hold it? Smoke goes up there.
This is a nightmare.
Renegades, they have 1 smoke to try to fuse with.
How do they get onto the site now? That smoke makes it so difficult for them to guess where are the Liquid players set up Sponge working his way forward, checks the bomb. All right, now they know that it's planted on the other side. He's just going to step up, no fear at all. Spots the man behind Electric, but Adren playing the angle will turn it into a 1v1, but it's still all on Yam now, and he's only got the AWP. He's running up with the USP. He has the kit as well, but there's just not enough time, and Hiko all day, he's going to be able to stick on this. Hiko, no! He gets the angle wrong! He doesn't know where the bomb is planted. He had that for days.
And you know where the confusion started. It started because Hiko didn't know if Yam was already defusing or not. So he starts spraying, and then I think that was just like, there was no information there either. I mean, there was no one else on Liquid that could tell Hiko what was happening then. So that was just so chaotic, right? What a way to lose a round.
I don't know how much heartbreak we can keep taking here, man. Like, that is just pain. Well, smoke goes down at the alley. Sponge just going to try and slow things up. Liquid, I like it. They should be going for the boost. Will they be going for the boost? They have the players there for the boost. Kusta just decides to get over on the other side of the smoke instead. Nothing fancy, very straightforward. And now it's all on Sponge. Does he have the patience to just sit and wait? Or is he going to peek right into Kusta's waiting arms? Because that's exactly what Kusta wants.
Oh, actually that Molotov somehow got cancelled by the smoke. That looked a bit weird from this position. Sponge, this is risky. He's just out in the open, but he's so sure that someone's going to be sneaking around that smoke. A very, very slow round once again, and you can see Liquid has the bomb drop practically back in T-spawn, so still just looking for an opening.
And it's a bit of a dance. I do like Aza's position. We aren't quite close enough yet for that rotate to be coming out, but holding close to Pop Dog, and they're listening, Anders. Astillo holding close to A main behind the first train. So this could get real nasty here for Liquid. 40 seconds left, meaning they're not going to have a whole lot of time to act. So if there's somebody close to stumble them up while they try and push out onto the site, it's going to get nasty. And there you go, easy kill for Aza. And now he knows there's a second man coming in from Pop Dog as well.
Yeah, and look at this versatile position from Astillo. This is why it's so good. They even re-smoke main. This is just a beautiful defense being put up by Costa, turning it to the next level and just shutting him out of the round with a blind shot right through the smoke. Aza now in a very precarious situation. He's actually having to cover so many angles all at once. You can see it's a little bit risky for him to try and do that, but there's the shot, taking out Kusta. Yam with the kill as well, and Hiko all alone, and he can't do it. It'll be 13 rounds here. There's almost no time anyway here for Liquid, but that defense at main, that's some textbook level stuff. You should do a guide video about that.
Exactly, that was that 1-2 combination punch. One guy, yeah, I mean, it is a thing of beauty when you have Aza who starts it off, and it keeps switching up, and so Liquid are like, oh, there's a guy, Pop Dog, I'm gonna peek there, but then Astillo's there to get that smoke and just like knock him down.
Yeah.
Really well done. That's exactly how that CT setup is supposed to work. It is the ideal setup there. And while Liquid, man, they don't have the money. No bomb plant in that last round. Had they got the bomb plant, they would have had that bonus 800. They would have been able to go for the force buy. But now they have to play it safe and let Renegades get up to 14 rounds unless they can come up with something magical here. They have the Tech 9s and a single deagle on Hiko.
Ooh, Sponge here, because they don't have any armor, this UMP is going to be so good. They're already getting 2 kills. Pistols out as well. Can't get the third one, but I mean, pretty good job there, and the Liquid not going to have much of a chance to get onto the bomb site now.
Oh, they have that single smoke. No, 2 smokes. One is still on Kusta. So we'll see where they decide to use them in the end. Hiko looking for the backstab flank. It's not quite coming through. Renegades are patient. They're willing to just sit and wait.
Yeah, and you know it's a tricky round when you have to rely on the other team sort of essentially making a mistake, right? That's just what they're hoping for. They're saying, please, try and backstab us and give up a kill so that we can maybe make this work. But even with these smokes here, because of the stack that's already going on, I think getting a bomb down to be exceedingly difficult right now. Good spray coming through, and it'll be JKS and Aza picking up the rest of that round. 14-10 here. Renegades very close now to walking away with the second win against Liquid here on the second day of the E-League. I mean, that'd be quite impressive. A really good double win for them.
Well, what's even more devastating, I mean, it's pretty much guaranteed now, depending on how things go here for Liquid, but it's pretty much guaranteed that they're going to get that 4th seed going into the playoffs now. But to get clean swept through the groups, 0-6, I mean, that is not what we were expected from Liquid coming into this group phase. We're expecting them to be able to pick up at least 2 wins here versus Renegades, and then you kind of wait and see how it breaks for that 3rd seed. But unless Liquid, I mean, it's going to put Liquid into a situation where they just have to win out, because getting 3rd seed is also so important for that last chance qualifier that will be coming up later on in the season. If you're 4th seed, that's it, you're done.
Yeah, this is very much true. I mean, a lot rides on this, and for Liquid right now, obviously all of these things you cannot think about, right? You've got to put that away in your mind and just worry about the next 6 rounds here. Try and see if you can't somehow change the outcome. Yeah, roll it back a little bit. Stilo and Azza with a really good setup again out in the courtyard here. Crossfire where they're covering. It's hard for Liquid to do much. It's also hard because if you want to hit the A bomb site and the CT are playing so close, all your smokes are going to go far. They're going to go behind the CT defense, just like they're doing now. So none of the CTs out here are actually smoked off. They can just walk right in. They have all the openings. All the smokes have landed behind the Renegades setup here. JKS going to be taking down Nitro, and this is a great early trade for Renegades.
He sees that smoke. He knows there's a second player there. The backstab is already coming in from Astilla, who just charges right into Hiko. Hiko's going to hit that shot for days. JKS, though, will find another one and a third. JKS, they just can't handle this guy. Quad kill for JKS, and that puts Renegades up on map point. They have 5 of them to just lock this out. But what a fantastic defense setup there from JKS, constantly changing up his position and just hitting all the shots.
Yeah, and it seems almost like, I mean, it looks like there's no emotional reaction, but they're so focused. This is what the panelists were bringing up as well in the first map, right? They're just tuned in right now. 15 to 10.
It is a rare thing to see him smile. When was it? I saw him smile once on camera, and I tweeted, I was like, JKS, he just smiled, and he just favorited, right? You know? I was like, yeah. But he's one of those guys, he just does not show much emotion. He's dialed into the game. Oh, Yam, how is Yam dropping down so low? Down to 21 HP already at the beginning of the round, and Nitro just roasts himself.
Tries to run through all the fire, and that's not going to be working out. Kusta alone in the 1-on-4. Renegades. What a day for them, and what a great early start here. 16 to 10 victory as they take out Liquid on Train.
What fantastic work. And after yesterday's debacle, I mean, Renegades, they've experienced it all at this point. They've gone to overtime and lost. They've been clean swept 16-0. Now, they're the ones winning 2-0 in 2 very solid matches. Obviously going the distance on the first one, but this Train map, that was decisive. That was very well done on their part.
Without a doubt, and you've got to give them some credit for it. I mean, that first run that they took in the first half was just impressive, right? At some point they were up like, what, 9-1 or 8-1 or something like that. It was really decisive, and coming back from that for Liquid, I feel like was just always going to be a little bit too tricky. So very impressive.
Well, I mean, what's going on here is I think that with the influence of Peacemaker, it's not going. I think a lot of people were thinking, oh man, well, it's worked so well with Tempo Storm, Peacemaker, right? He's going to come over, he's going to be the solution right off the bat, right? He's going to be able to just come in here, take control of the situation with Liquid, and they're going to start winning. The only issue is that you have to figure out how it's going to work.
So there you have it. History keeps repeating here at E-League. Team Liquid lose another game, this time to Renegades, far from the loftiest opponents they've played. But Renegades are still battling away in this group to get a favorable seeding when we go to the semifinals on Thursday. Joining me on the desk is, of course, Moses and Mo. We're calling them the M&Ms for now. I'm not allowed to call them anything else, apparently. They get a little bit sensitive about it. But talking about sensitive, Team Liquid right now, they got to be hurting.
You know, I mean, here's the thing. Your Team Liquid, you go behind the stage and you just say, listen, boys, we've got them all right where we want them. They've been sandbagging this whole time. This is perfect. We're going to get Luminosity, just anti-strat.
The old rope-a-dope.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. They've taken a lot of punches. They're ready now.
The problem with this for me is now they pretty much just put their tickets home because no one wants to play against Luminosity when it matters the most, which is in playoffs. In a best of 3, which we talked about, they have the deepest map pool out of any team right now. This is like a lose-lose for them. I don't see how they're going to come back from it. The only saving grace for this is that they need to still play their hearts out because 3rd place matters, right? We have a last chance, I assume.
Well, points matter, and they don't have many of those.
No, what Mo's saying here, Moses, and it's a very good point to bring up for the viewers at home, is that by finishing 3rd, you can get through. You can make it into that last chance qualifier. Yeah. So they should have been battling away here and going 0-6.
Well, they did get 0 points. Maybe if it goes by points, then never mind. They already put their tickets.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no chance of Liquid being in.
Wow. Well, then, their only hope right now. Well, when a team has nothing to lose, they might play better. Who knows? But they have the hardest team to beat in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean they've got to get through to that Friday, televised viewing on TBS now. So real tough times for Liquid. And I don't think they want to necessarily even fix the problems. They look to be arguing, bickering. They don't look like a solid unit right now.
Yeah, no, they really don't. And even, I mean, not even looking at them on camera, like their physical faces, even just in game, they don't look like a unit whatsoever.
Yeah.
So I think a part of it is just going to start being, it's kind of what Mo said, when you have this core that's been together for so long and you start having these issues consistently, and you've been working together trying to improve for over a year now, it's just you kind of look at each other and you're like, we don't know where to go. We don't know what to test next.
And look, we talking about Kusta. Mo mainly talking about Kusta.
Yeah, I was a little rough around the edges with that.
Today wasn't Kusta. It was the whole team today.
Well, I wanted to just talk a little bit about ELEAGUE, another young player who seems to be very up and down. Had a great first half performance way back on Mirage, and then when it mattered and he needed to start posting the kills, just wasn't doing it. And he even looks like a rabbit in the headlights.
And what's funny, you mentioned that. I remember Moses backstage was going crazy because at one round, ELEAGUE threw a smoke like 10 seconds before the rest of his team, and it slowed down the whole strat, and it just ruined it. So it seems like they honestly are lost down there, and especially with the new Peacemaker coach. I don't know what they're doing, like what they're thinking. This should be like, hey, let's show this coach that we can do what he wants. It's not.
And he might have to live up to his name. Maybe some internal problems. We saw Hiko on Twitter the other day saying, well, at least you're all friends. And Hiko went, yeah, my teammates are.
Wow.
So you make of that what you want, but frustration levels over 9,000 is also what Hiko said in an interview. But let's talk about Renegades. Let's give those guys some credit. Great performance by them. They've come out today and done what they had to do, and obviously, like we say, they've got themselves that favorable seeding now. They're going to avoid Luminosity, which is good news for them because they got 16-0. They definitely don't want history to repeat itself. Let's just talk about those guys and what a good performance it was.
Yeah, much better. I mean, we said it was going to be easier for them on train, especially after going against Luminosity yesterday. They can just wipe that out of their memories. But this is that kind of that thing where we said train is a map that they're very good on in the North American region. We saw some of the things they ran against Luminosity, obviously more successful today. We saw Yam light it up. He didn't really have a consistent opera to go against. Kusta's not at that point yet where he can just want to take over the games of the AWP. So he got a little bit lighter duty here today. And JKS, they both had good games. So, I mean, these players just man-to-man, they didn't have as much competition in terms of individual skill.
And Mo obviously was an alt player back in his career, so you appreciate a good alt performance.
And one of the shots that Yam hit was amazing. The boost that I never thought would work, it actually worked on Nitro. And we all saw Nitro's reaction there where he was just like smiling, like, what just happened? And Yam, to me, is a really good T-side opper. He's starting to be a good CT-sided opper, too. They need him to be top form if they're going to go further in this group. Now, what's good for Renegades is now they have Cloud9 to look ahead to, and they're most likely going to play Cloud9 tomorrow in the playoffs as well. So now they could kind of feel each other out early on and see. It could be all mind games today. It's going to be very fun to watch.
Well, tomorrow, there's still games to play today, of course, but tomorrow will be vitally important. But just to put a full stop on that sentence, Yam is, of course, our blazing hot player of the match, presented by Buffalo Wild Wings. And look at these stats, gentlemen, and here's some highlights as well. That pick is amazing on Mirage. He must have seen a pixel.
Right? I don't think he just saw the
I think
nade
he saw the trajectory of the nade and just shot, and that's fortunate stuff.
This is the one I was talking about right here.
Yeah.
I've never seen that work. They lost this round, so that didn't really matter, but the fact that he just hit that.
I remember you being on the receiving end of a pick like that, so I know you've seen it
never
work.
happened.
That definitely happened.
Yeah, 47 kills over those 2 maps. That's incredible. The assist a little bit low. Even you have the op, you're not going to get too many assists there. But he's just been a beast this whole time. Even going back towards Mirage, one of the critical rounds they win is when he's the only player with the AWP, 4 pistols around him, gets 4 kills in that round to bring his team forward. And just, JKS, not blazing hot. Maybe he's a little bit mango habanero.
He was definitely blazing hot on map 2 for sure. He won them some key rounds on inner, and even outside, he just seemed insane with the rifle and backstabbed them at the perfect time. He knew exactly what to do. I thought he was the MVP of the second map, but Yam overall was like the one that just brought them ahead.
Well, look, thanks a lot for your thoughts, gentlemen. We are going to take a short commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to bring you more of the action from ELEAGUE. We'll see you soon.
What's up, everyone? I'm Malik Forte.
And I'm Michelle Morrow, and we're your hosts for Bleacher Report's new daily esports show called eStream.
Match fixing.
Cheating.
Esports regulation.
Console versus PC.
Women in esports.
Buffs, nerfs, and Murloc decks. Obviously, there's a lot to talk about, and we're going to be covering all of it coming May 31st on Bleacher Report.
Call an Uber.
I call an Uber.
Yeah, go.
God, always makes me pay. Always.
Gotta save that money, though.
My name is Yaman Agenikon. I'm from Brisbane, Australia, Queensland, and I'm 26 years old.
Chad Birchall, Perth, Western Australia, and I've lived here for 26 years.
My name is Justin Savage, in-game name JKS. I'm 19 and I'm from Brisbane.
I'm Aaron Ward, in-game name Azza. I'm from Brisbane and I play for LA Renegades.
I've been playing Counter-Strike for 12 years now. I started when I was about 13, 14 years of age, and it was just my competitive outlet.
I First started playing when I was about 16, so I've been playing for about 7 to 8 years or so. I just love the game, love the competitiveness about it.
It's a team-based game, so there's 5 people working together, and I think that's really cool. It's sort of like an actual sport.
If one of us don't put in the time, effort, commitment that's required, it's just not going to work.
We're just an Australian Counter-Strike team that basically worked our way up the ranks and got noticed by the Renegades organization and made the LA Renegades, which is pretty funny.
Wow, that was super fast. Pretty solid for Renegades.
Everyone's understanding of the game is just much higher, so we all work much better together in this team.
The travel is pretty intense.
It does get a bit frustrating having to travel a lot.
The top one, and now we're filming.
It comes with the territory, I guess.
I've probably been gone for at least a third of our relationship. Hey, babe. Makes us, I guess, miss each other more going away and stuff. Definitely mini kangaroos. I don't know where the rat bit comes from.
Because of their tails.
You paid so much attention to school.
I did.
But it sucks to be away from each other for such a long period of time.
Okay, that wasn't good.
But I got to do, I guess. She understands that. I got to follow the dream.
Tomorrow we move to America, to Las Vegas.
We have the resources there to all be in the same location and get our ability up as a team and prepare for the league.
Sponge drops down. It's a distraction play, which works to the favor of Renegades.
This is kind of our lives now, so I'd like to be the best that we could possibly be.
We want to go toe-to-toe with the best, and that's our plan.
Hello everyone and welcome back to E-League. I'm your host Richard Lewis. We've switched the desk up a little bit for our next game. We've still got Moses. He doesn't seem to go too far. We just like to look at him and laugh at him, all his predictions going wrong right now. We have of course brought in our boy from the Bayou. It's Dus Moret. How are you doing?
Doing good. Just enjoying from the green room, watching Moses, just slowly lose his spirit, watching some more.
Well, he already lost all his hair. There's no really way to go after that, is there? So.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'll have a great beard by the end.
I don't like any of this.
Yeah. I'm sure you don't. But anyway, we've got a game coming up. It's going to be Luminosity versus Cloud9. Just a few words about Nothing, who had an amazing resurgent performance yesterday, Dust. I know you were very impressed with what he did.
Yeah, it's great to see some of that out of him again. It's been so long, I feel, since we've really seen nothing have that type of impact. And, of course, Moses made the point that this is why Slimmy is on this team. It's to take the reins of the team, lead the team next to Urakanji, and free nothing up to make the plays that we want to see, which was such an integral part of when Cloud9 had their success last year, was because he was able to fit well with Shroud and Skadoodle to actually put up frags and open up areas of the map and just be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, the big worrying thing for Cloud9 is, much like last summer, that was like a month stretch where he was on top of his game for that month, and then it's drop off, and that's always been the story of nothing throughout his career, is that inconsistency. So the question now becomes, can he keep this up long enough to be impactful throughout the season, potentially into the playoffs of the season, definitely for at least this week?
Yeah, well, that's been the big question mark about Jordan in general. He's got these incredible attributes. Can he keep them all working together for prolonged and sustained periods of time? And more often than not, he hasn't. Anyway, these are the people he's going to have to go up against today. World's best team, Luminosity. Dust, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, absolutely. You got Fallen, the best in-game leader in the world, as well as probably one of the best operators. I think he is the best. Some people will still say it's Guardian, but I got to give it to him. Fur, still a pretty explosive player, but there's Cole, the most versatile player in the game, just such a great player. Then, of course, they have FNX and Taka, who also are huge pieces of this team. The whole team's great.
It's interesting, Moses. I feel there's a real contrast between the attributes and the assets on Luminosity and what you've got going on with Cloud9, especially given that Cloud9 is trying to gamble on inexperience. Meanwhile, of course, you've got Luminosity that just have this wealth of experience now. They've been out there since this team's been put together, and they've played at the highest level and proved they can win at the highest level.
Well, the funny thing is they were one of the teams where there wasn't even a choice whether they could gamble on experience or inexperience. They had to pick up players who hadn't been in these situations. It's just a testament to how hard they've worked, that they've gotten themselves into all these situations early on or over this past year, and now they have that experience built up. But it is funny, actually, looking at the contrast of the two big stars. We just talked about nothing, and then you have Cole on the other side, who hasn't been inconsistent. I think he's had maybe one off tournament in the past year since he joined this roster. So there's a little bit of a... This is going to be... If Cloud9 comes out and plays the way they did yesterday, because they did look very clean, they looked a little bit polished, this could actually be a challenge, but it's still going to be one of those situations where all 5 members of Luminosity have a distinct advantage over their counterparts in Cloud9.
Yeah, and Cold Zero yesterday, just monster performances. I think he picked up 2 of our MVP awards. Just ridiculous fragging ability that he has.
Yeah, next to an MVP award at MLG Columbus, the last major that we had, as well as being one of the best players for the team at the ESL Season 3 Pro League. So he's the key player of the team while they're winning titles. I mean, as you noted, he's only had one off event, IM Katowice. He's played 17 or so other lands over his period of time with Luminosity. He always puts up just incredible numbers. He does it with the op. He does it with the rifle. The man can do everything. I mean, he's just a special kind of player. There aren't many guys out there like him.
Well, let's talk about Cloud9. Obviously, they've gambled. We've talked about the development of Stewie 2K. I think he's been doing good. You know, he's playing well, a lot better than he had when he first came in the team. Seems to be a bit more well-rounded. He's still not necessarily the most likable chap in terms of just how he presents himself. Supremely confident, but why don't you give us the rundown on these boys, Moses?
I actually like that confidence. It's about time we had a North America team get that kind of a confidence and swagger.
You've got to back up those words, though.
Yeah, you do. And nothing, I mean, we already touched on him a little bit. Shroud is the other player. Insane mechanical skills. Something about him, though, I mean, he's very much one of those players where you either love him or you hate him. You know, something's got to click for him. He's a big option on this team. Skadoodle, another guy who seems to have his games where he can just be that dominant force. Remember, you can always see the skill he's got in his opping. It just doesn't always translate through a whole half, but very impressive player. And then Slemmy is that in-game leader. Him and Urakanji working to provide some kind of skeletal structure for this team to be able to work around in these games.
Yeah, and one of the big things about bringing in a coach was that it took the in-game leadership role from nothing. We've talked about that a lot, and you know, he didn't seem to have the concentration levels or just the skill set really to be a caller, a fragger, and a lurker.
Not many people do. It's hard.
I know. It's
incredibly
hard. It's so underrated just what you actually need to be successful in that. But we talked to the man himself with Puckett just to find out about his resurgent form.
All right, guys, I am here with Jordan Gilbert, better known as Nothing. A legend, you've been playing this game forever, and we've been watching you wear this Cloud9 jersey for a while, but we have some fresh faces wearing Cloud9 jerseys. Stewie 2K, he's been there with you for a few months now, but tell me about the new addition in Slemmy. He finished top 3 in the rankings for both of your games against Liquid yesterday.
Slemmy's someone we brought in as kind of a strategic mind. I was doing the in-game leading role prior to when he joined, but I felt like I needed probably another like 4 to 5 months to really feel comfortable doing that role. So we brought someone else in. We were trying to find a coach to that role, but it didn't really work out. And then someone Stewie played with in the past before he joined our team. So he said, hey, Slemmy's a good teammate. Worth giving it a shot. It's kind of crunch time. We made a quick decision, and yeah, that's where we're here, and we're here now.
Has Slemmy made the game easier on you? Because if you look at the 2 games and you add up all of your kills, you dropped 50 kills in just the 47 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you don't have to think about the whole team, it's a lot easier to kind of focus on yourself. I felt like giving the in-game leader role was a cool challenge for me because it gave me a new look at things. I'm still hoping that I see players like Stewie, Shroud, and Scott pop off. I prefer to kind of be in the middle of the scoreboard, but anytime I could pop off, I'm happy to do so. You know, especially today playing Luminosity, I think we need to come out with that swagger. They have that extreme confidence right now, so hopefully not only me, but everyone else is coming to play too.
Final question for you. You got the 2 wins against Liquid yesterday. You play Luminosity and Renegades today. What's the goal for the squad, and do you think you guys are going to end up on top of this group?
Well, I think we're already in a good position, so we're pretty happy. The fact that I think if Luminosity or Renegades wins 2 maps, we're for sure playing Renegades or Liquid. So the goal obviously is not to have to play Luminosity again. The tough thing versus Luminosity is I'm sure we can win a lot of aim duels, but they have so many layers to their success. They win 2v3s, 2v4s. Their defense is already solid in even numbers. So we just got to come out and be ready to challenge them. If you watch some of the plays they make, it's almost to the point of like you wouldn't advise someone to make that play, but they have so much confidence and they know the other team is on their heels that they just kind of push it down their throat. So hopefully we can come back, kind of keep them at bay a little and put up a good game.
All right, well, thank you so much. Nothing. Keep an eye on this man. We're doing the left hand shake there. Guys, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Chris. So that's the old master there, Jordan. Don't let his boyish good looks fool you. He's a veteran. He's been around the scene for a long, long time. And he's talking about Luminosity having this wild card style that they play erratically sometimes, and maybe suboptimal plays, but they just make it work because of their talent. Well, Cloud9 have a player like that. They got a guy called Stewie 2K who was known for being erratic, sometimes to his detriment. He would push through smokes and go a little bit crazy, but now kind of playing in a more, and almost like an entry fragger role. He will make those exploratory pushes. Just a few words about him and how he's becoming a more rounded player.
I think a lot of that idea of him being this erratic player is from his early days in the team, from his early days playing Counter-Strike on a competitive level. He was known as that player who would just jump through a smoke, and now it seems like he's at least gotten it into a point where he does it in situations that it's required, and when a play has to be made, when it's like a desperate situation. He's not doing it to try and make something happen. But definitely he's gotten to the point now where, I mean, you could see he's a danger with the AWP, he's a danger with a rifle, he's a monster in those double AWP setups that Cloud9 runs, and also he just provides opportunities for the other stars of Cloud9 to really shine.
So yeah, we're just waiting to fix a slight sound issue, so we've got a little bit longer. So Dust, I may as well ask you some questions about Stewie as well. You follow the North American scene religiously. This is a player that kind of came through the FPL kind of ranks, which is the pickup game for professional players. Tell me a little bit about his development. The player that started out when he got this Cloud9 opportunity and everyone was really disappointed and underwhelmed to what he is today.
Yeah, I mean, he started out as a pug star, as kind of the term that people are going to use for a player like him, where he just kind of shows up in these kind of skirmishes that you have between lower level players and sometimes mixed in high level players, and he just kind of worked his way up in that system. He eventually got into the pro pugs, as you're talking about, caught some people's attention, was giving a chance on some of the smaller pro teams in the NA scene, and then eventually got picked up by Cloud9 when they were in need of someone. And I feel that as far as his development goes, again, he's opening up his op game now. That's big. He still has the aggressive rifle, but that's what Cloud9 needs. I mean, they lost Freakazoid, who was always fronted as at least being a guy who could, you know, be the first guy in, be fearless, and now they have that in Stewie 2K, and he performs better. So it's definitely a situation where they got a good deal out of him.
Yeah, I mean, overall, where's the skill ceiling for him? Where does it end?
We haven't found that out yet. I think it's still very, very early on in his development as a pro player. I mean, that was the thing when they picked him up. I remember I was one of the few people who was very willing to give it a chance because he'd come from a team. He came from the FPL, like you said, the plug, and I think he'd bet on one team in like one of the lower divisions. That wasn't necessarily a team. It was just basically 5 guys who were just playing together because why not? They were very skilled. Didn't really go anywhere, but he was very much that pickup, that high risk, high reward. He could have very easily flamed and bombed out. But one thing about Stewie is just from talking to him early on when he joined the team, You could tell very easily in some conversations that he wanted to improve, that he was going to put the work in. And he has been. He's been watching demos. He's been just grinding deathmatch and grinding these FPL, these pickup games against other professional players. So he's been doing everything possible to accelerate and speed up the process to becoming a star for this team, and it's showing.
Well, let's just talk a little bit about attitude as well, because I don't know if it's essential that you have to be likable to be a good player. I think it's nice for people if you have the complete package, and you can think about mainstream sports stars who are phenomenally talented, but maybe just don't have the likability, whatever you want to call it. I think Stewie sometimes presents himself as a little bit tough to like, and he is very confident, and he does seem to call other people inferior to his abilities, where maybe that's not entirely accurate.
Talking about Mo?
No, it is. Maybe Mo is giving him some lessons on how to do that. But I think, do you think he needs to iron that out of his game or personality, or do you think that's actually an important part of being able to go head-to-head with people like Luminosity?
Yeah, heck no, don't iron that out. Be confident. I mean, there is that fine line between being confident and being cocky, right? Like, you have to ride that a little bit. You do have to be careful of where crossing that line, but it does sometimes come down to, you know, look at the guys in Fnatic. Like, they're very cocky and confident in their game. They flat out say they're the best team in the world. They don't shy away from that kind of stuff, and they win. So, I mean, you can't really complain about it. So it does come down to sometimes just if you win.
That's an understatement. I mean, in all of our promotional stuff we've been doing, you've got that great quote from Olafmeister where he says, I don't think I'm the best player in the world. I just don't think there's anybody better, right?
What even is that, by the way?
That could be a Stewie 2K-ism right there. Anyway, let's talk a bit more about Luminosity. This is what they've been doing lately, and you can see they're just racking up tournament wins. Dust, a little bit more about these guys. What makes them so good?
They just have so much going for them. They have superb leadership. They have amazing strategy and tactics to implement that. They have incredible players. There's really no weak links on this team when it comes to performance. I mean, you have all these roles that are really well established, but they're also quite diverse. I mean, especially with Cole, the versatility that he has as a player, whether it's opening up areas of the map or being put into clutch situations, he can do it all. FNX has been big for them to be kind of that stable rock player, the kind of old reliable that you can always count on to be able to dig you out of tough situations. And then you have some big explosive playmakers too. Fallen's op is incredible. Name another in-game leader that has the capabilities this guy has. It's hard to do so. So they just have so much going for them.
Yeah, I think Nothing really nailed it when he in that interview. I mean, very good that Nothing at least recognizes what the task they're going against when he said they have so many layers, so many different ways they can win. So it's going to be tough for them. There's a lot of situations that Luminosity excels in.
Well, let's talk about these situations. We got Dust2 and Train. You can see the vetoes as well there. What does this do in terms of the series? Is this good for Luminosity?
I was actually surprised they banned Nuke. I thought they'd leave it in. The cash ban's obvious because it's a map that they have moved to their permanent ban slot because now they do play Dust2, and they have beaten Cloud9 on Dust2 as well. In fact, they've beaten Cloud9 every single time they've played, I think 5 maps, and it's across the entire pool. So they're pretty confident against Cloud9 no matter what.
Yeah, you have to go back a ways before Dust2 was a good map for Cloud9. You have to go back to that sort of summer run that they had where they were pretty dominant on it, honestly. But yeah, I agree. It's interesting they're letting Dust2 through now.
Well, I mean, they want to play it, and if you're gonna start adding this into your wheelhouse, why not, you know, let it through against North American teams that are just significantly weaker? You know, it's like having extra practice, really.
Yeah, and what about this train pick? We
Train's all done. Like we don't even play it, really.
Yeah, I was gonna say not an American.
Why are we wasting time with that one?
Why are North Americans avoiding Train? You all prefer Greyhound? What's going on?
It's very tactical, right? It takes a lot of communication, takes a lot of coordination with your teammates, and once again, those are 2 areas that North America does not shine very well in.
They got to get there.
I mean, let's be honest. Luminosity is probably the best team in the world, or close to it on 3 maps, Overpass, Mirage, and Train. So pick your poison, right? You can't get rid of them all. Something has to go through, and I definitely don't think you want to mess with them on Mirage or Overpass. At least Cloud9 has a little bit more experience on Train, though they haven't played it much with Slimmy, so I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to fit him in and make the right adjustments to still keep it somewhat okay.
So as you probably heard in the background, the Luminosity are out the huddle. They're ready to go. Quick predictions.
Luminosity.
Are they going to take both?
Yeah, probably.
Dust?
I think this will be a good game. If Cloud9 is going to win a map, it has to be this one, but I'm going to go with Luminosity.
Okay, thanks all for your thoughts. We're ready for our map fly-through, and then we're going to get into the action with Anderson Semler.
Well, I cannot believe it. One little spanking and already Moses is backing out of his North American comrades. That's almost unforgivable, isn't it? We are going to head into Dust2 here. It's the second match of Day 2 of ELEAGUE between Luminosity and Cloud9. Semler, what about you? you've long since abandoned America.
I've gone to the point of moving away from America. That's how deep, you know, I've gone down the rabbit hole, Anders. And well, I don't look back 1 second because, you know, Europe, that's the homeland, and apparently South America is as well, because it's South America that is making waves in North America right now. Not so much the North American teams. Cloud9, I don't think are going to be able to cut it. I think it is going to be Luminosity taking first seed in this group.
Well, look at this play from Luminosity early on. All the way over the B side of the map, they're pushing 3 men into Upper Dark, but Slemmy, that's an important kill. That will actually spark Cloud9 to move away from the backstab that's happening. If they don't get that kill, they probably wait around until the round is lost. So this is just a huge coincidence almost, but very fortunate timing for Cloud9. They're gonna get the bomb down, and it will be a 5-on-4 retrick. Doodle close range here, takes out Taco, flashbang in. Oh my god, that was nearly perfect timing for Cloud9 to pick up that third kill, but still a 3-on-4 here, 5. And Slemmy holding down at long against Fallen, gonna try and see if he can get a second pickup of the round for himself. What a beautiful start here. Slemmy really coming out strong early on here.
This is called winning all of your duels. It's just that simple. Not a single kill for Luminosity. There wasn't anything crazy there by Cloud9. There wasn't anything revolutionary.
Yeah.
It was all just, hey, Slemmy gets the opportunity. He doesn't miss the shot. He shuts down FNX, and then Cloud9, they're close enough to pounce.
But if Slemmy delays in that first duel, then the 3-man push into Upper Dark absolutely destroys Cloud9. Then
it gets wicked in mid, yeah. Then it would get a little chaotic.
They're gonna, well, not even worse, because they're gonna be up on camera. They're gonna get shot in the back of the face. It would be horrible. And you could, I mean, I don't think Cloud9 even knew that as they were running a catwalk and up to 8, they were essentially running away from a sort of a 3-man backstab. That was so crazy.
Sometimes that's just the way it works, right? It doesn't work out for Luminosity this time. Yesterday, they were very good with, you know, avoiding stacks and, you know, getting a little bit of lady luck on their side. This time around, however, it just doesn't pan out. Cloud9 will win the pistol, and Stewie taking point, as we expect, right out onto catwalk, charging towards that A side. Skadoodle's going to spot the man holding a card, and Fallen trying to have an impact up close, but not for long. Shroud will be there to shut him down.
A very good job here. Cloud9 again, using the catwalk route to get in and not really running into anybody. Was a bit of a tense situation in the middle. I think there was someone stacked behind what we call the headshot box there, and not really going to get found early on. So 3 versus 5 right now. That's a good shot for FNX, taking out 1 all the way down from the pit, in fact, on long there. So right now, I think Luminosity is probably Brexit frags.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're hoping for. And they have control of long with 2 players, but Cloud9 have absolutely no reason to challenge over there. They're going to be able to save the guns, or they should be able to save the guns. They have the AKs. There is a Galil to pick up if they want. They could sack one of these MP7, well, the MP7 or the MAC-10 for it, but that doesn't look like it's going to happen. Instead, Cloud9 are going to hold on to both SMGs, both AKs, and because they know they lost control of long, they just move through CT, they move through catwalk, and there will be no further, well, kills here from Luminosity. So very solid anti-eco actually coming out here from Cloud9, not really giving Luminosity much room to work with.
You know, definitely not. We do see Cold Zero right now, the money maybe fallen as well. I'm wondering, like, what are the chances they would go straight into a double AWP here?
High.
You think they'd be that bold?
Yes. I think that's their core game plan, is to get that double op and force their opponents to deal with it, to find a solution. And when you're talking about Luminosity, I mean, you've got Ska and you've got Stewie, so it could get real fun. You know, if Luminosity, well, if Luminosity actually have the money to go for the double op, great. But if Cloud9, you know, decide to go for it as well, toe to toe, you can have 4 ops on this map. They have 4 competent oppers. It could get crazy.
Fur here, he did buy a bit of armor, or he saved, I think he bought it because he wasn't on that much money, and he saved this Galil, so suddenly they have a bit of an edge into this round. Right now, Cloud9 just gotta stick with it here. Skadoodle down in the middle. He must hear the jumping that's going on behind him. I'm surprised he's not even looking behind him. Skadoodle, what's going on? Yes, right now. There's the shot coming through. Maybe just caught sleeping for a little bit.
That was definitely a bit too awkward. He's going to get caught by Fur. That rifle is, I mean, that is so huge. You get a rifle for free, and it's already giving you 2 kills. He could even hand it over to FNX if he wanted to. FNX has the Kevlar and the HP. But this is definitely getting a little awkward for Cloud9. They're realizing we messed up, we made a mistake, we left a rifle behind, and now it's wrecking us in this round. And so they decide to group up, and I do like that. Don't give them any chance to just pick you off at will, you know, whittle you down before you can get onto the site. Group up, move together as a unit, and just overwhelm Luminosity with your superior firepower.
Yeah, Fur not in a good position if they end up running up here. He's very low on health already. That Molotov, I thought he was going to burn him alive, in fact, but nothing going to pick up the kill instead. Going for a second one is Shroud. And a chance there, almost a bit dangerous. Cold Zero trying to be a little bit too action-packed. It's all up to Shroud now, 1-on-2 with about 20 seconds left here, trying to see if he can find the first kill. And he doesn't want to commit to it. He's so scared there's going to be someone on Catwalk.
And there's the confirmation. Cold with that CZ, he's going to be within lethal range as well. Look at that, all that damage straight on to Shroud, and then the jumping shot coming in from Taco with the MAC-10. So even more money going into Taco's pockets, basically. He gets 2 kills with the submachine gun.
And you see the panic in Shroud all the time, worried about the idea that someone could be Catwalk, whereas in fact, Taco had already rotated out, 20 seconds earlier. That is not a good way to start off this half here. I mean, Luminosity stealing that round away based off 1 saved Galil.
Oh, and Stewie goes for the AK, so it will not be a double op right out the gates for Cloud9. Stewie, he wants to go to town with that rifle. But yeah, Luminosity, obviously, I mean, they just wanted a hard eco round. So I mean, they have plenty of money to get whatever they want, and they go double op and still have money for nades, for everything. So this is a perfect scenario now for Luminosity to take control of this first half.
Wow, Skadoodle taking that challenge in the middle. That's very, very aggressive. Out on long, though. A lot of grenades raining back and forth, and Shroud taking some damage, not as much as they could have. And looks like Luminosity, they don't really want to fight too much for long. They just wanted to put in some grenades and be a little bit annoying. Fallen is up there, though, with a bit of a weird off angle.
He's sitting at cars, so he's hoping that somebody's going to try and make that leap over into pit. But as the smoke clears, he can close that angle, and now it's all about that shoulder peek. If somebody from Cloud9 is feeling brave, feeling lucky, yeah, there you go. Takes out Stewie, who has to go point. He's the one who's leading the charge for his team, and now, well, they still haven't figured out how to get rid of Fallen. The man has managed to sneak his way past into the pit, though. That is going to be Shroud looking for the angle on Fallen, trying to bait some kind of a response. And now Cloud9 need to build off of this. They have Shroud to work with. What can they go for from here? Is it just going to be straight out onto long and hope that you can bum rush the AWP? Because they have no control of Catwalk right now.
No, they definitely don't, and that's going to make it so rough right now. And I think Luminosity have realized as much. As long as they hold Catwalk and CC spawn, then it doesn't really matter about long anymore. There are some smokes, so they could try and make the crossing, and they do have the AWP and Skadoodle. So right now, maybe it's not such a bad game plan to say, let's get the bomb planted for long, and then pray that Skadoodle is going to be beast mode.
Look at this setup, though. The 1-2. Wow. FNX actually steps out, but it was supposed to be Fallen the first line of contact there, and now it's going to be Fallen holding on Catwalk. They're going to try and make their way up, and nice little shoulder peek there by Slemmy. He actually baits out the shot, and so this actually is a bomb plant now for Cloud9. Still, 2-man advantage going into a retake on the A site. The situation definitely favors Luminosity.
It does, especially as Fur's walking back there. Fur gets the kill on Skadoodle, the round is over, but the one thing is Luminosity don't have any grenades, so they can't smoke and defuse. So Skadoodle, if he stays alive against Fur, then that might actually do it for them here. Slemmy with the AK right on the ramp. They're buying a lot of time. There's FNX going down, but it's still down on long. That's the only thing that matters right now. Shroud is going to be going down. Slemmy with a great kill as well there. And Skadoodle going to get shot on the side by Fur, who's waiting patiently all along. And that is going to be it. Fallen defusing without a kit, even if they have Fur, but he's quite far away. A little bit risky, but I think they'll have just enough time for the defuse here. Luminosity going to make it in the very last second. And picking up a second round here.
How close can you get? Is the question there, man. Just a split second longer. They even saved all 3 AWPs, and they're going to hold on to all 3 AWPs? What is this madness to Luminosity? Do you actually throw one away? I mean, you don't really have the money to buy an M4 anymore, so it looks like they actually want to stick with this. Luminosity are nuts. And this versus a Cloud9 that are going to be very quick on their feet. They are on pistols here, Cloud9. They didn't have the money for a full buy. So it's an eco that's coming out, and well, I mean, that just means that there's going to be a lot of run and gun. It can get very difficult to hold off those kinds of rushes with an AWP.
Yeah, especially if it goes out long. I mean, there's a bit of backup down there where they do have a rifle and an AWP combination, so we'll see if that's going to work out, but surely a little bit risky, and I guess you don't need a sniper rifle if you're Shroud. What a headshot to take out FNX.
Bit of a team flash coming in, and Shroud trying to bait out a response. Fur's now got the angle. Well played on his part, but this still sets it up for Cloud9 to make their way up Catwalk. Cold, however, is holding at cars. And do they have the utility? Yes, they still have 3 flashes and a single smoke grenade. The smoke is on nothing. Now they only have 2 flashes as Stewie gets picked off. So we're back into a 4-on-4. There's the deep flash to force Cold to fall back, but not far enough. He's going to be able to pick off the first man across. That's Slemmy down, and he's still alive to be able to put pressure on Cloud9, but it looks like Cloud9 will be able to get the bomb plant at least.
Yeah, this is a big win for them already. Doing a very good job here in this round. If only they could have hit a rifle somewhere, I think that would have been the deciding difference now. Fur playing a bit defensively for the moment, but Shroud and Skadoodle, they have pretty much nothing to try and defend with. And Skadoodle, he's trapped behind that box, and for sure they're going to check it. And now they even know trying his very best, but it's not going to work out. It will be Fallen with the triple instead. And 3 straight rounds in a row here for the Brazilian side.
And an excellent recovery in that round with Fallen obviously picking up the 3 kills, but I mean, it's a bit of a win for both sides. Luminosity, they drop FNX, he had the op, they know he doesn't want to hold on to the op, they know that he wants to stay on a rifle, so that's not the end of the world. But Cloud9 get that bomb plant, so that means Skadoodle, more than enough money to go for the AWP, Kevlar, nades to go with it. And he is going to make that investment. And the rest of them, all the nades. So now we get to see what Cloud9 are capable of when they have a full economy to fall back on. 4 Molotovs, everything. They have the works. And it seems like that's enough over for long. Early, well, straight into a default, basically. 3 guys going into Upper Dark. But some pressure being applied here by Luminosity in mid. That's coldzera getting hungry with the AWP, looking right under the smoke.
Bit of a failed Molotov over at long. There is a world where I want to believe that Luminosity know how to intentionally miss the Molotov to try and bait someone into peeking. This is actually a concept I've discussed with Threat and a couple of other people in the past. I don't know if it's viable, but it'll certainly be interesting. Skadoodle going to be picking up a shot there on coldzera, and that's going to make it a 5 versus 4 here. So a good start for Cloud9, and I think they need it. I think Cloud9 need to win a lot of rounds here on the T side of Dust 2.
This is where it can get scary. Fur is going to be prepared for this. Do they have a second flash? Yes, they do. And it works perfectly. Fur does just a little bit of damage to Shroud, but Shroud will find that kill. And now it's 3 players here. Now make that 2 players alive for Luminosity. Stewie just going to charge forward. He finds the man on B slope, but that's good. There's the info. Taco, though, full flashed, will be able to pick up 2 kills. And he brings it back to a 2-on-3. But in the meantime, exactly, that bomb, it's out on the B site. So now it's all about the retake here for Luminosity.
Yeah, and it really won't be easy, especially as Fallen's holding on. What he runs through, picks up nothing with the AWP. It's a sniper rifle and not a shotgun. Fallen. He's going to put up the Molotov and takes a lot of fire damage through the window there. The bomb has gone down, and Cloud9 still have the advantage here. But that is a nuts play. Now, Taco, he might have to open this up. Fallen's going to be sneaking up behind, but unless Taco can help out and cause a bit of a distraction, it's going to be really rough for Fallen to go anywhere. If he misses a shot, he's going to be dead. He does have a Molotov, so if he can win the first fight here, it's going to be interesting. He will go down, and Taco to fall as well. At a great win at the end of the round here for Cloud9.
I think that was a footstep. I think Fallen, when he swapped from the guns, from his AWP to his pistol to try and walk faster, because you move faster depending on what you're holding in your hand, right? You move fastest with your knife. Pistol's a little bit faster. AWP, very slow if you have it out, right? So Fallen, he's trying to get there just a little bit quicker, but I think he made a footstep when he swapped the guns, because Skadoodle instantly turned around. As soon as the swap happened, Skadoodle turned around, faced Upper Dark, and he was ready for Fallen. So Fallen lost the element of surprise there, which is a little unfortunate, but still good for Cloud9. Tied up 3-3 now. And both teams able to actually go for the buy, and a double AWP buy once again here for Luminosity. This is really becoming one of their core strategies on this map.
Look how aggressive Fallen is in the middle. He's got very nearly no backup there. If they come in from lower, if they double peek him in middle, if there's anything that happens, then he's out of the round. And that's also why Cloud9 are going to have such a hard time expecting it. It is essentially a slightly silly play to be making.
Insane.
Yeah, just
ballsy,
a little bit.
Brave, courageous. I mean, there's a lot of words. Silly.
There's a thin line, I think, between some of those things, right? And Luminosity often seem to be landing just on the right side of it. It's a little bit creepy, actually.
They're going back to the same setup here, Luminosity. 2 players holding on catwalk. And it's going to be FNX crouched in the corner once again. Fur should be the first line of contact, so he should be the first one to initiate with anybody coming up onto Cat from Cloud9. And then FNX will spring out and try and, basically catch them off guard. Nice flash to force coldzera to fall back into CT, though. And so, slowly but surely, Cloud9, they're getting a little bit more control on the map. But now, this is the tricky bit. Can they actually move up on catwalk without dying?
Yeah, they gotta win this fight here, and FNX says, hell no. Now it's Stewie and nothing left, and, well, they don't have the bomb, they don't have any time, so they just gotta get some kills here. Just try and see if they can slowly do some damage to Luminosity's economy. That's a great shot from Stewie, and coldzera missing his. He's on fire right now. I love seeing Stewie in this kind of a mood, and nothing is trying single-handedly to get the bomb back. They're all around him. They were coming up from behind as well, Taco there, so yeah, no chance here for Stewie. He's trying his very best, though. Falling back into CT spawn. They're hunting him, and he's going to get one more kill in. It's an impressive round for Stewie, but
so fast.
The money for Cloud9 is just not there to support an actual buy.
No, they aren't quite going to manage it. It is going to be another round of eco here coming in for Cloud9. And Luminosity know this. They have an accurate read of the situation. They go for double SMG. So they're looking to farm a little bit, make a little bit of money off the back of this. But Stewie is just so fast. Those 3 kills, man, just instant. That's the kind of player that he can be. That's the kind of high-impact player where he can just walk in, enforce his will. But he needs to be able to get in there with at least a couple teammates alive, right, to help him out. Because 1v4, 1v5, it's a bit of a tall task.
Fur moving up, trying to see if he can get a bit of a kill. Probably a little bit upset that FNX was going to steal that with the rifle. A little bit less money for the team there. But overall, right now, Luminosity is going to be feeling good about the fact that they're winning a lot of these rounds. And Cloud9 struggling to get a real good economy. Oh!
We don't see that every day.
That was brutal. We're going to need to see some sort of replay of that.
This one here from Fallen. It's a shame, that when you're obviously trying to farm up money with the SMGs, getting kills with an AWP, it's pretty much the opposite of what you want. You hardly get any money at all for killing with the AWP. But yeah, it's gonna do the trick anyways. Luminosity, they're more concerned about keeping people alive and just locking out Cloud9 than anything else. And they're now up on 5 rounds. Cloud9 on 3. And well, no AWP here for Skadoodle. Instead, it's 4 rifles and the CZ75 on Slemmy. So Slemmy calling the shots, and I'm curious to see if he's actually gonna throw himself in there first, given his firepower.
Stewie walking up close here. This time it's a little bit more of a relaxed defense. Fallen back there though with the AWP, so they need some sort of grenade to trick him out a little bit. Running in, and the timing works out well because I think Fallen just put down the smoke grenade, so he was just a little bit preoccupied, and it's going to give them some catwalk and short control here, which is important.
Yeah, and it's Cold who's holding close to the doors, the mid doors right now. As soon as Fallen is forced to give up that position, boom, Cold, he moves right up to the other side of those doors so that he can listen. He can listen if there's a rotation towards the B side from Cloud9, or if they stay up on catwalk, are they going to make any noise in mid? All of this is happening, and Cold, he's in the perfect spot to hear it all. So it's just a lot of information for Luminosity to go off of. They're really counting on Cold to communicate with them.
This defense down at long, though, which is where the bomb is. If that holds, then the rest of the push doesn't even matter. There's a great flashbang in. Nice teamwork. And LG picking the perfect moment for it. Shroud was alone. Skadoodle was on the other side of the doors there. It just doesn't work out. Fallen with a good pick off there on Stewie as well. Now they're all running up catwalk, and they could maybe get the bomb down here, but how are they going to win the round? If they could get the kill on FNX, then that would be a good start. Cold Zero gone down, but FNX actually being proactive right now, and that's going to be annoying. Skadoodle alone.
Yeah, and Fallen, he's going to hit shots like this every day of the week. Triple kill for him in the round once again, showing that this is his turf. This A site, Cloud9, if you're going to keep coming over here, I'm going to keep ruining your day. 12-0-5 for him right now. He's just doing so much work. I mean, Fallen is just so consistently good for Luminosity. It is insane. And FNX actually keeping up the pace from yesterday. He was sitting at the top of the scoreboard most of the time yesterday, but 10-2-7. It's a very comfortable scoreline for him. But I think this is a tactical timeout now that has been initiated by Cloud9. So we'll see.
Yeah, I believe that's true. And it's maybe a bit early, but I actually don't mind it. I would rather that they take it a slight step too early than waiting until the whole team isn't feeling good anymore. Like, if you can prevent the sort of team meltdown here, then I think that's preferable. It's Shroud and Skadoodle and Stewie doing well. Nothing in Slemmy, maybe a little bit out of it, which could be an issue.
Yeah, I like the crowd mic being able to actually pick up what the players are saying there a little bit. Fallen always very talkative during these timeouts. He is basically just, the heart of the team, the one guiding everybody. Obviously, there's a lot of communication that actually goes on between Cold, Taco. Everybody can speak up on Luminosity, including Zeus, the coach, who's a very involved coach. Takes a lot of that in-game leading role along with Fallen, the prep.
Okay,
yeah, there's beautiful. The dunk nade. But yeah, this is a Cloud9 tactical timeout. They get 1 per map, and it's 2 minutes long. And the countdown has already begun to get live. We're going into the 10th round here. Luminosity up 6 rounds to Cloud9's 3. And it's going to be that round of eco coming out now from Cloud9. They just cannot seem to chain rounds together. And no rush. I was thinking perhaps that they'd try and get ballsy with it and run, just run straight out onto the B site. But that would have been a bit of a blender moment.
Yeah, definitely. And even this is going to be a bit tricky. I think FNX and Fur are in a good position here. They don't have any body armor, so these rifles are going to chew them up. But doing decent damage. Fur being aware that there might be someone still at top mid, and that's going to be the end of the round. So not a single kill happening here for Cloud9, and not even getting into a position where you can say, oh, maybe they could get a bomb plant down. Nope, they get stopped way before it gets close to that.
And this is nightmarish for Cloud9 because Luminosity, they just keep generating bank. They have so much money now to fall back on. As you guys can see, they can full buy in the next round. So there are no easy rounds here on the horizon for Cloud9. They need to start chaining 2 rounds together before Luminosity are even thinking about sitting on pistols. And so it's all about what the call is going to be for this round right here, what Slemmy's going to come up with, the in-game leader for Cloud9. And once again, it's going to be attention over towards A long to start things off, and Scott just not going to get the opportunity to put a shot through. Great discipline being showed there by Luminosity. Sometimes you see teams that try and get out there, players, right? They try and get out there and take a peek before the smoke blooms and blocks off their opponent's vision. That time around, Luminosity, they waited for the smoke, they were patient, and Skadoodle gets nothing out of that situation.
7-3 lead right now. For alone down at A long, it looks like it's supposed to be a weak point on the map right now for Luminosity. You know, maybe if they get a kill on Fur, but because he's pushed up where he is right now, he can see the shadow of anyone moving in first, so he's going to have a bit of a split second to react, and sometimes, and maybe especially at this level, that's plenty of time.
And Fur hears the footsteps as well, so he knows that somebody's lurking out there. If the timing could work for him to catch Shroud in the back, that would drop the bomb as well. So, bit of a nightmare spot, but Shroud is going to work, well, basically work his way back over here. Eventually, he wants to try and head over towards that long house, it looks like. Once again, Cloud9 focusing on A site.
That's going to put Fur on notice a little bit here, but from his point of view, again, he can see Shroud before he comes through. Going to go for the fight there. Great job on Shroud. And now it turns into an even trade anyway, as FNX and Taco pick up a kill each, and in this position, Cold Zero could ruin this whole round for Cloud9. Taco already taken all of their attention. He's going to pick up a second kill there on nothing, and Shroud, he's really far away with just 20 seconds here, and he's going to get sandwiched in if he doesn't careful. Fallen, not actually pushing up. Taco alone right now, but it doesn't even matter. Going to pick up the third kill, and Luminosity winning another round.
And Shroud is just, teammates? Do they do anything? No, that's a little harsh. They don't have a lot of info to go off of towards how Luminosity are holding that B site. They've been focused so much on A site, Cloud9, that Cold Zero waiting over in like the snake corner there by the wire fence, they just don't know that he's favoring that position right now. And so they walk in and they just don't expect Cold to come around the corner and just start shooting him in the face. So brutal turn of events there for Cloud9. Unfortunately, Shroud, he won his duel versus Fur, but that's all he's going to get out of the round. And now FNX up close, going aggressive. Luminosity are very good right now at reading Cloud9's economy and putting a lot of pressure on them when they know that their firepower isn't that good.
It's just ridiculous. It seems like everything the Brazilian side does right now is just perfect to sort of counter whatever Cloud9 are throwing at them. Every kind of setup seems to be almost designed to deal with it. It's really, really scary. You can understand why no one wants to be in the 4th seed and have to face these guys later on. That's just not an option, is it?
Blind. Sick shot from nothing, though. That was a blind shot. And now he wants to get out there, see if he can pick up the AWP. He's right on the edge, and he does get it. And the HE going in doesn't really do too much damage to him. So, actually, FNX, or I believe, no, it's Taco on that B site. Yeah, Taco has to be sitting very calm and patient, not overextend. Cloud9 with 50 seconds left. They actually have plenty of time, but they want to go back towards long, and that's where Fallen is currently playing. And this question is this is all coming down to timing now. Fallen, he's going to put that flash in. He's going to catch him in the face. Now he knows that somebody's there. Nothing actually pulled the trigger on that. Took the shot, and blind, it doesn't matter. Fallen will still find the kill on Slemmy, and it's all down to nothing now in a 1v3, and it's not for long. Fallen puts him out of his misery. Another triple kill for Fallen. Or was that a double? I believe that was a double.
It was a double, but still, I think watching Fallen play, I would venture that anyone who's sort of watched Counter-Strike for a while, you could strip all the name tags and just have like a clear HUD of someone playing, and you'd be able to see that it was Fallen anyway. You would know from the playstyle, which I think is actually an important point about how Counter-Strike, what it is as a game and as a sport, because it's so incredible. The risks that he takes, the way that he walks around with his back turned at times, he just knows that they're not going to come at that point in time. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Well, what's ridiculous right now is that we're seeing some like OG, old school CT scoreline starting to develop here for Luminosity. As Fallen, you just never know where he's going to be next. Pushes aggressively into Upper Dark with the AWP. He's even hanging around for more. Misses the shot. That puts him on notice. And he's still here. This is insane. This is an insane level of aggression out of Fallen. Normally, you'd land that first kill and you just back off and play safe. Play it from the site and make it up to Cloud9 to bring it back and make it even.
It feels like the more Cloud9 are afraid, the worse Fallen gets. He's like the Freddy Krueger of Counter-Strike. Just feeds off of that fear. It's incredible. 9-3 right now in the 30th round, and in the 13th round, and he just won't stop. Now he's pushed up so far on their side of the map. Luminosity have such a good read on what's happening right now.
Oh, this is very interesting, though. What are they trying to do here? Stewie just goes charging into CT. He has a teammate there with him, Slemmy. They're just looking to power through onto the A side. The bomb is making its way up, Cat, and Stewie cannot find the opening kill. FNX holds the line. He gets flanked by Slemmy in the end, but there's still 2 players alive, and that's Cold and Goose. He gets them to line up and do a little bit of damage, but it's still a man advantage here for Luminosity going into the retake on A site.
They need to control Catwalk to make this work. They really need to have that back somehow. Taco going to be sneaking up, and what a headshot. No hesitation and no fear at all. Skadoodle not going to get a chance to reply. And now Shroud has to come in big here, but he's going to get shot in the back. Wasn't ready for Fur sneaking up, and that will be the round here. The team ace coming out of Luminosity, which is what we call it when every single member of the team pitches in and gets a kill each. 10-3 for the Brazilian side here. What a monstrous team.
You can see the frustration mounting here for Cloud9. Because at the beginning, you know, they're showing some aggression. Stewie, that last round, right? You know, just powering through. And Stewie, he's hungry for the kills, but they just can't seem to capitalize. They can't seem to follow up on it whatsoever here, Cloud9. 10-3. And, well, Cloud9, because, well, excuse me, they got the bomb plant, so they have the money. But now they just need to get the last 2 rounds. This is pretty much out of control at this point. And, well, there we go, Skadoodle. They haven't gone super aggressive on long for quite some time, but Cold will still find the opening kill.
And look at the sneak up. I mean, the lack of respect here for Fur is almost just incredible. You have to really appreciate that this is not something you normally see. And Cloud9, I wouldn't say is such a pushover team that you could just do this, but LG, they're just feeling it right now, and when you're in this zone, you might as well keep going. There's no reason to stop here.
Oh, still a man advantage for Luminosity. And what's crazy is that Fur backs off and just allows them to pick up that bomb again. Great pop flash in from Stewie. Walks right in, picks up 1 kill, and Slemmy's there to return the frag on FNX. So they bring it back to a 2-on-2. Now they have the bomb, and the situation is completely falling apart here for Luminosity. Fur and Taco looks like they want to come from long, but Cloud9, they should be expecting that. Yeah, Skadoodle's planting safe.
Yep, a plant position that has sort of become known as default, but it is not always a good plant position. Really, really risky to try and plant there. But it might work out in this current situation. Taco going to be moving out long with Fur right next to him. AK and M4, and look at all these grenades there to check out some of the most common spots there. Going to be a bit of, both peeking at the same time. Slemmy and Skadoodle showing some teamwork of their own.
Yeah, I mean, that plant, I guess it can't be called default. I think the more popular name for it, you know, it rhymes with plant. You know, just because it's so bad. It's so hard to defend that spot. If you lose control of Goose, you know, there's no way to keep the guys from defusing them. If you're holding from Catwalk, you have to step all the way out into the open to try and get a line of sight onto that bomb. And if you're holding, it's just impossible to hold from long. You have to run all the way up, literally until you're on top of the bomb site. So if you're a CT player and you kill the man in Goose, boom, you have access to the site. Look at this change of pace from Cloud9, though. 15th round. Oh, and they hold back. They don't actually push forward. I thought that they were just about to run in and full-on rush B site. They haven't done that just yet.
I feel like that's the level. I mean, maybe they would have got chewed up by Taco here, but it's obvious that if they played slow and carefully, then Luminosity are so ready to offset everything that they do. They're going to be poking everywhere. They're going to take the fights with Fallen early on and win all of those. So, I mean, that last round, Stewie managed to jump down into CT spawn with a sort of an incredible pop flash, right? And look at how does he even end up here? What is this? FNX going to pick up a kill there, but they're still just fighting all over the map. And again, as soon as Cloud9 are slow, well, they do win a lot of fights in a row. And now Cold Zero, is he really going to kill the bomb planter here? Cold in a 1-on-3, now in a 1-on-2, and he has the bomb. It means they're going to have to come and fight him eventually. He's sneaking back into the B bomb site where nothing is waiting right on the other side. Cold with the AK, going to be a straight headshot. Now 1 member left for Cloud9. This seemed like a sure win. They had it. They had the 3 versus 1, and they had the bomb still in hand, but now it's changed. Skadoodle going to go and pick it up in Upper Dark right now, and this could still be a bit of a round. 30 seconds left.
How nuts is Skadoodle right now to predict the movement of Cold? He's actually pre-aiming on Lower Dark. I don't think the timing is going to work out for Ska, though. Eventually, he's going to have to start moving towards that site. 20 seconds left, and he still has to clear the site in case Cold is still here. So he really isn't going to have a whole lot of time to act. Skadoodle, this is just that moment when the bottom of your stomach is just going to fall out because he had the accurate read. If he had 10 seconds more to play with, he would have been ready and waiting for Cold. But now it's just going to have to be a safe plant. He plants it all the way in the back corner of the site, and Cold stepping right out. He's going to have that Molotov. Nowhere for Ska to hide, but he gets a bit too close. Somehow Cold survives with 1 HP, and there's the final shot to do it. Beautiful work and a great clutch coming in for Skadoodle.
My God, yeah, that could have gone either way. I was worried that Skadoodle was going to go for the default plant because that would have got him killed immediately, but so many things. Imagine if Cold is not quite as far out, if he just stays back and throws the Molotov. Skadoodle could be in so much trouble anyway, but a great play from Ska there. Can make it 10-5 for the first half.
Yeah, and that, I mean, it's still a little bit of a comeback. Cloud9 are not out of it yet. If they win the pistol round, we can still see a fight here, but Luminosity, once again, looking very solid going into the break.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's day 2, and it doesn't seem like Luminosity are cooled off at all. They're still a very powerful team, and Cloud9, they had a really tough first half, 10-5 on the T side.
And it looks promising at the beginning for Cloud9 as well.
Yeah.
But then Luminosity just show why they are the world's best right now. Everybody's a threat. FNX, Fallen, everybody coming through, even Cold with the aggression, and Fur with the aggressive pushes up the top mid. But yeah, we have a graphic up now from FNX. I mean,
72% headshot rating as well. That's incredible.
Oh, Scream, eat your heart out.
Yeah, that's definitely a pretty good job on him just alone. But I think at this point in time, Luminosity didn't even manage to actually establish any kind of like basic respect. I mean, or sorry, Cloud9 didn't, right? There was no like level of respect at all. They didn't even play well enough to let Luminosity think, all right, we've got to cool it off a little bit here.
Nope.
Second half coming up, and we'll have to see if Cloud9 can impress us just a little bit more. And Luminosity, I mean, they're already close.
That was a clever angle by Fur there, just to spot out on Catwalk in case they were trying to boost and push aggressively there, Cloud9. I like it a lot. And now he's just going to be hopping around here in Suicide. Just waiting to see if anybody's going to be pushing up. But Cloud9 are choosing to go aggressive towards long, and they do get spotted. Taco is there, and now we have to see if he can fall back, because there's the flash. Great team play coming in here from Cloud9 with the setup. Shroud finds the first kill. That's Cold Sarah down, but Taco holds the line, stops Slemmy from pushing aggressively, and now this could get a little out of control here for Cloud9. Second kill comes in, and that's Fur taking down Shroud.
Is this competitive play or a matchmaking game? I'm not sure, because they're pushing out of long into T-spawn, and it is not exactly working out. Fur punishing them with a triple kill, and that's going to be the quad. What precision. Surgical play from Fur in that round. I mean, for sure, if you had to say something, that's not something that Luminosity could expect to have happened, because that happens, like, what, 1 in 1,000 game, or maybe even less on a professional level?
Oh, I'm glad we get the replay from Fur's perspective as well. That is just so crisp and clean.
Can you count back to even one round where you saw CT side try and push A long in a pistol round? I'm not sure if I can remember a round.
Not really, and with 2 flashbangs as well. It's heartbreaking for Cloud9. I really like the play. While the HEs are actually going to make them feel a little bit better. They just did a lot of damage. Fur is down, but Cold brings it back by taking out Shroud, and they still have control of mid. That's FNX making his way in here, making sure that Cloud9 can't push in, try and get aggressive.
Did they lose the scout that was on Shroud? Because I'm pretty sure he had one in the middle here. FNX going to take care of Stewie's scout, and now 3 versus 4 here, and they're quite far spread out. I mean, Nothing is not going to get a lot of help here, and he kind of needed it.
Yeah, he really did. Now it's pretty much over. It's done for. Cold, he's the one who's, it's going to be a little tricky for him. They're trying to push together, so there's a little bit of information. Does spot them out, and he should be able to fall back, but he gets caught on the door. That might have cost him his life there for a moment, but instead, he's still hanging around looking for the fight, and he gets the fall-away shot onto Slemmy. What? They just can't catch a break, Cloud9. Cold, how does he survive that?
Yeah, and you like the little detail as well where he switches back to the Glock and starts firing, and he still has 10 bullets left in the AK, so he really wants to pretend that, oh, I'm out of bullets, you know, come hunt me down, and then he just does a little bit more, so... Turned out to be the Glock to do it anyway, but that's just Cold Zero. 12-5, and Luminosity 4 rounds away from taking just 2 away.
Oh, man.
Don't even know.
They just need to stop pushing long because Cloud9, that is, right? Because they just keep getting headshot over there at the doors. Every time they try and push through, Fur did it last round, Cold this round. And well, now we'll see if there's more in store for Cloud9 here on the A site. They are putting 4 players over here very early on, only a single one making it across, but they did smoke the cross. So Luminosity, they don't have that information. If they knew that there was only a single player on B, they would be rushing straight onto that B site, just overwhelming them. But instead it's Cloud9, and they've actually got an accurate read going here, Cloud9. 4 players stacked up on Catwalk, and that looks like where Luminosity want to push.
And a flashbang. I love it. Slemmy's in the back line here with a flash, and that's all you need. One little bit of an investment here. There it comes through, but Cold hits the shot on Nothing. The timing is off by a second, and now he's mad as well. Gonna pick up another 2 kills, and that will end the round. My God, the timing on that. We should actually almost have a replay of that, because the timing is down to seconds.
Yeah.
Like, well, not seconds, like a fraction of a second. If that flashbang comes through just a little bit sooner, Cold does not get the kill on Nothing, and they can probably at least steal an AK and do some damage here. That's incredible.
Yeah, that's such a shame. They just, again, sometimes it just doesn't not work out. But Cloud9, that's not a reason to give up yet. They're still in this match. You know, we saw plenty of that yesterday. The comeback, it's always possible. So now they actually have the buy round. Skadoodle has his AWP, 4 rifles picked up for the rest of his team, and Fallen to pick it up, to pick up the first kill of the round. Stewie, I think he was trying to jump up onto Plateau there, and Fallen already had the angle. No smoke used to block off Fallen here in Upper Dark, and now it's Taco who's taking up the position.
It's really hard to know how to deal with this if you're Cloud9, because you want to instinctively say, shouldn't they be playing more defensively if Luminosity are going to be like this? But the problem is, you don't end up playing defensively, you end up playing scared.
Yeah.
And then Luminosity will be just having all the map control, they can do whatever they want, and they will absolutely win the round. So you almost have to fight your instinct to do that and just say, let's just forget about the fact that they're playing so well right now and just take some fights and win them.
Well, let's see Nothing. Nothing is sitting right behind this smoke, and this is the kind of aggression, this is the risk taking that needs to happen. And unfortunately for him, he forgets to look right. You know, his mom growing up didn't say it often enough. Look both ways before you cross the street or around a corner, because you're just gonna get blindsided by that truck that's named Taco.
Oh, Skadoodle with a good shot there, going for a second one, but Cold.
What the hell was that?
What is going on? You're supposed to stop to regain your your recoil and your aim in this game. Cold Zero doesn't care anymore, evidently.
And well, Shroud, all you can do is shrug. Say, well, oh no, and he's been spotted now. So a little bit of pressure, because the rest of Luminosity are going to come running. They're trying to box him in. FNX making his way into T-spawn. Cold and Fur are going to be pushing up on him together. And there's the flash trying to buy a little bit of time, but he flashes himself as well. Now the pressure's really on. 2 players here going for the headshot, and of course, it's Cold who's going to find it. So no chance to save there for Shroud. And it's a 14-5 scoreline. Now Luminosity are just running away with this first map. Ah, yeah, and Fallen did actually find him jumping. Boop. That's such a common angle as well. If you get the spawn with the op, you can get into Upper Dark. If the CT wants to get up onto Plateau, try and play behind the red box or trying to play behind the box at the back of the Plateau. If that op has that line, you're a dead man. You're just like an opera of Fallen's caliber is just not going to miss that.
And look at them running down the middle. Fur was doing this earlier. That's a massive risk. Again, it shows you how little Luminosity care about whatever Cloud9 are doing. Because there could be someone peeking with a Deagle or something like that. And Fur might just be instantly dead here. And Deagles is mostly what they have. 3 of them, in fact, here, and no armor on Cloud9. Bit of an early peek there coming out. FNX taking a fight with everyone in B. And not really coming out on top. Good shot from Stewie. But in terms of winning the round, there's still some distance to go here. Shroud could almost fall down. He's going to fall down, but it'll be too late. Fur going to pick up the double kill.
And well, that's map point now for Luminosity, 15-5. And after the round of eco, they can go for the buy Cloud9. But I mean, this is kind of what we expected. If you're going to face Deagles, you have to run the risk of getting headshot, and that's what Taco and FNX found out over there on the B site. But now, I mean, can they actually give us those kinds of kills with the rifles? And there we go. They go for the double op. Cloud9 now. It's Stewie with the AWP, and it's Skadoodle. Skadoodle going to look to just take a random blind shot, hoping to get lucky there towards T-spawn, but it's not going to happen this time. Stewie, though, I like it. Gets aggressive, and he's going to actually have that angle onto lower dark. Question is now, how courageous is he? How long does he hold this? Well, not for long.
This is a really good mentality. I'm you know, just liking more and more everything I see from Stewie right now. Because again, you have to take these risks. If you just keep playing it safely, Luminosity have already proven time and again that they will win those rounds. So it's a shame that no one is there peeking, but I think he's got the right idea.
It's a European way of playing Dust 2, basically. You know, challenging mid, trying to play behind the boxes, trying to like look into lower dark, never let the T side get too comfortable, force them to use nades to clear out those angles, right? Because right now Luminosity, they've got nearly full nades. They don't actually have to worry about running around anywhere that, you know, somebody from Cloud9 is going to be lurking anywhere. They're just running around those angles and just looking for headshots. If it was against a European team, I'm pretty sure that we'd see a little bit more of the utility getting used here by Luminosity, because they would get taught that they have to do that. That otherwise, if you try and cut corners against us, we're just going to punish you.
A lot of grenades raining out long, but as you can tell from the bomb on the minimap, this is all a fake. Luminosity are trying to hit this B bomb site, and right now Cloud9 are actually not buying it. They still have 2 people here, nothing close by the fence. The timing not good for him. He peeks out a little bit too soon. Stewie there, great double kill for him, and that's going to drop the bomb in sight here. Fallen now in a 1-on-4. Nice defense and a nice collective and calm play coming out of Cloud9. Flick not gonna hit, but that is really dangerous. Stewie still fighting, and he's gonna get the 3rd one as well. Brilliant play from Young Stu.
Boom. That is really his nickname. You just gotta call him Young Stu. Guy's 18 and he's wrecking. I mean, he plays. He's improved so quickly since joining Cloud9. And that's off of hard work. I mean, it's another example. Luminosity has found success through just incredible dedication and hard work, and Stewie is showing that level as well. He just does not stop. He wants to improve, he wants to be on the world stage, and he wants to be recognized. Obviously his goal is to be recognized as the best player in the world. But I mean, I think the thing is, I don't really care much about 18-year-olds who have good aim, but it's his mentality here. He's just rock solid mentally. He's not wavering at all. He's hungry.
That's incredible. That's not easy to do. Slemmy going to be picking up a shot there on Fallen, who was again trying for that very aggressive style he's been doing and succeeding with all game long, but not this time. And Cloud9 going to try and see if they can make the comeback. We're talking 9 rounds in a row here, Semlot.
It's always possible, man. It's always possible. And Stewie, I mean, if Stewie catches up, if Stewie takes off, Ska there to help a little bit, maybe Shroud starts to wake up, things are possible. Always possible. But Luminosity right now, I mean, they've just got them in a stranglehold, so Cloud9, you know, they're prying at the fingers, basically, trying to get some air.
Could almost say at least Cloud9 could only be playing better than they were earlier, right? They can't find more of a low at this point in time. Skadoodle up on this bomb site, but with the amount of grenades here, for him to stand anywhere still and not be Molotov is not going to be easy. Just a bit of an edge there, but not quite hitting the shot. A follow-up Molotov. He's looking right at the edge of the smoke, but he can't find a target. Instead, he's going to buy some time with a flashbang here for the rest of his team to rotate in. He's playing very defensively.
This is getting a bit scary, though. Luminosity, they haven't found a kill to make life easier. And Cloud9, they are running out of nades, but there we go. The fight begins as nothing pushes up. Taco there to trade frag, and it's all over the place, but Taco finding 2 kills. Fur through the FNX, actually, through the smoke, will catch out nothing. And now it's on Stewie and it's on Slemmy, the last 2 remaining Cloud9 players, and Stewie comes right up on Catwalk and takes out FNX. So it's all on Taco now to clutch this 1v2, and Stewie spots him out. He knows he's playing for Catwalk, and Stewie will not miss the shot. 2 kills for Stewie, and a 7th round on the board now for Cloud9.
Yeah, 15-7 right now, and they are just going to continue the double-up setup still in effect here. Stewie buying for a couple of teammates there, and again, I mean, Cloud9, I mean, money, sure, or they could end up being sort of whittled down low enough that they would end up lacking grenades. But I mean, obviously, if they lose a round, they just lose the games or the map here. So it's still just buy whatever you can all the time, basically.
As far as Luminosity are concerned, this is just a half buy coming out. 2 AKs picked up, 3 Tech 9s. It's just to even out their money. They'll have a full buy in the next round. But there's Stewie. He went for the aggression again, and they're just going to come charging through, and he runs right into the smoke. This is clever. Does he actually make it work? No, they're right on the edge, and Cold will find the kill. But there was a moment there, a moment where it could have worked out for Stewie.
Yeah, and the problem is obviously now you get to think, oh man, he should have been playing defensively, but that's not always going to be the case. But it is a shame that he managed to give up his life there, and also give them a bit of an AWP in the middle.
And sometimes you just have to play it. You have to go with your gut feeling and play to win. If you're trying to play it safe, like you said, right? You play safe, you start playing scared, and then Luminosity, they'll walk right over you. Stewie, he is looking to put a fight up here. He knows what has to happen, and it's the big plays, you know, to turn things around, to give his team confidence, and to make it so that they can run it back 8 rounds for overtime. So can't fault him. He tried, but now it's up to the rest of his teammates to come alive. And Luminosity, they are looking towards Catwalk once again. They've had success so far.
And a little bit more respect from Luminosity, actually putting up smokes to actually cross there, right? They're playing more defensively. They're playing just a little bit more respectfully towards Cloud9, and that's interesting. At least the North American team has managed to get that out of the Brazilians, so we'll see if they can continue at this point here. 30 seconds as they try and make their way through. Fur playing at the edge of that smoke, just a tiny edge he can look through there, and Skadoodle, I'm not sure he's realizing yet, and that could be lethal here. Bit of a peek out at Long Shroud, picking up a good kill in the middle. They're trying to get out here, and Fur and FNX picking up some good kills, but still nothing inside the bomb site, and they're all coming from they have to run. They can't even run back to a bomb site right now. There's a good shot from Nothing, but he can't get the second, and that will be it. 16-7 as Luminosity take out Cloud9 on Dust 2. Tell me, Sumner, is there a world in which Cloud9 are just thinking, we can't let Liquid be the only American disappointment? You know, we can't let them down like that. We're gonna have to keep them company. Is that can we support that theory at all? Are they just that nice?
We can, but we can also say that both of these teams are still in a state of, you know, change, right? Boom, there you go. And that is the chant that Luminosity go for every time before and after a match. But right now, Cloud9, they have Slemmy coming in, trying to bring in structure, still trying to make this his team. And the same could be said for Liquid. They struggled mightily these past couple of days, going 0-6, but they just had Peacemaker come in and try and change up their style. So I'm sure we'll hear all about it at the desk after this break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to ELEAGUE. There you have it. Someone should really translate that chant that Luminosity like to say. I think it's the magic words of power. They've won another game. They steamroll it over Cloud9. We're at halftime in the series. We got Moses and Dust here to help me, Richard Lewis, break it down. Luminosity just looking on point today.
Yeah, this is, I mean, we knew this was kind of going to be their group. I think this is maybe one of the few groups where it's very blatantly obvious that there's not going to be very much challenge to that top spot. But I think looking at this Dust 2 now, we saw it yesterday, now we see it today. I think other teams have to just be like, God, how do these guys keep adding maps into the pool so quickly?
Yeah, considering, just to underline the point, Dust 2, a veto of theirs, a map they would typically avoid.
Till like a month ago.
Yeah, till a month ago, but for how long? About 6 months?
Yeah, I mean, they've been working on it like a little bit until then, but they haven't really felt comfortable until like the past month or two bringing it out, especially against the world competition. It's still mostly very much confined to North American competition.
Absolutely. I mean, they got 16-0'd by Fnatic when they first put this team together, and ever since then they're like, nope, don't want to play that one anymore. And then they brought it back, and they actually used it to win their last tournament when they beat G2. Dust 2, and they're beating the North American teams, as you said. So insanely quick, as you noted, to get into the pool and play it so well.
Well, Dust, you've been around a long, long time, and some say that you're criminally underappreciated. Here's a man that might be also criminally underappreciated, FNX. He's a veteran, much like yourself, been around for a long time. He had a great game today.
Absolutely. I mean, I think he's at Mango Habanero level right now. Maybe we'll get him into Blazing Hot in the next game, but he was absolutely the reason that Luminosity were able to shut down Cloud9. Cloud9 rely on guys like Stewie, Slimmy, Nothing being able to just dictate the pace at middle, but you're looking at FNX in all these clips. He's getting aggressive mid. He's taking these fights to the double doors. He's pushing lower B tunnels. He's pushing the catwalk, and he's winning all of these fights. He's putting up incredible numbers. He absolutely just shut down Cloud9, didn't allow them to get any space to work with.
But I think that's the terrifying thing about this team. Let's just say, for example, and it never happens, but let's just say, for example, Fallen takes a day off. It doesn't work. coldzera, same day. Maybe they both get the flu, and they can't play, they underperform.
They both break their wrists.
Yeah, or same day, having an arm wrestle,
real savage with
and they break each other's arms, and you're like, okay, there's people on this team that will just step up and fill the gap. Every time. Yeah,
we saw yesterday. I mean, because Fur's right there. He's ready to go. I mean, we've seen Taco have his tournament in Katowice where he carried them to the final. This team is just so deep. And that is. I mean, it's exactly what Nothing said in his interview, is that this team has layers. Like an onion has layers. And there's just so many different ways they can win these matches.
So we want to talk a little bit about coldzera in this game. He also played very well. There was one round in particular, I'll bring you in for this one, Moses, where Cloud9 were just having to work so hard to win rounds. This one should have been a lock. I think they had 4 people at one point. It was a 4v1, and then it goes down to a 1v1. Oh, we're going to just look at some general highlights first. Sorry. So these are just Luminosity just wrecking Cloud9.
Yeah, this is just showing some of the aggressiveness. I mean, look at Fallen all the way out here, very exposed early on in the round, and there's a timing on that kind of play, so just super aggressive. And this is the thing as well, winning so many. A lot of these clips are when they're, you know, it's in 5-on-5s, it's in 5-on-4s. It's still very early on in the round. There was no initial victories but very few initial victories for Cloud9 to really have any kind of momentum going into the later stages of the round. So very, very difficult for them to manage all the different skilled players. I mean, Luminosity is just able to win no matter who is getting challenged early on.
And I mean, with Taco, we were talking about how sometimes he catches a lot of flack for not putting up numbers. He was really big on this CT side as well as on the terrace side to close out the game. You saw him getting a lot of entries from the catwalk onto the A bomb site. A lot of that was how they actually close out the game. And so you do have to give your props to Taco as well. He definitely put in a performance that allowed his team to be in position to win.
This is when they get really scary, though. When Fur's making plays like that, he gets so aggressive. He's one of those players, when he gets confident, he's going to flank it. It's not just on Dust 2. He does it on overpass as well. He'll just start pushing up, and he'll be like, all right, if I see someone, I'll take a fight, probably win it. If not, I'm just going to keep going. And then he gets that very, very quick flank on his opponent. So a lot of variety thrown into it.
And Fur made one of the plays of the game there, just with that 3-kill pistol that he did. Just phenomenal play from him.
We've mentioned he's that guy who, before Cold joined this team, he was the man on the squad. If you haven't seen Luminosity when they first started coming up big in the scene, he was the player who took over games for them. And when Cold joined, he kind of got delegated to that second position, and that's so hard to swallow. If you're that star player and all of a sudden you're asked to take a step back to let someone else do it, it can be very, very awkward for you to get into the swing of things. But Fur, I mean, does it so gracefully. He's just always there, and he's always prepared to pick up the slack if needed.
So just to show you the standings, we've got Luminosity there, 5-0. Obviously halftime in the series, one more to play for them. Cloud9 just behind them with 2-1. Renegades, they put Liquid into the hurt locker, 0 for 6 right at the bottom. So the Renegades are 2-2. And again, just to talk about what we were talking about before we went to those highlights, there was this one round in particular that we highlighted out. You used to be a pro. Me and Dust, we weren't good enough, were we? Ever? No, never. We just couldn't do it.
But it's all right, boys. And not everyone.
Not everyone's got what it takes. So you were also a pro as well. Maybe not quite as high profile as Mo.
All right.
Just saying.
Come on.
No, you're a journeyman. It's okay.
Oh, Jesus.
They can be respected. But there was this one moment where we saw Cloud9 were having to dig so deep to get these rounds. And there was this moment where Cold Zero almost made this phenomenal clutch. I think they had 4 people at one point on the map, and then they got locked into this 1v1 kind of dance of death. And the timings were just so fortuitous. So my question to you would be, is this luck or is this game sense?
That's game sense. Well, I mean, sometimes it does come down to the luck of just pure timings. In this particular instance in this game, I think it was the second to last. Well, anyways, it was mostly game sense on Cold's part when he's in these tunnels, because he's searching out these one-on-ones, and he knows that in order to be able to win that kind of a scenario when he's surrounded on all different sides, he actually has to choose places to get aggressive. He has to go hunt out those one-on-ones so that they don't just pinch him and have him right where he is. If he's stationary there, he just dies. So he's actually moving forward and trying to find the one-on-one battles, and eventually at the end when they're kind of doing that dance, it does just come down to the blind luck.
Absolutely. I mean, it just goes to show you how talented of a player Cold really is. It's not just the skill level and the mechanics that he has, but it's also about how he plays out these situations. Again, he's known for being very explosive, but he's also known for being able to handle those clutch moments. I know FNX kind of is, touted as the big clutch player for this team, but so is Cold, and he played that so well. Yeah, he didn't win it in the end, but he does so often actually take those rounds.
All right, well, thanks for your thoughts. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to see the rest of the series, and we'll talk a little bit about Train. You're not optimistic. Anyway, do join us after a short break. We'll bring you the rest of Cloud9 versus Luminosity.
This summer on TBS, the next big thing is here.
There's a good team and a bad team. One side defends, one side attacks.
24 teams from across the globe.
The competition is fierce.
With a real prize on the line. $1.4 million. It's ELEAGUE Season 1 with Counter-Strike Global Offensive.
Whatever team we're playing, we know we're playing the best.
Friday at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific on TBS.
Hello and welcome back to ELEAGUE. We're halfway through the series between the Brazilians of Luminosity and the North American sensations of Cloud9. If indeed North America has any sensations.
Sensations, huh?
I'm trying.
Yeah.
We've got Moses and Dust on the desk. The next map's going to be Train, and the players are hot to trot on this one, want to get it over and done with. So just a quick few thoughts. You weren't optimistic about it. Tactically, what have Cloud9 got on this map?
It's just going to be about being explosive again, trying to get players like Stewie, Nothing, and Shroud out in the outer yard and taking the sites. But the problem is Luminosity's playbook's too deep. They're too diverse. They're going to be hard to handle.
Yeah, hard to handle is a nice way to put it. I think it's going to be pretty much impossible to handle. I think when you say they want to get this one over with, I think that might be exactly what we get out of it. This could just be a slaughter.
Yeah, and Luminosity, of course, they've already put a 16-0 on this map. Is Train just a very, very good map for them, or is it just the caliber of opponents they're going up against?
Yeah, Dust mentioned that they're probably the best team in the world on it. I don't see any reason to really argue that. I guess it's a lot of it when you get down to like maybe them and like Na'Vi, some of the top two teams on the map.
Like maybe Na'Vi and
it becomes, pick your point, whatever, how you want to go with it. But yeah, this team is just insane on it. The double op setup is going to be out in full force.
They're 13 for 15 on this map on LAN, and that's including quality wins against top international teams. They are insane on Train. They have so many different tactics to use. They can be very aggressive. They can do the slower, methodical style that they're known for. They're just an incredible team on Train. They just have so many setups and executes they can run on you. You never really know what to expect.
So predictions-wise, no one's going to bat for Cloud9?
No, not at all.
All right, well, let's get over into the action. We're going to have our map fly through now. We're going to bring you the final map in the series between Luminosity and Cloud9. Take it away, Anders and Semler.
All right, well, no love at all for Cloud9 as we head into Train. Everyone seems to sign with the Brazilian team. And Semlo, tell me, based on what you saw on Dust 2, though, does it give you any hope for Cloud9?
Young Stu is the key, I think.
The only one who could do it.
He's the one who gives me hope for this team. Not a lot to find, it's just a question of hunger, skill, and I was just talking about it outside with Yam, right? And when we're watching Cloud9, Stu is the one who's trying to fight. Stu is the one who's trying to make plays happen. He's getting kills. He's trying to get in his opponent's face. We need more of that from the other players on Cloud9. It shouldn't only be Stu. It should be Shroud. Shroud should think that he's streaming at home right now and that it's FPL or whatever, and that there's no pressure on the line. So just go in there with the P250 and get 4 headshots. Something along those lines. That's what's necessary here for Cloud9 because it can't all just be on Stu. He needs help. So, then you've got Luminosity on the other side who are basically fixing to clean sweep the groups.
Well, that's a strong start. Jordan picking up the cold zero there, and he was carrying the bomb. Not that it necessarily matters, but he might have seen that drop and just give them a little bit of information there. Strong start, and now we look how defensively Cloud9 are playing, and I don't mind that. I sort of wish someone was in connector to be closer to Nothing right now, but I don't mind the defensive setup because they're so far ahead with that early kill. There is a Molotov, there is 2 smokes still on Luminosity, so they could have an interesting execute coming for us here. See if it's going to be quite enough. It should actually be enough to get the bomb down straight away. That might be fun.
And then we'll see how Cloud9 handle that retake scenario, or if they're just going to be able to lock them out completely. But there's the push immediately. Straight flash, and the run from first spots the man right on the edge of the smoke, but Shroud just rips FNX's head off. Taco will take out Shroud in turn, and Fur just charges straight into connector, catches out the rotator, and now he's got a P2000 to play with. We saw what happened when he had this gun on Dust 2. He was just hitting headshots all over the place, and well, there's another one. Skadoodle is down, and it's just Fur now. He's holding the line.
Somebody stop this monster. Bomb is about to go down. Taco waiting a little bit. They're a little bit scared right now, but there it is. Fur looking for the shot. Stewie coming through with a good double kill right now, taking out Taco as the second man. And now all on Fur. How can he stop this bomb from being defused? They do have a kit on Slemmy as well, and Fur gonna go down. Stewie finding the 3rd kill of the round for himself. And a bomb defuse, why not? Good start for Cloud9.
Yeah. And that was a little bit of a troublesome sort of situation there because Slemmy had the kit and he was stuck in connector. He was being, basically halted by Fur. He could not get past onto that site. So it was all about Stewie coming in to help him get out and across the open ground.
I really want to know. I really want us to have an interview and ask Fallen, find out from Luminosity, was the plan all along to show themselves and get Fur into connector and then wrap back to B? or were they going to go away if they got the early kills? Because if it was improvised, that's almost incredible. Like, to improvise that in the middle of round would be so hard to do. So I would love to know if that was just sort of an improvised thing or if it was something they had planned all along. It makes a big difference anyway to me. We've got Scout on Fallen and almost no armor apart from that on Luminosity, just Fur and Taco here. So it should be a good round for Cloud9 as long as they don't challenge this. And without the body armor, those HE grenades do so much damage.
Wow.
All right then.
Well, yeah, exactly. All right then. Fallen continues to impress with the Scout. And another tag comes in onto Slemmy. Now can he get a follow-up? Slemmy dancing right on the edge, and he really shouldn't be going for the shoulder peek here. Fallen still holding this angle. It's going to get nasty if he does. Actually, just Fallen trying to bait out a response. He sees the FAMAS barrel, I think. But it's just not going... Oh, actually, I think he did just to get a tag on a Skadoodle.
A little bit of damage. They're being a little bit scared right now. And Fur with the Deagle picks up one, even gets the shot in on Shroud. Cloud9, again, this is what we were talking about, you know, who's making the plays right now for Cloud9. They're playing like they're worried and afraid of running into anyone from Luminosity, and there's Stewie, the only one pushing, once again, trying to make it work, but he might actually have exposed himself to Cold Zero here, and he's going to end up going down 3 versus 4 at the moment, and Cloud9 just not in a good position.
No, this is a lot of stress, basically, on Cloud9. They're also very low on HP, despite having superior firepower. Once those pistols get up close, and with 30 seconds left, Luminosity, they still have time to work. But Slemmy's going to peek out and take out Fallen. That's a very good start. There's the flash, but he gets shot in the back by FNX, and they maintain the man advantage, Luminosity. They are running a little low on time, though. We're getting to that 20-second mark, and where is that bomb going? Backs off through A main, and he needs to get onto the bomb site. 15 seconds left here for FNX, and his teammates trying to create some opportunities for him, but Shroud's on high, and FNX holding the angle. Beautiful shot.
That's just great, isn't it? Skadoodle now. Armor, half HP, and a Scout. He does spot out one person, but another shot comes through. Cold Zero. We need to see that one from his point of view. That's now a tied scoreline at 1-1. They're just merciless, these Brazilians, aren't they? They really don't care.
Dude, Cold. But respect? What's that? I don't have any. Why should I respect you?
Well,
he just doesn't care.
Respect is earned, right? It's
Exactly
not given.
right.
So right now, I mean, there's no reason for them to do it. Cloud9 are not showing them enough, and I know this might seem incredibly counterintuitive. I still think it's true though. I think Stewie's the only one who's trying to change the pace of anything. And Cloud9, you've got all these rifles, but you're hiding behind trains instead of setting up any kind of a play to stop Luminosity. And there's a nice shot.
There's a nice running gun from Nothing, actually. Catches out Fur. Fallen is low as well. But what's interesting is that Cloud9, they haven't fully committed to this. I was expecting a force buy out of them, to be frank, just because they're in a double eco scenario. But instead, Cloud9, they're prioritizing the next time they can buy some grenades. They've only invested in P250. This is as hard as eco as it gets. Taco's going to open things up here on the B site. Nice follow-up spray, and he runs out of bullets. Usually happens with the FAMAS. Pretty scary gun to use, but in the end, they will reestablish control Luminosity, keep 4 players alive, and a pretty solid anti-eco for them. But yeah, Cloud9, I mean, they're still just thinking, okay, how can we come back from this? Is that getting a double op into play? Because, well, I was going to say that could be the case, but then Stewie actually goes for the Nova shotgun. Where is he going to go to Pop Dog? He could try and play from Pop Dog with this.
You wonder if this is quite worth it, because I do think the double op setup would be kind of cool on this map. You know, Stewie's been playing pretty well with it. Maybe Skadoodle hitting a couple of shots, it could work out. We'll see if he can make his money back from the shotgun. Out in the open here, nothing gonna go down. Nice shot from Shroud. Long range with the Deagle, and LG trying to see if they can make it out. Stewie is walking up behind them with the Nova. If they could just buy a bit of time. A couple of more seconds here. Stewie coming down, and oh, the timing is perfect. He had a grenade in hand. He wants that rifle, though, and Slemmy moving up to help out. Good teamwork. And Slemmy not afraid to push up either. Fallen and Cold left here. 2 on 4.
What is this madness? Young Stu making the plays, and now it's all on Fallen, who's low on HP. Cold has got the AWP, and the bomb is dropped out in the open. And they have to worry about all sorts of different angles here, and it is just not going to happen. For Luminosity, they get flanked completely, and there's the big play. And you hear the audience as well.
Again, it's one of those things where if you ask someone on your team, you know, I think maybe if the rest of Cloud9, if Stewie had said, hey, how about I buy a shotgun and push up, you know, brown holes and see if I can get by, it sounds like a ridiculous idea, you know, so don't do that, no, but it works out really well, making those plays. Slemmy and Skadoodle, in fact. Why does Slemmy have an ult?
I was about to say, interesting decision here. I would say give it to Stewie because he's just so dangerous with the gun.
I think they would have if he'd asked for it, actually, at this point, but so it must be an individual decision from Stewie, I think.
Yeah, no reason. I mean, no reason to think otherwise, yeah.
Because he's been playing so well with it, it seems ridiculous that if they asked for it. And, well, nothing actually just wanted the information. That was just to try and peek, but I think he went a little bit too high and doesn't work out.
And, I mean, as we saw in Dust 2, you give Fallen a shot like that, he's not going to miss. So there's the opening kill here for Luminosity in the round. Still playing super passive as well all across the map, Luminosity. They are grouped up outside of A main, but they were waiting to see in case Cloud9 tried to try to push aggressive somewhere, and that is going to happen. And Fallen, once again, rewarded for his patience. Slemmy tries to force something over by Ali, and Luminosity, they were ready and waiting for it. So now, well, now we start to go kind of through the motions at this point, because Luminosity are like, great, we've got a 2-man advantage. It can be easy enough to make this smoke execute work on the A site when, you know, it's even man. But now with the 2-man advantage, this should be a cakewalk. We should be able to walk out onto this site, get the bomb plant, and just slam Cloud9 into the ground.
Shroud is playing very close, and this is what we were asking for earlier when watching Train. Someone to hold close to main. It's a bit tricky when he's this much alone, and now he's been spotted, and that really weakens this defense here. Stewie picking up a kill, but that's going to be all for now. Skadoodle alone, 1 versus 4, trying to sneak up to even do anything, but Fallen is there. And that's going to be a quad kill here for the Brazilian captain.
The Brazilian in-game leader just continues to impress. So consistently good for Luminosity. And yeah, that was nothing, actually trying to use the physics of the in-game physics to just fly off that ladder. He wanted to spot into A main. And yeah, Fallen just too quick. So the countdown has begun to get into this next round, and it is the hero buy, the force buy coming out here from Cloud9. This is the big risky play coming from them. Stewie had enough for the AWP. Skadoodle has one as well. There's a scout on Shroud. 2 P250s, that's the best that Cloud9 can bring to the table, but 2 ops, I mean, they can make this work.
Honestly, at this point, I'd rather see this than a repeat of what happened on Dust 2, where they spent the first maybe, you know, 16, 17 rounds of the game just playing very defensively and slowly. Just try for something like this, why not?
And I bet you Fur goes for that aggressive peek behind Fallen's shot because he's thinking, they'll have pistols, you know, I'll just take the fight blind, it's all good. You know, I have the superior firepower in this situation. No, Stewie's waiting with the AWP, and now Luminosity, boom, they all freeze, they all just stop. They're like, wait, what are we dealing with here? Is this a force buy? Are there other rifles that we'll have to fight against? They're trying to figure it out now.
Great shot there. They even spotted out that AWP. The Cold Zero going to be going down now 3 on 5 here. And Terrorist side still looking for a way in.
And they've only seen Stewie with the ops, so they still don't know what's actually going on here, Luminosity. They're waiting. Fallen, good trigger control there, does not pop his teammate in the face. But this is still Cloud9, now the 2-man advantage, and Luminosity, once again, they've been whittled down. Taco with the AK, FNX with the AK, good nade count here. And just the angle, but Fallen misses the ankle shot. And now it's all about him getting that smoke into connector, and can they press onto the site? That's what it's all about here. FNX has been tagged down, Shroud's still here with the scout.
Good shot from nothing again, been pretty good with these pistols so far. He's going to go down, but if you look at the clock as well here, 25 seconds, 2 versus 4. I don't know if it's worth it for Luminosity to try and push into this right now. They have almost no chance.
Where's the bomb?
Did it go missing? Is this real life? It seems to have somehow disappeared. Did it fall through the ground? What on earth?
I've never seen this happen before.
Well, the thing is, normally you could at least identify where that might be possible. I literally have no idea where that bomb could have been.
Well, that's awkward. Sorry, guys, we're just as confused as you are.
Yeah, I was just trying to fly around with the free cam there. All right, so the fact is, I doubt that will have made any difference to the outcome of that round. It's very, very unlikely that anything would have happened to have changed that. But, you know, still a little bit annoying, obviously. We'll have some Reddit detectives looking through it, I'm sure, see what's going on. We will have the 7th round coming up here, and we will have 3 AWPs on Cloud9. I like it. I love it, in fact.
Because why not?
Yes.
You know, why not? And they have an aggressive position here as well. That's Stewie, of course, up in Brown Halls. He decides to give up on the angle, though. Not sure in how this timing. It is a little unfortunate. In case somebody's watching, he will be able to get the peek in there. Free kill onto FNX. Skadoodle point blank will shut down Fallen. The Taco's there to trade frag effectively. Stewie, however, still occupies the high ground. This gets a little tricky for Luminosity. They're getting bogged down and nothing with the wallbang shot onto Taco.
A very good shot there. Fur and Cold Zero are left. And again, 2 versus 4 here. This time the bomb is in their hands, so slight improvement from the previous round, but we'll see if it's going to be enough to make a difference right now. Nothing going to pick up the 1 kill there on Cold Zero, and Fur sticking up close to the wall, just lining it up, but not going to happen. Shroud will take him out. Oh, yeah. Love it.
Thick. Yeah, man. Stewie making the plays. Ska not missing the shot either. That was a perfect start to the round for Cloud9. And yeah, once again, young Stu, the forefront. 4-3, Cloud9 in the lead. And Luminosity, finally, they've been forced to pistols. Finally, something is going right here for Cloud9.
Yeah, man, think about how difficult it's been for the North American team so far, and yet Stewie's got 9 kills, 0 assists, and 3 deaths. I mean, he's top fragging in the server. He's above anyone on Luminosity right now, so just a very, very good performance from him. Shroud there with the early kill, taking out Fur, and with the lack of equipment here on LG, you gotta think that Cloud9 could do this.
Yes, although Fallen, he drops down to 2 HP, taking a lot of Molotov damage over there. Still, 4 players remain here for Cloud9. They have the defense set up here on the A site. The bomb is locked behind E-Box right now. It can't really get out, and Stewie will find the shot on Fallen. Slemmy will take out FNX. That drops the bomb now in the open on the A site, and this should be an impossible situation now for Cloud9 to lose. Taco somehow survives? How does Taco live with 11 HP there? Nothing!
Oh, no.
Nobody saw that, nothing? It's all good. Didn't see it.
Bit of a silly fight going on down there, but it will be nothing to get the kill at the end. And you know what? We have ELEAGUE detectives showing us where the bomb is. Oh, it was up.
Oh, it was up above.
He didn't realize there wasn't even any glitch. It was just the worst game of hide and seek ever. What is going on?
Well, that's unfortunate.
And we should spend a lot of time laughing at Fallen for that in the future, I feel like. That's gonna have to become a thing. Can someone Photoshop the bomb on Fallen's head and just have a caption that says, yo, where's the bomb, guys?
Question mark, you know? Oh.
Right. What a brilliant way to lose a round, potentially. 5-3 is now the scoreline, and Cloud9 getting a bit of a foothold. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but seems to be working out slightly better, and they have a bit of an economy even. All right.
Yeah, this has got to tell Fur that there's some aggression coming. That close with the HE, the bank. Should tell him that somebody was holding up close, and now he has to worry about this angle. Will he have some support from a teammate? There is somebody getting set up for a flash. I think that's Fallen. Yep, there's the pop flash. And Fur, perfect teamwork coming in here from Luminosity to clear out that angle. Fur just not walking into the trap there. That was very well done.
Very good counterplay coming out from Luminosity, knowing and reading that situation really well. So a bit of a shame for Cloud9, because it's a powerful position to hold if you're that far into main.
Yep.
But just a perfect counter, really.
Oh, that was excellent work. And well, it's about to get a little tricky here for Slemmy, but he falls off the angle just in time. Although now if he goes for the repeat, Taco is waiting for him, and there we go. A bit of the pre-fire, Fallen. Looking to come around the corner. Gonna take a bullet to the face. Great work from Slemmy, but it's still a man advantage here for Luminosity. Bomb is going to be making its way through Alley, and a lot of this is going to come down to nothing. He needs to shut down Fur as Fur makes his way out, and he's got Cold wrapping him on Pop Dog as well. It's going to be nasty. He spots Fur going past, and now it's all about Cold and Pop. Does Nothing actually realize what's going on? Will Cold actually peek out, or is this going to be Nothing's worst day? I mean...
Oh my god, the timing is unreal. They haven't spotted each other. There's Nothing picking up a kill, but then Cold Zero comes into it. Very low on health still as Taco, but it's not going to matter. Fur will pick up a double kill, and that will be the round. Man, that could have worked out 100 different ways, couldn't it?
I know, right? That or Nothing pushes forward, covers that angle from Pop Dog, but he didn't spot anybody at Pop Dog, so sometimes that's just the way it goes. Shroud just looks like he dies a little on the inside every time.
Yeah, he doesn't have that, you know, very, very excited. Like, not all Counter-Strike players have. We're bringing this up. I mean, if you've ever seen Happy, even when they're winning games, Happy looks like it's the worst day of his life. You know?
Well, Thorin and I have a joke about Happy where, well, hold on, we'll see. Nope, okay, it's not going to be aggression. I can tell the joke. So, where he's got like this permanent hand imprint in his face, basically, because every time, win or lose, he always leans on his face with his hand, right? So, I mean, yeah.
That could be a thing.
Happy just always looks depressed. I don't get it. For a guy named Happy, he does a really poor job of living up to the name.
Well, isn't that like the whole, I think that's like the whole joke, isn't it? With him choosing the name. Oh, Fallen here. That's not a good peak for Stewie. Just coming very slowly off the ladder. Fallen going to be happy about that one. So once again, Cloud9, a man down. How do they get back into it here? This is where I at least would prefer if they tried to make a play. Try and see if you get a peek in somewhere and maybe get an early kill on someone. Nothing actually spotting out a couple of members there. Trying for the fight, but not quite going to make it work. And Skidoo going to be going down, so Fallen with a triple kill and a bit of a cheer there for Luminosity as well. I like that.
Oh, we got
tying up the scoreline at 5-5.
Some Luminosity fans in the room. Well, you know.
the
Fallen
11th
calling
round.
the shots. Not sure if that could be picked up clearly, but we could hear it a little bit there. But yeah, Fallen, very loose. He's really matured as an in-game leader as well. Used to be very fixed in his strategies, very slow, methodical. He was actually an in-game leader who's famous for just watching and studying European games and then trying to implement that in his game. But he's learned the lesson of being a little bit loose. And while Shroud, he managed to start things off strong, finds that headshot on Fur once again with the Deagle. But Fallen going to work, takes out Skadoodle.
Yeah, and he's bought that SMG. He knows they're not going to have any armor. And Cold Zero actually stealing a bit of a kill there. Nothing is going to be going down, and that's a triple for Fallen. All of them SMG shots, so a lot of money being made here. And that will make it 6-5.
Mo money, mo money. That's all Fallen's thinking right now. That's actually the theme song that's going on in his head. Make the Skrilla. Thorin whispers in his ear. And while Fallen, he heard the voice.
Lord.
He heard the Skrill Lord's voice. He's like, yes, I will make the fat dollars.
Yeah, you know, I finally got around to watching The Hobbit, and I was so happy to see that the Thorin character actually ends up getting sort of partially corrupted by just the love of gold. I think it's perfect. Couldn't be better, could it?
Oh?
Fallen, yeah, that double scoping. It's a bit dangerous.
I was wondering there for a moment. Not sure if we would have spotted Slemmy there from that angle either. But Slemmy playing this safe, Fallen would really have to commit for Slemmy to get caught out in that position. They're playing it very passively, actually, Cloud9. No aggression in alley. All focus has been put on A main and Pop Dog. Granted, that is where a lot of the action has been taking place for Luminosity. They haven't really wrapped through alley too often, but it seems like Luminosity are starting to think about it here. 2 players making their way over there now. And so it's going to come down to Slemmy to hold that position.
Good stuff from Shroud. Entry frags, so important here, and he got one last round as well. The Eagle, but Cold Syrup, the timing, that's as nothing is trying to throw the smoke to block off that position, is exactly when he peaks. And now Luminosity coming with a bit of a response here, throwing down a couple of smokes, some Molotovs to clear out the most common positions, and Fallen gearing up with the AWP. He's going to be able to see the feet and at least legs him. Skadoodle down to 16 health, and that's a shot as well on Shroud. Nothing, oh sorry, Fallen finally going to be out of the round. Skadoodle besting him, that one duel there. Looking for a second kill as well, but that shoulder peak is a little bit too much. But Skadoodle, what a shot. He saw the shoulder as well, but it's not going to be enough. Now it's Stewie versus Cold Zero in a one-on-one.
With 20 seconds left, and it's not going to happen. Cold sees him coming from a mile away, and with that AWP will not miss that shot. And that's the thing about Cold. He'll hit the flashy shots like the one we saw on Nothing, but he can also just hold those angles and hit that 100% guaranteed shot that every professional opper needs to hit. And so Luminosity, they have completely woken up here. It looked good for Cloud9 for a while. They were starting to chain some rounds together, but 4 rounds in a row now for Luminosity, bringing them up to 7 rounds total. Looking really good. Whereas now, I mean, Cloud9 back to pistols.
I mean, in a certain way, this is like a match between Stewie and Fallen, and everyone else is like, you know, supporting cast here. Because Stewie's got 12 kills, Fallen at 14. This time, not going to be much of a fight. Nefinex getting some easy shots in there. I mean, good attempt here from Cloud9 to wrap up behind, but Fur was already there, and there was even a Molotov to block them. It's not a good time at all. Good shot, though.
Yeah, good work there by Ska. And maybe if he's lucky, he can get out of here, but I'm doubting it. Nope. Out in the open, and FNX and Cold, each picking up a kill. So, very solid anti-eco, all things considered, for Luminosity. Fur is going to be happy about picking up a couple kills with that MAC-10. That's more money in his pocket. And I mean, obviously Fallen, even after buying nades this round, nearly 12,000 in the bank, so he's looking fantastic. But 8-5, Luminosity well in the lead now on this CT-sided map. So for a T-half, this is very good work coming from them. But now we go back to the double AWP, and it's Skadoodle and Shroud this time. What is this? It's like musical chairs with ops for Cloud9. Who wants it this round?
Yeah, and it seems to be anyone but Stewie, which almost is a bit disappointing, you know? Does he feel like he has like a personal weakness on this map with it? It could be something like that that we don't know about, but certainly we would like to see him with just a little bit more. Slemmy holding down at IB a little bit alone, but again, very aggressive setup right now for Cloud9 in the A courtyard, which I think could be interesting here. If Slemmy could just get the early information that they're going to come around this corner, he could call for a flashbang from Shroud. And that might, oh, he doesn't have one. That's a big problem.
No, Shroud is the one who's actually counting on Slemmy to hold the line here. And there's the rifle bearer getting spotted. Slemmy not going to be able to get the follow-up, 1-for-1 trade. And now Shroud, at least, Slemmy dying alerts him to the fact that there are a couple people coming his way. And he's going to have to hold on to that angle. He has to count now on Nothing to hold off A main, to watch his back. And while it's a 4-on-4, a lot of incendiary damage actually going down onto Cold Zero, so that's an incendiary going off in Pop Dog. But still, Luminosity, they're looking to get that pinch going here onto Cloud9. Shroud, nothing, a lot riding on these guys.
Look at the patience battle right now. Fallen and Shroud just in like a mental standoff for a good 10, almost 15 seconds now. They've just been waiting on either side of this box. It's almost a little bit stupid right now. Just waiting for the shot. There's the Molotov coming out. Shroud now getting confirmation. They're still there. There's the flashbang. Shroud gonna get the shot. He does get legged, but still alive and nothing picking up further. This is a good round right now for Cloud9. Just another 2 kills and they might be able to almost even out the score here in the first half. Fallen desperately spraying inside. Cold picking up a kill, running close, gonna get that shot on Shroud. Oh no, it's a 2-on-4, turned into a 2-on-2. Cold coming through, getting a 3rd kill, and now it's up to Stewie. 1 versus 2, 2 seconds left. The bomb is gonna go down. Luminosity, what would it take for this team to lose a round? Now he's gonna be moving closer here, Stewie, but Luminosity, they should have never even been in this round. And here they are.
It's just the key. And this is what Fallen tweeted yesterday after that streak that they had, the 4-0 win. Never give up, never surrender. I mean, they never stop looking for a way to win in the round. And it's all on Stewie. And he's thinking that, yeah, there's going to be a man holding by Ivy. But no, Cold Zero comes out of nowhere, blindsides him. A magnificent round coming in from Cold Zero and Fallen. 2v4. And they bring it back and actually win the round. And I think they started planting the bomb with literally 4 seconds left on the clock. So just cutting it as close as you possibly can. Double facepalm as well, man. That's brutal.
I mean, it's appropriate though. That's such a shame. I mean, Shroud doing a very good job with the AWP early on there, but they had all the focus on Ivy, and Cole just took full advantage. Stewie now playing close with the Mag 7. Gonna put some pellets into Taco, who really wants to escape. Oh, Stewie! Alright. It's a vindictive person, this one, isn't it?
Taco lives with 1 HP. How close are they gonna get? Well, it can get that close. That's about as close as it can get, yes. God.
1 more pellet.
Sucks for Stewie. That would have been a sick start. But still, FNX is actually making sure that Cloud9 can't push aggressively over by Ali. Nothing and Slemmy are waiting there, though. Considering Luminosity have shown a bit more attention towards the end of this first half towards Ali, they want to get over there and see if they can't catch them off guard, but Fallen from main once again finding a kill. That's Skadoodle down. And so a man advantage now for Luminosity, and they still have all the options. They can still go towards A if they want, and it looks like that's the plan.
Shroud playing at a bit of an off angle here, trying to see if he can make that one work. Bomb does go down, but a great repeat coming in from Cold Zero there to pick up the kill. Nothing out in the open, and maybe a bit too much as he goes down to Fur. Stewie and Slemmy, what could they do right now? They're in a 2-on-4, and this is the last round of the half. Slemmy gonna be going down. Stewie charges him with the Mag 7. Bunny jumping a little bit back and forth up on the ladder as well. Gonna pick up a different Mag 7. Maybe it just looks better, I don't know. Gonna try and see if he can get this last pellet in on Taco. At least there would be some justice in that.
And it's a double up setup as well coming in here from Luminosity, so this is just wild.
In a better world, Semler, he could have a Mag 7 in his hand and dual wield them.
Wow.
Oh no. It finishes where it started, on the ladder. Taco, just look at that smile as well. 10-5 here as Luminosity take the first half on train. What an incredible just overall incredible match. It looked like Cloud9 actually had a chance to get a little bit back into it.
But that's, I mean, it just looks inevitable right now. When Luminosity play, I mean, it was the same thing on Dust 2, a little bit of a back and forth start. Luminosity download their opponents, and then boom, they take complete control of the half and just start, you know, crushing them out of the server. Cloud9, it was pretty much at exactly the same number of rounds as well for Cloud9. But we'll go ahead and find out how this all plays out after the break.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're still searching for an answer to the question of what will it take to stop Luminosity. And I think searching maybe a little bit harder than everyone else is Stewie right now. He's really on the hunt to figure out what it will take. He's tried a lot of different things, and him and Fallen have been going toe-to-toe. I mean, Fallen just doing a little bit better here, but if you think about sort of the backup that Stewie has had, I've got to say this is very impressive.
Yeah, Stu is doing a lot of work for Cloud9 right now, but so is Fallen. Fallen is sitting at the top of the scoreboard for Luminosity, but he also has the likes of Cold Zero backing him up, FNX. Right now, it feels like it's just the Stewie show. Shroud has had some flashy moments. Nothing, however, seems to just be... We're not seeing the same performance out of Nothing that we saw yesterday. And so that is a little frustrating. It's frustrating, right? And I think that's been the key for Cloud9 for quite some time. It's consistency. We need those guys to be able to deliver map after map, not just, huge performance on this one map, but then vanishes on the next.
Well, it is kind of do or die time here. Cloud9, they need this one. They only have 3 body armors and a little bit of utility there. Slimmy, how does he not have more than that? Did he drop for somebody else? I feel like that's just a little bit odd. Yeah, he must have dropped something else that I'm not seeing. Fur looking for the early frag there, but not quite connecting with anybody. And now, Fallen waiting for the timing with the grenade. Oh, this could be ugly. The people with that armor are going to take a lot of damage. That grenade wrecking Skadoodle and Shroud. Fallen going to be falling back a little bit here, and Taco with the early headshot is going to make it just slightly in favor of LG so far.
Somehow Fallen is still alive. All right, finally, Nothing tears him to shreds with traps.
Why you do this, Semler?
Hey, well, yeah, Caster Curse. Sometimes you have to give a little bit of help. Cloud9, they need all of it that they can get. And well, Stewie, he will eventually, not find the kill. Ska instead will find it in his place, but it's still big kills coming in here for Cloud9, and it's all on Cold. 1v3 for the retake. Not a whole lot of time to play with here. The clock is ticking, and well, he's been spotted, so now he has no element of surprise to work with here to make it easy for himself, but he will go ahead and pick up 2 kills regardless. Only issue is no kit. So what can he do here? Slemmy, he's in the perfect spot to go for the flank, and Cold is just hunting for the kill right now, but it's just not meant to be, and it will be the pistol round going Cloud9's way. Fantastic work. Despite Cold getting 4 kills in the end, doesn't really matter. Cloud9, they get the hard bit done.
You're having a hard time believing that it's a human being you're seeing doing the stuff that Cole is doing right here. I mean, it was a really good round for Cloud9. You've got to appreciate that. Very aggressive, not letting Fallen recover as he's down there, just continuously fighting and not giving Luminosity enough space to really put together a good retake. But Cold Zero, I mean, what is wrong with this guy? Just every single shot.
He's just one of those guys, like, Luminosity are also so strong because they have just crazy pistol players. We've already seen that from Fur. Fallen also shows up with that P2K. Cold with the USP. Between the 3 of them, they always seem to have an impact in pistol rounds, just getting kills all over the place. That's just another facet of Luminosity's game, what makes them the best team in the world.
We're going to see if they can continue him out. A bit more of a comeback here in the second half. Good shot from Fur, though. It was the early kill going in favor of Cloud9, and then Nothing following up. Second kill of the round for him. And they do have a couple of smokes here, so they should be able to get the bomb plant, at least.
Oh, let's see. Nothing, man. He is just racking them up right now in this anti-eco. Cold will eventually find one, but Nothing with the quad kill. See if he can actually track down Cold, get that anti-eco ace, and he will in the end. So, all 5 for Nothing. That's a bit of a feel-good moment for him there. That'll build some confidence. Now he just needs to do that when they have rifles in their hands, Luminosity.
Yeah, he overtakes Stewie, but I mean, he was at 9 kills before that, so don't want to read too much into it. It's still very impressive, and if it can somehow spark him to sort of come alive and say, all right, I'm still in it a little bit here, that would certainly be impressive. 10-7 being the current scoreline, and moving into the 18th round, we've still got the 2 Mac 10s in play here for Cloud9, so looking to make some money for Stewie and Slemmy.
Yeah, that's all what it's all about. Skadoodle even skimping to the point where he's only going for the PG-50. There's going to be a very fast flank coming through here from Pop Dog, however. Fallen trying to hold the line in Brown Halls. It was a stack for Luminosity, and Cloud9 have just plowed right through it. Fallen somehow completely dodges Shroud, who survives just barely, and it's all on Cold now. See if he can't find a kill on young Stu. He's going to wrap right around the corner. Bit of the element of surprise, and he finds a headshot on the re-peek. Now, however, it will be Slemmy to end things. Mac 10 will be picking up 1 kill. And so there we go. Now we get into the interesting bit. The 19th round when Luminosity, they're going to have the money, and they go straight to double op. No time wasted.
It's a good little trick there from Shroud. Gotta appreciate that here. And yes, that double up setup, even if Fallen currently he doesn't have any armor, so on a map like Train though, think about how little of a sacrifice that is. You can just play far back, shoot down the long lane of the train. You could even use part of the train as sort of as armor to block a little bit of the bullets, and someone to throw a grenade on you, it's almost impossible unless you get into a retake. And that's where the armor could be a real factor here. Cold Zero with the AWP close. Is anyone going to throw a flashbang? It's going to be a Molotov instead, and he peeks into it, but great job on Skadoodle. He saw that coming.
Excellent punish. That is Cold Zero's one of his favorite spots basically to go to with that AWP. So using the Molotov plus having Skadoodle holding the angle, that's some solid work coming in here from Cloud9 to give them a strong start. Stewie there to pick off Taco as well. The B defense severely weakened, but there has been a quick rotate in. Stewie not going to hit the flick, but his teammates, they're making their way onto that site, and it's about to get difficult here for FNX.
The real question is, why weren't his teammates making their way onto the site when Stewie was pushing in? What's everyone else doing right now? Skadoodle going to be picking up a kill there on FNX, and Fallen and Fur on left now 2-on-3 for the retake, and Fallen pushing into the high ground, and here that lack of armor, like we were talking about, it could be a real issue. Still hiding in the smoke down there is Slemmy. Fallen sees it coming. Now he's going to jump down. He doesn't have a kit, so we're going to have to try and get a bit closer here with the pistol. One shot would do it, but Skadoodle not going to fall. He picks up a quad kill, and that will be the round here from Cloud9.
Boom. Very good preparation there from Cloud9. That's what gets the job done. Taco also usually very good at holding that B site. That sick shot from Stewie just shuts him down immediately. Gives his team a chance.
He runs into the Molotov that's still up as it fades, picks up the orb, and goes to get that kill. Again, he's a playmaker, and they're really rare. It's really hard to find people who have the sort of the whatever it is in their mind that can make them do that. It's very difficult.
No, and he's so fast. Will find eventually the kill on FNX. Flips on to Fur. Not going to get him, though. He runs out of bullets. Instead, it's going to be the Glock getting the job done. Trout robs him in the end. All that hard work for nothing. And while Taco's like, hey, I'm going to completely wreck your dreams.
Oh, no. Fallen close has picked up an AK. He's going to be alone as Shroud is having a pretty good round here. Going to end up with a triple in total.
I don't know why Taco sounds like the Fonz in my mind, but... Just picked it, you know, they're always doing this, you know, so I'm just like, yeah. Hey, give me a 5-7.
I think that's an accurate representation of what I might be thinking at that one time. That's just really, really brutal. Sneaking out of that smoke, and that will time the scoreline though at 10-10.
And now, well, 22 kills for Cold. He is dominating so far. Stewie still pretty... little ways off from tying that up, but we'll see. There's plenty of time left here for Cloud9 to have an impact. Nice flash there to completely blind Skadoodle, so no chance for him to open things up here for Cloud9. Luminosity, man, they are fully committed towards that A site, and Fallen once again holding very aggressive in Ivy. This is also one of his plays that he likes to go for. Deny this part of the map to Cloud9, get that pressure on.
See if they are going to be successful. Fallen is very close to Ivy right now, and if he pushes up just a little bit further right here, he's going to get so much information about what Cloud9 are doing. They're nowhere near that side of the map, but instead they push in quick into the B-bomb side here. Fur right on the edge, picks up the one shot. There's a Molotov up as well, does a lot of damage. That's Fur now, 3 kills, taking well, a little bit of damage, but still alive for a moment there. Skadoodle going to be the last one left, and he goes down to Taco. What a defense.
What a defense, what a disjointed push. You can see, already you can see, between the two of them, Ska flashed, right? So he's not able to follow Stewie in. That was a perfect flash that just completely, well, broke up Cloud9's push. They were moving in as a cohesive unit, but the first two guys get flashed. Skadoodle gets legged coming down as well, I think, and it all just kind of falls apart from there. It makes Fur's job much easier where he's just sitting there having to hit the shots on damaged targets. So, very solid hold. Hopefully that does not discourage Cloud9, and they'll be able to bounce back in this next round, because if they start letting Luminosity chain rounds together, the hopes and dreams, they'll be shattered once again.
Wow, they're looking to set up, at least they're throwing a lot of grenades, Cloud9, but they're actually made their way back up, picking up the bomb, running into the B-bomb side. Taco here, and he has no idea. This is a brilliant fake coming out of Cloud9. What a play. Going to be taking out Taco immediately, and only now are Luminosity starting to get in here, but it might be way too late. Fur is picking up a really crucial double kill, and Fallen picking up that shot on Slemmy, realizing he was still out there. Oh no, Cloud9, how are they losing this?
I have no idea. Just trying to force it, Nice mid-air shot there from nothing. Let's see if he can keep it together. And he will be able to spot the man going onto the high ground. That's Fallen stepping out into the open. Tag onto nothing. He's still alive. He's still kicking in this fight. But they're going to be rushing right onto him with the pistols. And he cannot connect with the spray. He gets overwhelmed. He gets overrun. And it will be a 12th round on the board here for Luminosity. Small victory for Cloud9. At least they get the bomb plant. So they will have a little bit more money. But we'll see just how much money they have to work with in this next round. If they can keep buying, or if it's going to mean a half buy for them. And I think it will have to be the half buy.
if you can set up a round like that and not win it, then there's something horribly gone wrong, because that was such a good fake. They ran Taco down and were on the bomb side, and Luminosity were only like on the A side of C connector. So I don't even know what's going on. That was just some madness. They should have won that round 100% of the time.
Well, here's the different change. I like it. They haven't seen much action over by Ali. Fallen, you know, he hasn't spotted anybody, but he will get that point blank shot. That is insane. And now he can get that smoke down. He's got the support of Cold. He gets a 2-for-1 shot. Cold still dancing on the edge, but that bomb is dropped in the smoke. Can he see it? It's going to be right on the tip. And as soon as it gets picked up, no, he obviously doesn't see it. Or I guess he did, but he realizes in time.
He sensed it like a true Jedi.
I mean, seriously.
13-10 here, 24th round coming up. I mean, it was looking good, right? They started this half by winning 5 rounds in a row. You think, all right then, got a real game on our hands, but
it's right on the edge. What did he see? I guess he just realized that the bomb isn't there anymore. Probably checking the mini-map.
That could have been it.
It will show up on the mini-map, so if it ticks off and all of a sudden he doesn't see it anymore, then he realizes it's been picked up. But what's insane, what's incredible is just that Cold delivers map after map. Fallen had the strong start, but now it's Cold sitting with 25 frags. Fallen, once again, going aggressive with that AWP. No fear, only dreams, and a 2-for-1. Brutal. And Ska can't get anything done. He gets caught on the ladder. Oh, man, this is so painful.
Yeah, I mean, trying to analyze a round like this doesn't even make any sense, because again, Luminosity have reached that point in the game like they did on Dust 2, where they no longer care what Cloud9 are trying to do. They're just taking all the fights. Whatever fight they run into, they feel like, I'll just take this one and win it. You know, I'll just do it. And it doesn't make any sort of logical sense. I mean, normally you would try and avoid doing that, maybe especially on the CT side, because think of the risk involved. You know, what happens to Fallen, or what happens to the team if Fallen dies in that push on the slope? Suddenly they could charge into B and maybe win the round, you know. But all of these sort of calculations just go right out the window. That's a nice peek from Slemmy, but I think everyone knows it's not really going to change the outcome of this round.
No. And that, just, you know, to add to that, right? It's the mark of a champion team, of a champion winning, like a championship winning team, right? They're going to play their game no matter the score. They're going to just keep on, and Luminosity right now, they have that European edge where they're so confident in their ability to push forward and win duels that they will just go out. Look at that, Fallen, last round, all the way at the tip of Ivy where, you know, he could get rushed down very easily, but he's going to hold that with the op. Next round, boom, he's going point blank, Brown Halls. It's like JWS, where he just uses it like a shotgun. Doesn't care how close you are, he will still land those shots.
Yeah, but it's also quite a smart way of playing if you're playing a team like Cloud9 that would probably love to use, let's say Cloud9 had some sort of, you know, anti-strats going into this. None of them are going to be relevant because LG are playing this way, right? So all the stuff they've studied, all the demos they've watched, and said, how do they play? None of that matters now because they're not even playing like that anymore. They're just wild and out of control. Back to pistols and no armor here, and they are going to get wrecked in the A courtyard.
Now you're just witnessing the gulf right now between the best in the world and, well, right now, I guess, the best in NA. So it's still pretty brutal. I think Luminosity at this point, in their minds, they're just going through the motions. Like, all right, let's get this over with. Let's clean sweep the groups. Everybody expected us to get first seed. You know, maybe we could have dropped the map here or there, but no, we'll get 6-0. We will just completely dominate and take the first seed going into the playoffs tomorrow.
Why not? And to think they played overtime against Renegades on Cobblestone, right? That's, at this point, you got to think that's pretty impressive.
I wish we had like the rewind sound, you know, like, that would have been pretty sick.
15-10 here, and the Cloud9 just throwing everything at this A courtyard right now. Nothing going to be out there quick. Some Molotovs countering, Skadul going down to a nice grenade, and a lot of damage already being dished out right now. The Shroud to fall as well. Stewie down, and Slemmy, the last man alive here in a 1-on-4. Trying to see if he can bring it back and maybe clutch the round, but it's not going to happen. It will be 16-10 here for Luminosity on Train. And in the end, it's Cold Zero at 28 kills, top fragging.
Yeah. Cold Zero, you know, unlike Happy, Cold lives up to his name because he's just cold-blooded. He doesn't care. He will get out there. He will wreck you.
Yeah, I think at the major tournament we managed to sort of rename him, you know, Cold Siller instead for the monster that he is.
Exactly, and you guys saw there the group standings. It quickly brought it up, but yeah, 6-0, a clean sweep here for Luminosity in the group phase. This is round robin. They play everybody, and they dominated everybody. So well, obviously it was a little bit closer versus Liquid. There was a little bit of a, hope there, right? And versus Renegades on Cobblestone. But guys, before we throw it over to the desk, the analysts, I can tell, Moses, he's itching to talk about this. We're going to take a quick break.
Hello everyone and welcome back to ELEAGUE. There you have it. If you run towards the light at the end of the tunnel, it might just be Luminosity, and they have killed Cloud9 here to finish top of the group 6-0. I'm Richard Lewis, your host. Joining me on the desk, we got Moses and Dust. Don't you shake your head at me, young man. That was a great segue. I was
obviously
talking
to you were getting it.
Anyway, someone else I was impressed with, of course, was the Luminosity team. Just an incredible performance by them. They've been dominant in this group. And while Cloud9 almost clawed their way back into it, as Luminosity always do, they managed to see out the game.
And I mean, yeah, even though the score kind of closed, that gap kind of closed a little bit, you never really felt like Cloud9 was in it, right? You always felt like Luminosity was definitely in control of that match, and that's just a really dominant group run from them. It's kind of what we expected. I think they phrase it business as usual. The cool thing though about this format now is that even though they've gone undefeated in the groups, this technically means nothing. They still have a best of 3 to play to move on towards Friday.
Absolutely. All it does is it feeds them Team Liquid, which on the one hand, you might say with all the problems they had, could be a bad thing or a good thing, because it could go either way. They've had close games.
And also, I mean, Liquid gets there. They get to the finish line. They just can never cross it. So if they somehow have the same kind of performance that they did against Luminosity yesterday, if they go on the first map and they get to the finish line, they figure out how to just finally take that last step, they can be a dangerous team, and that could maybe give them a chance. Obviously, it's very slim, but it's still there.
So some thoughts about Luminosity, Dust? You're our tactical analysis genius on the desk. What really stood out for you in terms of what they were doing?
I think it's just the depth of their playbook. I mean, you did see these moments where Cloud9 were, in fact, making little comebacks. We saw Stewie 2K have some pretty big rounds with the op and the outer bomb site. The problem is if you shut one thing down for Luminosity, you close one door, there's still so many options for Luminosity to go to. They can do these outer executes at various speeds. That doesn't work, okay, now we'll run it down your throat at the inner bomb site, or maybe we'll just go heavy Ivy and just swarm you over there. So it just always seemed like Cloud9 were always a step behind. As soon as Luminosity met a little bit too much resistance, they just shifted their game into a different direction, and they came out on top.
Sounds to me like what you're saying is Cloud9 are playing checkers, but Luminosity are playing chess.
It's always the case.
I mean, it is kind of one of those things where they just have. It comes down to the fact that teams in North America, especially Cloud9, just had another roster change. Every time you do that, you take away some details of your gameplay on every map. So once you bring a new player in, you all of a sudden have to refigure out how to play with him. Maybe he likes to do different things. He's not as comfortable as your previous player doing certain roles that you had him in. So you kind of have to rethink every map. And especially Train, this is one of those maps that because it's so difficult, because there's so many nuances and details to playing it, it is a team, especially in North America, that's typically one of the last maps to get looked at as a squad bringing in a new player. So it's going to take time for Cloud9 to get up to a level to where they can, feasibly be dangerous to top-tier teams on this.
I mean, there were definitely moments on Cloud9's terrorist side where you did see them having that explosive outer push that they like to run. Guys like Nothing and Stewie 2K were pretty successful in the early part of the second half, putting rounds on the board because they were opening things up. But it just shows you how powerful the double op setup really is for Luminosity and across the entire map pool. I mean, Cold Zero almost put up 30 kills in the entire game. And then on top of that, you had Fallen, who's just, old, reliable. He's always putting up his kills as well. And so they just couldn't get past those two ops towards the end of the game.
It's exactly what Fallen said yesterday when they played Renegades. They're just like the double op is just so hard to stop. No matter where the team goes on the map, they're either going to face Fallen with an op or Cold with an op, and they're going to get theirs. They're going to get that first kill at least. It's all about either trading it, and they're so good at getting away. They're so good at grabbing a multi-kill, positioning themselves so the attack just stalls out even longer. So there's not a lot of teams in this world, even looking at some of the best teams we have, not even here in this group. The best teams in the world are going to be stumped by this double op setup. This is something that everyone should be looking at right now and figuring out ways to beat it.
Yeah, well, you said you think that they could be the best team in the world on this map. Do you stand by that?
Yeah, I know that was actually Dust that said it, but there's no reason to argue against it.
No, I'm sure you said it.
Oh, okay. Well, sure. Let's say hypothetically.
Let's
say that hypothetically, I said it.
There we go.
Let's say hypothetically. You can argue that for sure. There's a massive case for it. Even teams like Navi on it, they've beaten. What did you say? It was 13 out of 15 times that Luminosity has won this map on LAN against the best teams in the world. Even if you look at teams that are very good on this, like even Virtus Pro, Navi, these teams still struggle against Luminosity, and these teams still. They're going to have to figure out how to beat this double op setup because you can't just straight up duel it. You can't expect Guardian to go out and beat Fallen and then come out and do a train yard and have to find the second op somewhere on that map. It's just going to be very, very difficult for teams to counter it.
Well, we talked about old reliable Dust, and indeed Fallen is our blazing hot man of the match, is brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings. Here it is. Confirmation of that. And just a few words about his performance.
I mean, he was just great across the entire series. We're watching him here on Dust 2. He had several rounds where he was just putting up good numbers. I mean, we definitely talked about how FNX was one of the most powerful players on especially the CT side of Dust 2 here for Luminosity, but Fallen was always right there. He definitely helped them close the game out on Train. Multi-kills like that, what more can you ask for? And I think Moses hit a really big point. It's about his uncanny ability to always find a way to make a multi-frag situation out of a moment where you feel like you really should only be able to get one or not at all. And he does it all the time. It's crazy how consistent he is at making those types of moves.
And he does it all while he's still talking to all of his teammates. You saw there on the clip, he gets these multi-kills, he's turning around, talking to his teammate. Okay, now I'm dead. You need to go and do this. It's incredible just how much he thinks about the game while being able to deliver a performance like that.
It's his movement. I'd love to see the percentage on the amount, like how frequently he hits that first shot with the op, but it's always interesting to watch what he does immediately after that first hit, the way he falls back, the way he gets away. Not even gets out of trouble, which is huge, but it's getting into a position to get that second kill. That's the big key. He's someone he's always a danger no matter what situation he's in. So there's not many players who can do that like him.
Yeah.
It's a nasty combination of game sense, just the firing speed and the movement, like you noted. I mean, when you have that trifecta, you're going to be able to make big plays.
So Luminosity are going to be the #1 seed now, so they're going to play against Team Liquid, but there's still games to go. We got one more to come, and obviously it's going to be between Cloud9 and Renegades. Everything to play for both of those guys. They're tied up, so thanks for your thoughts. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we're going to have that game for you. See you soon.
What's up, everyone? I'm Malik Forte.
And I'm Michelle Morrow, and we're your hosts for Bleacher Report's new daily esports show called eStream.
Match fixing.
Cheating.
Esports regulation.
Console versus PC.
Women in esports.
Buffs, nerfs, and Murloc decks. Obviously, there's a lot to talk about, and we're going to be covering all of it coming May 31st on Bleacher Report.
Call an Uber.
I call an Uber.
Yeah, go.
God, always makes me pay. Always.
Gotta save that money, though.
We're on our way to Rottnest on the hunt for quokka selfies.
Yep.
So that's the plan. Yeah, it's definitely mini kangaroos.
I say we go up here. Get the right over there.
Wait, we could do it from 2 angles, and that way we'd get double the chances.
We need to get behind him. Oh,
What's your deal, dude? Just face that way.
What is the quest on for a better quokka?
Yeah, we need just one that's compliant. All right, buddy, this is your time to shine. Oh.
Okay, that wasn't good.
We've done it.
Hello everyone and welcome back to E-League. We've got the last game of the day coming up. I'm your host Richard Lewis. Joining me on the desk we've got Moses, and for some reason we brought Mo back. I can only think he's got some amazing contract or something.
I thought I was fired.
That's what I asked for.
Was hoping.
Yeah, I know. Fingers crossed. Bring back dust. That's what I say. Anyway, it is good to have you here, brother. We're going to be talking about the Renegades.
My favorite guys right here.
Yeah, well, you vouched for them in the last game.
What can I say, man? I know talent when I see it. And
what he's saying is he knew Liquid was going to collapse again.
If only your fiance did.
I know non-talent when I see it.
So tell us about them, Mo.
Well, they're gone now, but JTS, Azure, Distillo, and I forgot the rest.
I didn't say
Sponge, my favorite guy.
I didn't say repeat their names, Mo. I said tell us about them. Why don't you talk about Yam? He's an AWP. You used to be one of those.
I was a big fan of Yam before anyone was. I want to just put that out there. I was the first one to vouch for Yam and call him top 5 NA. I still think he is a top 5 NA offer. But what's even better is I feel that Cloud9 just got a beating, and Renegades is coming off a win. This is their chance to just leapfrog Cloud9 and get the second place. I think they're going to do it.
Why?
Because, one, I know they're good on both of these maps. Train, we saw how confident and composed they were. And I think the second map they are supposed to be playing is Cobble, which we saw them against Luminosity go into overtime. Even though they had somewhat of a collapse at the end there, to take the best team in the world to overtime, it's a big deal. And Cloud9 looks like a different team from yesterday.
Okay, well, a little bit of a spoiler in your analysis.
That's what I do, man.
I was going to say,
we'll
this is what I'm switching to the vetoes already.
Yeah, we'll pretend
I know the
that didn't
vetoes before they happen.
Do you think he's talking sense?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that he would think that. I still, I still got Cloud9 taking out Renegades, to be honest with you. We're going to battle on this one again.
I look like the anti-American here, but I'm not. I'm just so I expect more from them. So I'm so disappointed, so I'm playing the disappointed father role here.
All right, okay, well, come on, Moses. Tell us about your boys, Cloud9.
These guys, I mean, Stewie, this is the cool thing. Even during that loss on Train, Stewie was still putting up numbers. I mean, he's been pretty consistent in his production for this squad, and that's going to bode well. I think Nothing and Shrug going to obviously have a much easier time against Renegades than they do against Luminosity.
Yeah.
And also, this also comes down to the fact that Yam as an AWPer, he's going to be against Stewie, who's shown very much proficiency with the weapon. Skadoodle, who has his moments if Skadoodle decides to ever go off. I mean, with that guy, I almost feel like at times it's flip a switch and he just hasn't flipped it yet.
Yeah, well, we were talking about Stewie, you know, he's had the mouth, but very often hasn't had the level of performance. Well, he's starting to deliver now. You can see from his stats, he's just had a great day today. You know, might not have won against Luminosity, but...
It's yesterday.
Oh, and he had a good game.
Yeah, he did. He did have a good day
yesterday as well.
Not as dominant as yesterday, yeah. He's definitely, I think, brought himself to be the best player on Cloud9 right now, which is kind of surprising because they kind of had all-stars and they brought him in as a wild card gamble type thing to see if that more aggression and more aim-wise play would help them. And it turns out he's playing like he's the smartest player, the most veteran player on the team. Especially against the better teams, he seems to be the only one who shows up consistently against the top teams.
We talked about it earlier. I mean, Stewie's a guy who's put a lot of work in since he's gotten on this roster. He kind of knows this is like what an opportunity this is to be on Cloud9, especially considering he wasn't on a team before this. He wasn't even competing at a professional or even like a semi-professional level. And they just pick him up based off the potential they saw, the talent they saw, and he's taking complete advantage of that.
And as Kusra is finding out, sometimes getting a move to a big team can be a bit of a poison chalice. Anyway, let's talk about maps. I think we might
bring him back to Kusra, man.
I think we might see Cobble in this one, Mo.
Oh, I guessed the right maps. Wow. Starts with Train here, and we're going on a Cobble next.
Well,
so smart.
Let's talk about this matchup then.
We can touch on Train because I know like there's always going to be that thought process that Renegades was like, oh, we just watched Cloud9 play Train against Luminosity. We know what they're going to do. We know what they're going to come out with. I think sometimes that can be a double-edged sword. You can actually fall prey to that just because you're like, okay, so this is what they did against Luminosity. Let's prepare for that. Let's change something up to adjust for what they did there. And if they switch back, if they ever do something a little bit different, you think you're one step ahead and you're actually one step behind. So that can come back to really, really bite you.
Exactly. If they decide to pure anti-strat, it could really come back to bite them in the, what can I say?
We've already had a warning for you.
Yeah, I have I'm actually about to be fired.
It'll bite you on the outer thigh.
Outer thigh.
Yeah.
They were, and the thing is though, Renegades lost 16-0 yesterday to Luminosity as well, so Cloud9 got to watch that as well. Not that they got anything out of it, because there was nothing to get out of it.
Well, the good thing for Cloud9 is they have a double-up setup that's pretty proficient with Stewie and Skadoodle.
That's what's scary. Like, coming into this, we didn't think Stewie's secondary opping would be a big factor, but it's gotten them pretty far out here. He's been doing great with it. So if Ska and Skadoodle and Stewie can both be top-level opping right now, it's going to be really hard for Yam to even compete with that, let alone just one of them.
And interesting to see Renegades in a huddle taking a leaf from Luminosity's book there, because obviously this game within the term, this is really playing for pride here. You know, we already see that the seedings are done for tomorrow's semis with Team Liquid being so terrible and Luminosity being so dominant. So this really is interesting to see Renegades so fired up for this game.
It was big. I'm very curious about it because this is where you could almost see some mind games with some of these teams because they're going to be playing again tomorrow. So if you're going into this, and I know they already did the bans, which is a little bit of a throwaway, a giveaway, but you could almost play those mind games and say, let's play some maps that we don't want to play tomorrow.
That's interesting because I talked to Sponge and I brought up the thing. I was like, are you guys going to be looking to play mind games or even possibly just not care a couple of maps here and there just to see what they throw at you? So tomorrow in the ban phase, you could be more, prepared for them. And he said, well, honestly, we're playing here thinking if we lose still, there's that third place thing that we want. They want to at least have enough maps in their seeding to be a third place.
Of course,
team,
every map you win is a point on the board.
Exactly.
I
So
hate that
points
thought
matter.
process. I hate that mindset. If we lose,
Yeah, I think he just as a way. He doesn't think they're gonna lose because he actually came out. He was like, "Well, you were coming at me pretty hard yesterday." I was like, "Hey, what's your name? Who are you?" I forgot. But they definitely are showing like they're a whole different team today. Honestly, they've been playing amazing, and that's why I feel that this series is gonna favor them. I see Renegades winning at least the first map right now.
That's interesting.
Especially on train, because we talked about how comfortable they seem to be on train. Do you think Cloud9 is that comfortable on train?
Well, Cloud9 have just played on train as well, so they're going to come in
I think they're
hot,
trying to forget that.
I mean, they lost 16-10. Renegades lost 16-0. So your arguments are based not in logic. But yeah, this is. I'd say Cloud9's going to be very comfortable with this. I'd say they're going to go into this one. They're going to be all right with it. I think both these teams have talked about avoiding Luminosity. They wanted to try and do that. That was the big goal, and they've accomplished it. And both teams have played against Luminosity and just been like, we just need to forget about these, because going up against that team, you have to not expect, but you almost know afterwards it's not as damaging if you lose to Luminosity, because you're like, okay, best team in the world. We're expected to lose to them. No harm, no foul. Let's just move on towards Renegades.
And just out of interest, man for man, which one of these do you think is the more talented roster?
I think Cloud9 is.
I think Cloud9 as well. And talent-wise, yeah, I've seen a lot more of Cloud9 that I would say is a top-tier talent, one for one. I'm basing this off what I've seen today and yesterday.
I think it's interesting. Tactically, I got to say, I haven't seen anything from Renegades that makes me think maybe they can outthink Slemmy, because tactically, these completely changed what Cloud9 are doing. Meanwhile, Renegades, they look very similar to how they've been in the past.
And you're also giving Slemmy all the credit when there's a guy by the name of Urukanji who's their coach, and he seems... You could tell he's been putting in work with them because of the way they've been playing.
Even before Slemmy was brought on,
exactly.
Actually.
So Slemmy isn't some sort of mastermind.
Well, we're into the game now, guys, so thanks for your thoughts. We'll come back, but now we're going to do our map fly-through, and then we're going to get into the action with Anders and Semler.
Well, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be with Renegades and Cloud9 on train as the last two matches of the day here. And Renegades starting on the terrorist side, running down Ivy and running over Slemmy as well. That is a good start for Yam, who has been playing very well all day. Sponge getting a bit of a peek down there at Top Dog as well. Nothing, looking for some headshots, but not quite going to happen. And that's a 2-for-0 trade.
Yeah, and Sponge actually really throwing a wrench in things for Cloud9 there with his lurk, showing that we aren't all coming through alley. Here's the second part of this push that's coming onto the site. Cloud9, all of a sudden, they're worried about all of these different angles, and somehow we wound up on the B site. Is this matchmaking, Anders? Do you just run all across the map and just try and get as far as you can before you actually plant that bomb? Because if you run into young Stu, he's going to ruin your day. He's already picked up 1 kill, but it's a 1v3 now with a minute left on this clock, and another headshot from Stewie. He could get another one as well. He's still got 9 HP, and what is this? Estello is down, and Stewie's not going to get the clutch in the end. It was too much to ask, but still, what a performance from him.
Is there anyone yet who has not been convinced of what this guy can do?
What are they doing?
I am not sure what we're seeing here. Is this like a slightly broken version of the YMCA? I don't know what's going on.
Technical pause coming through here. It looks like JKS has dropped out of the game.
Well, fair enough then. I mean, just look at these shots. I think I'm starting to develop almost a little bit of a crush on Stewie at this point in time. This is just so good, isn't it? Again, a round where you could excuse him if he crumbled to the pressure a little bit, if he made a mistake. You know, if he was looking a bit shaky, all right, he's in a 1v3 in a pistol round and they're all coming for him. That's where you're supposed to make some of these mistakes, but he's just playing it as well as humanly possible, it seems.
When did the JKS drop out of the round or freeze? Because the thing is, if there's a if there has been a kill already in the round, then there's no pausing the round. The action is on, and that is it. So I think that the result has to stand here.
Yeah, I think so too.
I don't think that they get to replay it or do anything like that. I think that the result stands even if JKS did drop out.
Especially because they win the round, right? So then it would be Cloud9 having to say, no, we want to replay even though you won and you were playing 4-on-5. Like that doesn't even logically make any sense. So I feel like it'd have to be something extreme for that to happen. Yeah, it seems like they're just gonna continue on here. Deagle on just one person, but the scout on Skadoodle, I kind of like that, especially on train. I feel like it's a good pickup.
Let's not get prissy, boys. Yeah, 1-0 for Renegades, and well, there's Skadoodle. Boom, headshot onto JKS. And while it is going to be a forced round out of Cloud9, they've invested in the pistols. Obviously, Ska has the scout. He's still looking for another target. Nothing will step in, take out Azza. And Renegades, they have to be careful that they don't tilt after that last round. Sponge is going to find the kill, restoring some order. But there's the flank coming in from Stu, and he picks off the first one, doing big damage, gets the second as well. And the bomb has been donated.
Oh no, and there it is. Slemmy going to pick up the last kill of the round. Not the start that the Renegades were looking for. I mean, it was the start simply on the pistol round, but the follow-up round here on Cloud9 just very, very good indeed. And the timing on Stewie just working out quite well for Cloud9. So we'll see what the response is going to be for Renegades. They are already picking up pistols and armor.
Tilt buy is happening here. I think that they're looking a little shaky, Renegades. Hopefully they'll be able to, you know, find that zen calm that they're going to need to come back against Cloud9 here, especially after they've gone for the force buy. They have the Tech 9s, a couple of Deagles as well. And well, they're going into a kind of default hold. Yam and JKS over by Ali. They're going to run right into Slemmy, who mows both of them down with the P90.
3 versus 5 right now, and at this point in time, the Tech 9's not really maybe the best weapon on a map like Train. It's hard to get close enough that you can use sort of the full run and gun potential here. There are certainly maps where it's a little bit easier, so we'll see how that's going to work out right now. Sponge trying to force someone out with a couple of shots here, but all Cloud9 have to do is just wait and relax and let them come.
No reason to force it. Nothing. Will find the shot with the scout. Here's the HE follow-up. Not going to find it. Instead, that Sponge getting caught out in the open. Somehow, Azza is still find 2 kills. But nothing in Stewie 2K there to restore order. And it will be 2 rounds on the board for Cloud9, a single one for Renegades, and now Cloud9, they get a chance to breathe because there's no way that Renegades go for another force buy. It has to be a hard eco coming in here for Renegades so that they can get, rifles in the next round.
Yeah, Renegades, what could they really do at this point in time here? Just Glocks, not even. All right, buy up on you still out.
Single flash?
Yeah, one flash.
One flash, $200 investment?
Anything.
Renegades are pretty good about buying flashes usually as well. I'm surprised that nobody actually goes for it here. Just because that single flash can work wonders. If nothing gets caught by it, boom, you have an M4 to work with. He will get the kill. Not a single shot landed there by JKS. And we're going to be keeping an eye on JKS as well. Throughout the day, he has been performing for Renegades. He's been hitting a lot of shots. So for him to have a cold start here versus Cloud9 does not bode well for Renegades. They really need him to hit the ground running, start getting those kills. But they do actually have a good chance of getting that bomb planted here, Renegades, and that would be a huge win for them.
Yeah, Stewie not going to be able to stop it. He is close by, but Yam gets the plant through. And that's all that Renegades wanted. So actually a pretty good job on the Australian side, I'd say. They're going to have plenty of money in the upcoming round with that bomb plant. So AKs and grenades all around.
Let's see. Does Yam have the money? Yes, he does. He has the money for an AWP. So we should definitely see him going straight up to the sniper rifle. I'd be amazed if he didn't. And he has just enough for the Kevlar as well. The rest of Renegades fully equipped. And so we've seen a little bit of variety here in their play at least. The default's the rush. So now when they have the rifles, what is the game plan here for Sponge? What's going to be the call? Because they could go for the 3 alley. We've seen them use that in the past, Renegades. They put 3 players over by alley early on, but it looks like it's just going to be the pair, and they just want to spread out and see if Yam can't find an opening here to get that kill in with the AWP.
Yeah, not necessarily a bad call either, just to use that tool there. Slemmy looks like he's actually a little bit stuck in his corner. Going to put up a bit of a smoke to try and see if he can get out. Shroud going down. And this is not a good start for Shroud. He actually hasn't killed anyone yet. And just sort of on a personal note, that could be a little bit discouraging, just knowing that you're not going to be getting some early frags in. We'll see if it's going to work out for him later on. Slemmy tagged up, but he did at least escape.
And Shroud does have 2 assists, so he's not going quite James Bond yet. It's all good. He's actually, lent a hand a little bit, but yeah, he needs to find a kill. He needs to start having an impact. Can't all be Young Stu for Cloud9, actually, getting the job done. Well, let's see. What is that?
Not the grenade that they were looking for, but it's a good idea anyway. It's possible to throw those grenades, and I think it's actually underutilized on the map as well. It could be used far more than it currently is. Sponge going to peek around that corner. Slemmy had a chance, and a second one too, and JK is going to be going down. Sponge out in the open. They're going to be taking out Skadoodle now. Still a 3-on-4 with only about 35 seconds left. They need to get close here, Renegades, and get that bomb down. They can start playing for the clock again. You still are going to be taking a kill on Stewie, and that's a big kill, obviously.
There's the step open into the open by nothing. And so Yam and Azza both very low. 24 seconds left on this clock. And they're no closer to getting that bomb planted, but Azza finding Slemmy is a good start. It's all on nothing now, and he has to worry about 2 angles. Big spray from him, doesn't hit a single bullet. with 13 bullets left. He has to find the kill on Azza, and it's not going to happen. Azza just steps right out into the open, takes nothing out, and that will be that second round on the board now for Renegades. I'm a bit surprised as well to see Cloud9 flounder, but oh, that's unfortunate for Shroud.
Yeah, you can't really blame Shroud necessarily for that one, but there is a bit of big enough bank on Cloud9. At least two of their players, I think Stewie and Slemmy, had enough money to sort of drop a little bit. Sorry, nothing the other person with enough money. So they can make that work. They could spread out the money and make the buy happen anyway. And that's obviously good news.
Well, we've already seen strong performances from Astillo on train earlier today. So going to be very curious to see if he can maintain that pace, because he was definitely roaring all over the place on this map, just getting kills everywhere. Versus Cloud9, could be a good thing. Means that JKS doesn't have to do all the work. Nice nade onto Yam, though.
Yeah, and just to point out something else, I mean, now that he's been tagged up this much, it might not have as much of an impact on the round, but he doesn't have head armor, and normally, if you're on the CT side, we don't mind so much. Actually, only 2 of the CTs have head armor, but if you're on the terrorist side, you're playing against the M4, and with the head armor, it takes more than 1 bullet to kill you. Without the head armor, 1 bullet is death, and that's why it makes a difference. It's a very, very slight thing, but it could definitely have an impact in the round. Now that he's tagged up, well, headshot's going to kill him no matter what anyway, but we'll see. Skadoodle sneaking in here, smoke evaporating in front of him. He has a really good angle for this shot.
This seems like a very standard hold coming out here from Cloud9, actually. Skadoodle is taking the spot that Slemmy used to, or was holding in the past. But they will eventually break up that crossfire here, Renegades. JKS and Sponge working as a duo, but Astillo, Azza, and Yam are getting ready to go out onto the B site. So this is all misdirection here coming in from Renegades. They're trying to draw attention to the A site, and they're doing a good job of keeping 4 players locked here. But now Renegades, the rest of them have to run out, and they actually have to try and get onto that site. Stewie, what is going on?
Nothing else is going to be going down. Skadoodle, was that a leg shot on a teammate then? Shroud, I'm not sure if that was actually Skadoodle hitting him, but he's going to pick up a kill either way on Sponge, and Shroud going down right afterwards. Yam picking up 1, then 2, and a 3rd kill coming through as well, sniping every single member of Cloud9 that was left in the round, and tying up the scoreline at 3-3. And again, remember, they're on the terrorist side. Now they've forced Cloud9 back to an eco, only pistols on the CT side here.
And that was an interesting decision by Slemmy to push through the smoke. No flash to make life easier for himself, just tried to sneak his way through. And obviously, that was a bit to get information. That was him trying to figure out, is this just a fake? Do we need to rotate an extra man over to the B site to help out Stewie? Obviously trying to make that play happen, but it's what opened the floodgates, basically, for Renegades to get onto that A site. It's the beginning of the end. Well, Renegades, they managed to survive, and they have read the situation correctly. They have 2 MAC-10s, so they're looking to farm some money against these pistols. Stewie looking to get aggressive. And that one flash is going to tell him, wait a second, it's not as safe to go up there. Somebody might be waiting.
Yeah, but I mean, with just a pistol, you got to wonder almost, why not just try something, anything, maybe make it work. Skadoodle down here, grenade on him, and the follow-up MAC-10 kill from Sponge as Azza moves forward, and this is just a pure playground right now for Renegades. They don't have armor on the other team, so these MAC-10s are just tearing them up.
And they're just going to make that money. Yam will find 1 kill onto Stewie. And while Shroud and Slemmy holding on the angle, nice shot. That's actually a dead-on headshot. And Shroud was going to find another one onto Azza. But Astillo will hold the line, take out Shroud out, so he ends the party after 1 kill. And only a single kill there for Cloud9. So a little frustrating for them. They were hoping to get a little bit more out of that eco. And they're going straight for the force buy here, Cloud9. So no AWP, A for Stewie, for Slemmy. We've even seen Shroud go for the AWP. Of course, Skadoodle. But they're really just going to try and push this. It's a force buy from Cloud9.
Yeah, they want that really, really good CT side, and maybe that also speaks to their confidence on the terrorist side. Maybe they're not quite feeling it yet, so they know they have to get a big number on the scoreboard here. We'll see if they are going to be able to. I mean, it is a risk. It's not the craziest risk in the world right now, and this battle down on Ivy could settle a lot. There's a good kill in return from JKS, and the crab walk spray around the corner, just crouching into that one while holding down Mouse 1 and taking out nothing.
Yeah, brutal work coming in, and we saw a lot of that this morning from JKS, so good to see that he's trying to figure out, oh right, I can't spray with the AK, I can't get headshots, it's all good. But man advantage now for Renegades, and again, this is some good patience being displayed by them. They don't try and rush in, they don't try and end Cloud9 early, they take their time because they know that Cloud9 are the ones feeling the pressure at this point. They're down a man, they have to cover a lot with these bomb sites. And they don't have any utility here, Cloud9, to make their lives easier either. So Renegades are just going to group up and run in as a unit onto that B site.
Yeah, and Stewie, he can spot them coming in, but he can't really do anything about it. I mean, he doesn't have a Molotov, no grenades that he could stop them with. If he had an AWP back there, he could maybe get like 1 or 2 kills, and that would make the round interesting. But at this point, the best he could do is actually spot him out and then call for backup. Now he's moving. If he gets closer, it's a slightly more interesting round here because he can potentially win the fight. But when he loses it, Skadoodle and Slemmy have no idea why they're moving close to this bomb site. And they do turn around, but I mean, that was never going to be a good idea. Just run away.
Yeah, eventually they get the job. It just like crosses in, you know.
Like, can we win this round? No.
Like the thought was like carrier pigeon basically, right? It took a little bit. You got the telegraph, light signals, smoke signals.
Something like that.
What I'm trying to say is, it felt like there was quite a big distance there to cover from, hey, do we suicide into this and lose our guns? Or do we actually try and save and play it smart?
I mean, I guess it's just like an instinctive thing, right? You're like, oh, we gotta go and help out. No, we don't. Oh, you still are. They're right on top of each other here. Gonna be sneaking in, and that's a good job. Improvised tower in the terrorist spawn.
They actually get the smoke down as well. So they will save both guns. A small victory here for Cloud9.
Yeah.
But we have seen that today where one saved rifle made all of the difference. So now they have 2 to work with in this round. I don't expect to see the rest of Cloud9 forcing up behind this. They really should just pace themselves here. Take their time. I'm scared, Anders.
Well,
like there's just this, I'm just nervous watching Cloud9.
I could understand that. I mean, they have gone for like a weird kind of buy here. Where, I mean, Slemmy maybe buying a bit more than he could afford, down to 1400 here. Good damage early on, and Stewie just coming out of pop, charging in and taking out Yam. So that's a good start.
Yeah, that's the AWP down, and Renegades looking to try and put some pressure back here onto Cloud9. Rushing out on inner sight. Good turn by Ustillo. Spots the man. Great spray transfer from him, though. Takes out Nothing before Nothing can get anything done. How does that even happen? And now while Stewie just goes charging in, bit preemptive there.
Yeah, the range on that Max 7 not quite good enough. I think Stewie maybe forgot about that one. And he's going to be going down. Ustillo will fall to Skadoodle, so still a pretty good round here for Cloud9. Again, they had pretty inferior equipment, so it's going to be a 3-on-3. Azza spots out one man as the bomb is going to be going down and trying to buy some time with that Molotov. Still a 3-on-3 here. Stroud and Slemmy trying to get back in here, trying to see if they can make this retake work, and they kind of have to. They've invested into the round. They should go for it.
Yeah, why not? Although Slemmy has recovered an AWP, which would be pretty nice to work with in the next round. But they are going to try and take this fight. Azza pushing forward, takes out Skadoodle, and now it's all on Slemmy here. He's got the op. We'll see if he can actually save, if he will be allowed to, because Azza's coming right around that corner. Flash completely ineffective, though, and Slemmy will get that parting shot. And now they should still be able to hunt him down. JKS hot on his heels. Slemmy right around the angle. There's the jiggle peek, and well, Slemmy just not pulling the trigger. Yes, he does finally get baited into it, and JKS will find him.
Oh man, not the best start here for Cloud9, I've got to say. I mean, it's a good job on Stewie early on there, and yeah, maybe being caught sleeping a little bit, but apart from that, things just aren't working out. And we've got to point this out as well. Just looking at Ustillo getting that frag in the B-bomb side, that was a big factor for Renegades when they were playing early. Ustillo, he just charged in everywhere and got all the entry frags, it seems.
All right, now he's actually cooled off just a little bit, but that's perfectly fine. I mean, he just picks off Nothing, and then all he has to do at that point is just make sure that his teammates can rotate in behind him to get that bomb site under control. Sponge also, well, this is also a key play that we've been seeing a lot from Renegades. Sponge just charging out. It's either Ustillo or Sponge. First guy to get to A main just goes rushing out, tries to apply some pressure with some nades, see if they can't catch somebody out on Cloud9. And so right now, I mean, Renegades are kind of going through the motions. They're going through the playbook with what's worked so far today.
Nothing. Gonna go for the quick peek there and taking out Sponge, and he doesn't see anybody else, and as they see the grenades running into B right now, they should be able to make a rotation really quickly here. Ustillo going to be down. Skadoodle missing a shot, goes for the re-peek and takes out one. And Stewie in sight, picking up a kill before he finally dies.
Azza will be able to trade, though. Still a 2-on-4, and that bomb has been picked up, so they should be able to get the plant. It's all on Azza holding the line, and he's down to 4 HP. They know where he's playing from now, Cloud9, but he's charging forward, looking to take the fight to him. Not going to wait passively. But Yam is down to 5 HP, and with 4 players alive, it's pretty unlikely here that he actually makes it out alive in this sort of situation. Yep, he will get caught out, and Slemmy will find the final kill of the round. So Cloud9 getting another round on the board. That's going to put them up to 4. But Renegades right now, a very solid T side. 6 rounds. That's very good work going forward here. 5 rounds left in this half. And we have to see if they're going to be able to actually, regain control of this Renegades. They have the money for a buy. Cloud9 definitely not out of the doghouse yet. I don't have a whole lot in the bank. So if they were to lose this round, Renegades could just run away with this half.
Yeah, that seems to have been a potential sort of outcome for quite a while now, that Cloud9 are just all the time right on the edge of being trucked here. Nothing running close. I was kind of wondering if he was going to go really aggressive, and he's got a little bit of backup here. Some grenades coming out, but they're still going to be pushing up Stewie, running right into Azir, and they got Skadoodle down there. There's a 3-man push to the ramp, and all they get is a trade so far, which is not quite good enough for the investment. I think they needed to get a bit more.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate there that they couldn't get the follow-up with nothing. Stewie just, he ran in there, and you kind of feel like he was expecting somebody to have his back. Slemmy, though, what? Yam through the smoke! Or as it clears, we'll catch out Slemmy. But a man advantage for Cloud9. Will they be able to get the bomb plant, Renegades? JKS, he's kind of pinned down behind that train. Yeah, I'm worried about the backstab. We'll make sure that it's not going to happen anytime soon. So JKS should be able to get into position, but no, Shroud has rotated in. Nice shot onto Yam, who doesn't even see it coming. And it's all on JKS now, 1v3. Can he actually get clever here? Can he catch them out of position? Because he has a lot of time to work with.
Yeah, and that's a big thing. This is definitely not impossible, because whoever he gets a shot on, if he does, nobody can refrag that kill. So he's automatically going to be sort of in a 1v2. And again, with the time left, it's possible. It's doable here. If he walks up behind Skadoodle, then both Shroud and Nothing are so far away that they probably can't stop the bomb from going down. That in itself is a big win. And this is the best route possible. It's kind of the optimal route, as long as Skadoodle insists to C connector, which he still is. Walking up this ramp would give him a clear shot, but he's going to be walking down. And if he gets the bomb down in a 1-on-3, that's not quite good enough. He has to sort of get a kill before he does it. Otherwise, I don't see any way to win the round. And there's a perfect angle. Skadoodle, not a chance. There goes the bomb plant. They cannot stop it in time. Now, just another 2 kills left here for JKS. And there's a definite chance right now. Going to be walking back to the actual ladder, trying to see if he can guess where they might be coming from. Did he spot out one person? I don't think he saw that guy. And Nothing coming right on the ramp on the other side. JKS, oh my god, timing is everything right now. Come on, they're just waiting. Grenade comes in, headshot. JKS getting that kill, but he goes up on the ladder and Shroud will take him out. And it will be Cloud9 to win the round, but that was almost a 1v3. What a performance.
That was incredible. And the way for him to find the one route that would get him onto that site and catch them off guard. Beautiful work. And yeah, the smoke was clearing just as Yam manages to peek and get that shot. That is so frustrating for JKS. He was so close to getting a big clutch round there. I do appreciate what Cloud9 were trying to go for, though, with the aggressive push into B-Halls. They've been going aggressive alley. They're trying to, not allow Renegades to get comfortable on the map. They want to make sure that Renegades are always on guard, worried about Cloud9 being aggressive, trying to take control of the situation. Just not really sure about the execution. Nothing kind of lagged behind Stewie. Felt like they both needed to be running up there together as a pair. Instead, it was a little disjointed. Still, very close call there for Cloud9, but they do get a 5th round on the board. Renegades still sitting at 6 rounds. Well, it's back to the double AWP setup here for Cloud9, so we'll see if they can find that pick.
Ooh, Yam.
You got the tag, didn't you?
Actually hit Shroud. That's just got to be annoying. Skadoodle here, wondering if he should take the re-peek with the AWP, and I think he's actually out looking back towards you still, so might end up running into him. Skadoodle gonna go for the peek there, and the timing, essentially a free kill.
Yeah, beautiful. And Shroud's still very patient over here, but we'll have to see. Renegades, last time they came through here, they blocked off the smoke. They put the smoke down to block off A main and focused on the back line where Shroud is playing from right now. So we'll see if they go through the motions again, if they actually manage to get that same kind of setup going. Sponge has no nades to make their life easier, and JKS only the flash and the Molotov, so it's going to be down to the dirty headshots here as Shroud continues to hold that line. So long as he's on this angle, though, it's pretty much certain death for Renegades to go jumping through.
Oh, Sponge sees the gun barrel, and with the smoke up as well, he can run up behind it with almost no exposure at all. Nothing on the other side, flashed for a long time. Slemmy picking up an important kill and making it a 4 versus 2 now as Stewie joins in the round. JKS looking the wrong way. Oh god, he was covering that smoke all the while, and just when he looks away, Nothing comes through. Now it's Yam, who's been impressive so far, but Slemmy's going to take him out of the round, and Cloud9 for a 6-6 scoreline.
Yeah, tying it up, and that's perseverance paying off, and I'm glad to see that Skadoodle chooses to be aggressive over here. Bit of the cold Zera, just getting aggressive with that AWP up in Brown Halls. That's what he needs to be doing. Making sure that you catch somebody out, you force Renegade, you destabilize basically Renegades if you're just constantly pushing all over the place like that. Bit too aggressive from Shroud in the end, but still. it ends up working out perfectly for Cloud9. They tie it up, they get the buy, Renegades back to pistols, and Renegades, this isn't a good change. I like to see it, although the bomb is making its way back to main, so it's only going to be the 3 coming down alley here. But they do have the flash on Estillo. The only problem is Estillo's in Pop Dog, so it's all down to the Deegs. And Shroud immediately gets clipped down to 14, and he will get caught by Yam.
Oh, they line up. That flashbang is so good, and Slemmy spraying them down. That's going to be the triple kill, and Yam to die next to nothing. And Cloud9 going to win the round anyway, and you know why they lost that round, Sumner? It's because you still had to be special and not buy a deagle. There's always that one guy, isn't there? There's always one person who doesn't want to play along. Honestly, Stewie, I feel like it's old news now. He's playing very well. You know, we can't continue to talk about that. I'm impressed by Slemmy. I mean, all right, he got 3 kills that round that were sort of like spray downs, but he's actually topping the scoreboard. He was tied before this round with Stewie at 13. So it's Stewie right now at 13. It's Slemmy at 16. And then the drop down, the next player is nothing at 9 kills. So these two are just the main engines for Cloud9 right now. This is very well done.
Yeah, they've come alive. And Slemmy as well. He's been pretty quiet all day long here.
Yeah,
for Cloud9.
what's this?
So yeah, where are the rest of them? Well, there we go. Aggressive flash. Slemmy deciding to take control of the situation, and he will get a second kill. Sprays down to Estillo, goes duck hunting. And now it's a 2-man advantage for Cloud9 here, holding on to the A site. Renegades left wondering what the hell happened over there. Once again, they're behind in the round, and they have to find a way to actually get a result. They have to get that bomb plant, otherwise the next round, the last round of the first half, it's going to get messy for them. They're not going to have a full buy.
Coming back in a round like this where you're playing a 3-on-5 is just almost impossible. Like, there's no scripted path to do this. You just have to hope that you get some sort of kill somewhere and maybe you can make it back. They've thrown up a pretty good wall of smokes towards the A bomb site here, jumping and shooting with the AK. I'm not sure that's a great idea, but Azza will get the refrag at least, and Yam is still alive with the AWP. Can't really underestimate him at this point in time, I feel like. Azza creeping in under the smoke, getting a good kill, getting close, picking up a second as well. And suddenly it's interesting. Now, Yam, 40 seconds left. Oh, he hits that shot on Stewie, but it's not going to be the kill. It went right through the edge, and Stewie is still alive now. Yam getting a bit closer here. Now they're getting real tight. Skadoodle on the other side. C-set 75 in hand. Yam trying for the no-scope. He hits it, and Stewie coming back. Surviving on 16 health. What a lethal player.
Watching that, you just kind of start hyperventilating, right? You get short of breath. Because he's just hitting shot after shot, and you feel the pressure mounting on Cloud9 to shut this monster down. Look at this, point blank from Azza. He gets 2. And Yam, had he actually got that kill on, was it Stewie? Yeah, Stewie jumping back into connector. That would have been an incredible clutch. And it just feels like we keep getting so close here for Renegades in these clutch scenarios. JKS earlier, this time with Yam. Those are 2 big rounds that could have completely shifted things for Renegades, but instead, Cloud9, they maintain control. They have 8 rounds on the board now, Renegades 6, and Cloud9 with the full buy. Renegades actually having a pretty decent buy, all things considered, though. 3 rifles, the Scout, and the Tech 9.
Yeah, I don't mind this, but this to me says you should be playing fast. Like, not straight away, it's fine if you wait a little bit, but once you go, you can't stop. You gotta keep doing it, because if you take long, slow fights, it's not gonna work out. And Azza, reinventing Counter-Strike and shooting once he falls off the ladder, instant headshot on Slemmy. There's just no accounting for that stuff. And now Shroud, waiting on the other side, Skadoodle picking up a good kill, but Shroud, he's gonna have to go big. He's walking around, this is perfect timing. Great intuitive play coming out of Shroud right now. He could have maybe got a second kill, but I don't think he realized where Sponge was, and it's still a 3-on-3 with the bomb down this time.
And he's so worried about the different angles here. He does have a teammate there to watch his back now. Skadoodle will find the kill on Sponge. So now Shroud can fully focus on the main entrance. Stewie will find the kill point blank on Azza, and it's all on JKS out in the open, dancing as best he can in a 1v3. Triangle closing on him, but he knows that Stewie's waiting in Pop Dog. He's trying to get in here to deny the defuse, and he will point blank, but they have 2 kits, and there will be plenty of time for the defuse in the end. So Cloud9 coming alive at the end of that first half. 9-6, the final score on their CT side. That's good work, considering it was definitely a bumpy start.
Man, oh man, well, that's the first half done, and 9-6, you're right, that is a very good comeback. They should definitely be proud of that. They had some questionable force-ups that could have cost them so much, but it ends up working out quite well. We'll have to see for the second half, as this has turned into a very interesting match. We'll be back after a quick break. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we've got the second half coming up on Train, but not before we tune in with All-American Man of the People, Chris Puckett, down in the audience.
All right, thank you, Anders. That's right. I'm here with an awesome studio audience. Give it up for yourself. Yeah! If you want to hang out with us, we have good news. For the first 3 weeks of ELEAGUE, we're going to open up to even more people. So get your ticket, e-league.com. Sign up, come hang out, and watch all the action in person. For now, though, it's time to get back to the game. Let's send it back to Anders and Semler for the second half.
All right. Yeah, we definitely need more people here. I mean, it's so far, even though it's been limited, the atmosphere is already great in the studio, so, you know, a couple of more people in here and we'll be good to go. I'm definitely ready for it, especially on that Friday.
We just need more plays from Stewie, right? We need more of the big plays to get the crowd hyped because there's a lot of Cloud9 fans here. I hear, you know, when Renegades went around, there's like a, ooh, you know, but Cloud9, when they went around, whole place blows up. So it's all on Cloud9 to deliver here going into the second half. 9 rounds for Cloud9, 6 rounds for Renegades at the beginning, and now we have to see what they have in store for us here. Nothing going for the utility, but the rest of his team looking for a brawl. They've only gone for Kevlar.
We'll see. They have that one Molotov on nothing, and that's such an indication of what Cloud9 want. They want to get the bomb down and prevent the defuse with the Molotov, and already a good start as Sponge and JK has go down now. Justillo and Yam, the only two with any real health here, gonna have to pull up something of a miracle to get back into this round. And look at Stewie pushing up through the smoke, running right in and taking out Azir as well. Justillo, what an incredible triple kill. Within the space of 3 seconds, he drops 3 members of Cloud9, and now he's pushing forward again. They still have that Molotov, and that's the key part here. There's no smoke to extinguish it. Renegades, this is gonna be so much pain. Shroud looking for the fight. He goes down mid-air. Yam hitting the shot, but it doesn't matter. There's the Molotov. No! Yam, he knows that's the round. He can't do anything to make that happen. And he's just gonna have to wait. It finally clears, and he's just gonna stick it, but nothing. This should be easy. He walks in, gets the shot, and Cloud9 win it. It worked exactly as planned. And it would have worked even better if Justillo didn't turn out to be an absolute monster, but still, what an incredible pistol round.
Right? I think that's the point right there. Okay, there we go. We actually get it from his perspective. Those 2 kills, then the third one coming through, but the first shot onto Skadoodle is key.
Molotov.
That's where all hope just disappears if you're Yam. You're just like, well, I'm not going to defuse this bomb.
I feel like the worst part is it's airborne for so long. It's like, it's almost like a little bit trolly, just like giving him a smile as it falls down. Yeah, you lost the round.
It's just, you need that the Hollywood scene, right? No.
Yeah, exactly.
Unlike in Hollywood, you know, the hero actually fails in this case, you know, so sometimes the story doesn't have a happy ending. Welcome to CS.
17th round is coming up now, and we do have a couple of smokes here on Cloud9. Only Armor on Azir on the other team with that C-set 75, and he's in Pop Dog playing around, picking up a kill first of all, but Yam has fallen Azir and Justillo, so crowd is getting hyped for Cloud9 right now.
Yeah, there's even a few Cloud9 jerseys in the crowd right now. I mean, we're on home turf here for Cloud9. Renegades, well, you know, someday we'll be in Australia. There was a tournament last year, big tournament. We'll see if there's another one this year. Someday they'll play on in front of the home crowd, but for now, they have to make do with the booze or just the soul cheer or the clap, probably golf clap. You know, golf clap works as well.
Well, once again, it's Slemmy, I think, actually coming out of that round with a triple. He's now at 20 kills overall. Stewie at 18, so they're still doing really well, but nothing is catching up. And that's a little bit scary.
That's right, Luke Sensei. You should absolutely love Stewie. He's the hope of NA.
Yeah, I honestly, I feel like for the longest time when he got picked up on Cloud9, I just had no opinion of Stewie at all, just because I felt like I don't really have to care until I see something. And I feel like it's only now and maybe the last couple of tournaments where I started to realize, all right, this is actually kind of fun. Sponge gonna pick up an early kill there, but Shroud, nothing, and then Shroud again, look at it. Oh my god, that's the Shroud we need to see. The pure and mechanical aim.
Yes, it is true. The Legends Shroud does know how to crack a grin every now and again. And he only does that after feeding off of the souls of his victims. Beautiful work there.
This is, I mean, for me, this is almost the most frustrating aspect of Shroud is that he shows you this and you think, right, so as a player, he has that level. All right, he was playing against no armor, but it's not so much that, it's the switching between targets and the commitment to every target until it's just like a good prioritization of everything, right? He's getting all the kills, but then, you know, later on in the match, you see nothing like that, and it's just not working out, is it? Stewie with a good couple of opening kills here as Renegades finally have rifles, but not really making the most of it so far.
No, and they've taken a bit of damage as well. And nothing, I mean, look at this, just nades all over the place. JKS, however, shows that bullets are a bit more effective. He finds the headshot on young Stu, but it's still a 3-on-3, and this should favor Cloud9. A lot of this is going to come down to Sponge, who's waiting in alley right now for nothing. If that duel goes nothing's way, then they have to start worrying about getting flanked Renegades, but JKS is going to step right into the open, and Shroud hits the headshot. Sponge will win the duel versus nothing, but he's now the only one alive. Shroud showing that he can win versus rifles as well. 2 kills for him, and it's all on Sponge, and he's got a lot of work ahead of him here if he wants to get this clutch underway, but it's not even meant to be. Skadoodle this time. Instant headshot from him. Gets that single kill in the round, but it's an important one.
I think he took that shot through the side of the train as well. I don't think he waited for Sponge to walk out, so it's a bit impatient, really. 13-6, moving into the 20th round here, and Renegades, they don't really have the money. I'm wondering, they didn't take a tactical timeout already, did they? Maybe...
I do believe.
If they haven't, then it's probably time to do it soon, like real soon.
I'm watching to try and see who's doing the talking on Renegades right now. Sponge obviously wasn't talking much there, so they do have their coach, PK. And I'm curious to see, I need to figure out more, learn more about the relationship between those two, how involved PK is in the strat calling. Nice shot from JKS though, Slemmy gone, but nothing. Instantly returns the frag and they maintain control of the situation, Cloud9.
Quick trade there, still favoring the American team. Nothing. Long range spray with the AK, but not that difficult when people don't have armor. It's a triple for him so far, and Azza the only one eluding them for a moment. It's a good shot from Skadoodle. Also seems to be waking up a little bit. The whole Cloud9 team right now just look like they're ready to take some good fights. You know, they're not afraid to fight. Whereas against Luminosity, it was only Stewie who showed that quality, right?
Yes, very true.
So that's a good change, but they need to be able to play like this against every team.
Well, they certainly have the aim. And Slemmy's still leading the charge, although he is tied up with Stewie. They have the aim, now they have the confidence. They just need to keep up with this pace. Do not let Renegades catch a breath. Just crush Renegades out of this first server and get a good map win on the second map. So we'll have to see. JKS going aggressive in Brown Halls, though, and I do like to see this, but Skadoodle making his way in just a second too late to find the angle. Wow. We'll have to see if he's going to spot him out. JKS blinded, but Skadoodle was running forward with the knife out. This is getting ridiculous. This is getting a little silly.
JKS is like the ultimate hide-and-seek master here, but he will get found eventually. Actually looked like they had no idea where he was, and with that kill coming through, they don't want to speed up too much behind it. It looks like they are setting up for a bit of a Molotov that is going to go to the back of the bomb train there if he actually completes it. Sponge sneaking in, and that's scary if Skadoodle's on the other side. Got to be real careful about that one. We've already seen what happens. He's got some backup as well. In Stewie on the other side.
He's double scoped in. Skadoodle was double scoped in. That was a very scary situation. If it weren't for the flash, he might not have seen Sponge jump over. Sponge is hoping to arc off that ladder to be a really difficult target to hit. He just drops right off. And once again, the flash. Sky is just realizing, he has to realize that something's going on here. This is a little fishy. You're putting 2 flashes in here. What does it mean? What is going on?
Oh, mate. Oh, he still gets that shot. That's either you hit that or you're just dead. Now it's a 2-on-2 with about 25 seconds here. Shroud going to go for the plant. He's got the health for it, where Skadoodle doesn't, but he clips him. He had almost no space to get that frag. That's such a tight angle, and now Yam on his own. And how does he find these 2 kills?
Oh, both of them missing shots. That's not the way. Yam needs to start connecting here, and he is going to spot out Ska. Ska's just going to try and buy time now. Yam trying to get clever with his positioning, and he eventually is going to try. I mean, he's just going to run out of time. Ska and Shroud playing the situation so well, not really peeking, and when they do, it's a really difficult shot for Yam to hit. But this is what we're talking about. Sponge, boom, drops right in front of Ska. Doesn't work out, though. Quick reactions there from Skadoodle save him, and that puts Cloud9 up on map point, 15-6. They have all the money. Renegades, however, it's a force buy for them. 4 rifles, single shotgun on Sponge. And nobody really having that huge impact this time around. I mean, where is Astillo? Where's the Astillo of this morning?
I mean, again, if you think back to how this started on the first half, it looked like Renegades were about to run away with the game. Like they were going to have like a 10-5 type finish, and then instead they end up at 9-6. And since then, they haven't picked up a single kill or a single round here on the second half. They're stuck right now on the CT side. Good shot from Azo, who seems to be almost the only one doing anything right now on Renegades. He's up to 18 kills, which is very impressive, but maybe just him and Yam right now. Slemmy making a lot of noise, and you're still hearing that walking in right behind him with the bomb as well in hand, and you still should be able to clear out this round. Almost no way they're going to turn around. Shroud is there, but with a grenade in hand, and that's going to be the shot. Bomb will be going down, so a bit of money, but good luck there from Astillo.
Yeah, fantastic round from him and Azza both. 3 kills for Astillo, 2 for Azza. And that is actually, well, I mean, they're just prolonging the inevitable here at this point, it feels like, unless we see something truly magnificent from them in the next couple of rounds, where they really just crush Cloud9's spirit. It's going to be tough here, because Cloud9 have money to buy for a couple more rounds. They actually probably won't be ecoing, so long as Cloud9 continue to get bomb plants. They're looking very solid. Oh, Ska, he's going for the AWP. Of course he's going for the AWP side. And there's the shot. So, quick replay there of the bomb getting, well, planted, but then basically the round getting won by Renegades. And now we get into it, the thick of things here. Can Cloud9 just bounce back from this? Or is it going to start turning into a bit of a grind here for them to close out this first map?
It's something that Cloud9 have struggled with in the past. I mean, just closing out these games, not as much as Liquid, but let's not talk about that. Yam gonna be taking a bit of damage early on here, and Sponge looking to see if he can get a bit closer down at Ivy. There is a smoke up as well, and he's sneaking in right behind the box. 3 members of Cloud9 on the other side, so... Oh, what? Yam! That's a dirty angle. Did he see the next player up there? Shroud wondering what happened to his teammate. That's just great.
Right through the edge of the smoke. He spotted him, and now Yam trying to bait some kind of a response. And he's actually going in aggressive. Yam is showing no fear. This is the kind of brave play that you need. It's going to give you confidence going forward if you are going to make this comeback happen. And nothing actually taking quite a bit of damage, but Slemmy will be the one to win the duel versus Sponge, who chose to go aggressive in alley. And now the pinch can actually happen here for Cloud9 onto the A side if they want, but there is a man, exactly, Azza, waiting in Pop Dog, and he is going to be the first line of defense here for Renegades.
I don't think they might actually try and wrap around into CT spawn right now, because they still have the bomb up in brown holes. So yeah, that is going to be the play. And JKS sees it. He knows it's coming. He's in CT spawn. He's already read this. This is quite intelligent play coming out from the Australian side. Nothing going to be creeping in here, but it shouldn't catch anyone off guard. And there's JKS getting the kill on him. Just very, very smart play. Yam going to be going down eventually, but still Cloud9, how are they going to win this round? They're a man down. They don't have a lot of time, and they're going to be stuck on the bomb side. Well, Shroud hitting headshots could certainly be one answer, but he gets caught a little bit here. Now it's a one-on-one. Azza coming up from behind. He's doing very well, but Skadoodle going to be there. He hits the shot, and it'll be Cloud9 taking it 16-7 on Train.
Fantastic work from Cloud9 there to get the job done. Skadoodle will end the map at the top of the scoreboard, but with a clutch like that, the 1v2 at the end, makes all of the difference. Cloud9 picking up a win here versus Renegades, who continue to struggle, and both of these teams fairly even as far as the standings are concerned. But there's the first kill from Skadoodle's perspective, and then he knew exactly, this is the beauty of it, he knew exactly where Azza was coming from at the end. No chance for Azza, not when Skadoodle's that quick.
Just very, very well done indeed, and that's the first map obviously in favor of Cloud9. We do have another one coming up here, but not before we have a quick break, and then we'll obviously have a breakdown on this one, so stay with us.